I want to show the scene in Philadelphia. We're expecting to see former Vice President Biden speaking there any moment. We'll obviously bring that to you. Also, obviously, waiting for any remarks by Senator Sanders as well, back now with the team. Governor, what are you expecting to hear from Biden tonight?
Which governor?
Oh, excuse me. Governor McAuliffe.
Listen, I think tonight is going to be a speech. It's all about unity now. How do you unify this party, bring us together? I bet he talks about the coronavirus because with everything that's going on in this country today, the lack of leadership. You have a president of the United States that is incapable of telling the truth during a national crisis. So I think if I were Biden, I would talk about the coronavirus, but talk about unifying the party, how we need to go forward. We need to go strong and give tremendous respect to Bernie Sanders would be my advice.
Yeah, I think he's absolutely got to begin the process of reaching out and saying, I hear you, I see you, even though Bernie Sanders, you have to respect the fact that Bernie Sanders is not out yet, obviously.
But mathematically.
But you can have language that is sort of a bridge to the Sanders people starting tonight, and I think that process has to begin right now.
So what is the next couple of weeks look like, David? I mean,
well, it really depends on Bernie Sanders. Right. You have a debate on Sunday, and whether he decides, Jake suggests that he might want to take one more shot at this on Sunday. The math isn't very inviting, and so one of the strategic questions is, what are you trying to accomplish on Sunday? Do you think you can actually topple Biden in a way that could have this galvanic effect that completely changes the physics of this race in a way that seems impossible? Or do you try and burnish some themes and train your guns on Trump as a prelude to what you probably are going to have to do after next Tuesday? But I do think that you're going to see enormous pressure from all elements of the party. Andrew spoke to it just a few minutes ago, to yield to the results that we now can see and start getting about the business of trying to deal with defeating Donald Trump.
Gloria, you heard Jake Tapper talking about kind of echoes of 2004 where John Kerry gets kind of anointed early on and...
boom, then destroyed. I think that was a very good point, and I think Democrats ought to be thinking about that. We were just trying to count the number of days that it's been since South Carolina. When you think that it's been 10 or 11 days since South Carolina, and the waters parted for Joe Biden like no other candidate has ever seen. It's almost as if he's standing there saying, "What? I'm here," because he did everything wrong. He lost a couple of times. He came in second or third. He did. This should not have happened, but it did happen to him.
Yeah.
And
Can I talk about what I think that is, though?
Yeah.
What's so interesting is that I think a lot of people thought you were going to have a repeat of 2016 with the Republicans, where you had this kind of steamroller candidate, Donald Trump. In this case, it's going to be Bernie Sanders, and people are just going to stay divided and fighting each other and just let Sanders march to the victory. But what happened is the difference with our party versus the Republican Party. After Iowa, Trump never lost again. He was always in the lead, so nobody had a reason to get out. The minute that a normal establishment candidate, won, in this case it was Biden, the entire establishment just swung around. And so, in some ways, the Democratic Party got lucky that a moderate was able to break out, and then there was some wisdom. There was some intelligence. You didn't have politicians saying, well, I still want my turn. Pete got out, Yang got out, a lot of people got out. But I think that what threw us off was there was this model in 2016 where everybody stays in till the bitter end, and this time we were able to clear.
Well, when you talk about the establishment, I mean, wasn't this voters in South Carolina who just decided, you know what? I like Joe Biden. I'm going to vote for Joe Biden.
Elections are complicated things, and there are voters, and there are also interests, and there are also donors, and there's also the media, and there is an establishment. Right. I'm sorry, there is, and in this case, the establishment swung around behind.
But I thought everybody was saying Biden didn't have donors until he won in South Carolina.
Listen, once he won, they swung around.
Now he has the establishment.
He does have the establishment.
But let me just say, the difference, Van, this time is that the specter of Donald Trump is out there. And so there is a reason that candidates decided to get out of the way and leave is because they felt there was a greater good in the sense that they needed to unify to beat Donald Trump. And I think that's very different, very different from 2016. And Joe Biden, is the beneficiary of that.
I got in to defeat Donald Trump. I got out because I thought my being there would not help defeat Donald Trump. And if you look at voters whose number one priority is defeating Donald Trump, and both Bernie and Joe have been making the argument, I'm the best candidate to defeat Donald Trump in the fall. Most voters who've chosen on that basis have agreed with Joe.
Yes.
And that's a very, very tough thing to counter because obviously they've both been making that argument. But I agree that that's one reason why so many people swung to Joe over the last number of days, because they're laser focused on defeating Donald Trump and they believe Joe Biden's a better.
I
Well,
would
and
say
tonight, go ahead, go.
I would just briefly, to pick up on something that you said, David, I think that we cannot underestimate as a party the power of heart. You know, we've nominated in the past a lot of head-centered candidates, but it's really the reason why people like Joe Biden is because they see in him somebody who has cracked open his chest and has made it available for people, and where he's somebody who can see you, can see your pain, and has been there himself and doesn't come from wealth himself. He's somebody who people can relate to and who feel that it's the feeling side of things. We really do vote with our hearts and our guts and not necessarily our heads.
So-
and I don't think you can underestimate that.
On the point that that Andrew made, the thing that's sort of devastating about these numbers tonight is Bernie's counter to Biden's argument that he's the one who could beat Trump was, I'm the one who can win with blue-collar workers. You know, I'm the one who can get young people to come out in unprecedented numbers. Well, he didn't. I mean, the verdict is in. He hasn't been able to do that. And that, I think, is very, very difficult. What Biden has been able to do, his theory of the case was, I can also make inroads with blue-collar workers. That's because of where I'm from, Scranton, Pennsylvania, my values and so on. And I can bring those same suburban voters out who were so important in 2018. Well, you look at these results, and he's definitely doing it. So he is proving his case here.
David, we both agree, though, that if we want to win in the general, we've got to get those young people out.
Yes,
and
I
we've
agree.
got to get those blue-collar workers out. I do want to speak. We know where Donald Trump is headed in the general. He is going to try and use any division between any of the lanes in this party against us. And he's already been hinting, right, that the fix is in. The fix wasn't in. Right. I will say there is a such thing called the establishment. It is a group of people who have a lot of power in the party, and they, there were decisions made that swung votes. That being said, this was a much fairer primary process than we saw before, and both sides put in a great fight. Wherever we come out from, I just want to say that we cannot be in a position where we're being divided by these arguments of tit for tat. They did this, so we have the right to do that. This is a moment right now where I just want to say, Donald Trump is an existential threat to a lot of communities. And for a lot of folks, there's a privilege in saying, you know what, I'm going to sit this one out because my person didn't win.
Yes.
And for communities like mine, right, that's not a privilege that we have. This is existential for a lot of folks. Their families are literally banned from coming to this country, people being forced into detention, kids in cages. And if we're serious about those who are affected by Donald Trump, then I don't think we can allow this kind of division to sow itself. And so this moment of unity really is critical. I do hope that the winning campaign is able to really have open arms. And if that empathy is real, then the ability to see someone's pain and say, look, I can be that part of that with you.
Hey, wait a minute. Everybody keeps saying the same thing
Sanders
here.
has it,
You
yeah.
know, I mean, goodness gracious. Of course, Joe Biden wants to unify the party. He has just gone through a long primary process. Of course, he wants to bring any new voters he can. But this idea is not going to get up tomorrow and not reach out to every person he possibly can. And the campaign is going to do that. He has had a big victory. I'll say this again. He reached across broad lines. He won rural, urban, suburban by huge numbers. He's put a coalition together. We got to make it bigger. I can promise you, Jennifer Granholm can promise you, this campaign is going to be open and welcoming to everybody. Let us keep our aim at defeating Donald Trump. He is an existential threat to this nation, and we as Democrats have got to be united, bring
Governor,
independence.
if I
to
may,
everybody
I
else.
just think there's a space here where there's this sort of attitude, and I don't know Joe Biden. I've never talked to him, but there's sometimes an attitude around the people around him where there's a level of entitlement around folks who have held power and are comfortable with power, and when many of us will try and run against that and say, look, this process needs to be democratized. There is this assessment of saying, well, look, you didn't deserve this anyway. We've been around. We've put in our time. And I think it's not just Joe Biden, it's the people around Joe Biden who have to open that space up and say, we've wanted you here all along. We're here to solve your problems and our problems too. And yes, that starts with beating Donald Trump.
Of course, he's got to bring new people in and be open. We're all in agreement to
as
do
much
that.
as I agree
Hold
that,
us accountable.
that Donald Trump needs to be defeated, 42% of my supporters said they would not support the Democratic nominee in the general, in large part because when I ran for the problems that predated Trump. Like, Donald Trump would never be our president today if things were going well for a lot of people around the country.
You bet.
Bernie Sanders would not have almost been the nominee last time if things were going well for people around the country. So even as Joe Biden's saying, hey, we need to defeat Donald Trump, he also has to say, look, things have not been working for millions of Americans. And after we defeat Donald Trump, we need to get deep into these problems, get our hands dirty, and solve them. And so this can't be like a, hey, I'm better than Trump race. It has to be, hey, I understand how Trump became our president.
And you think he's not done that in the primaries?
You know, I think he's been talking in a lot of moral language about restoring a culture and tone and the soul of the country. I was talking about trying to put money into Americans' hands because I saw that we've decimated entire ways of life in Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. And because I was talking in those terms about the real problems that these people have experienced, again, 42% of my supporters were not going to support the Democratic nominee. I'm hoping that we can get some of those people to support Joe, but it would be helpful if Joe acknowledged, because one of the weaknesses of saying, hey, return to Obama years, is that there are many Americans that were getting left behind in those years too. And they're pissed off.
Yep.
And so if you just say, hey, I'm going to revert, that loses, to at least among that group of people.
I agree with
There are so many Americans who just don't think that our institutions are working for them at all. And Joe Biden's big weakness is that he represents those institutions.
You know,
now,
but,
I'm endorsing Joe. Like, we need Joe to beat Trump, but we'll have a much better chance of that if Joe recognizes that our institutions have been failing many Americans for a long time.
I got to take a break, and we'll come back. We'll take a short break. We're waiting to hear from Joe Biden coming up.
Good.
We're expecting to hear from Joe Biden in just a couple of minutes. We're going to bring that to you live. I want to quickly check in with Ryan Nobles, who's in Burlington, Vermont. Ryan, are we going to be hearing from Senator Sanders tonight?
Anderson, we are not. The Sanders campaign telling us just a few minutes ago that we should not expect to hear from Senator Sanders tonight. This is pretty remarkable that we're not going to hear from him on a night where votes were cast. And customary, no matter the results, we usually hear from Senator Sanders. Now, usually it does come in the form of some sort of a big rally, and his plans were forced to be changed today because of the threat of the coronavirus. They canceled what was expected to be a pretty large rally in Cleveland, Ohio. That forced him to revert and come here to Burlington, Vermont, where he'd planned to come to rest tomorrow, looking ahead to the debate on Sunday and then the next round of contests on Tuesday night. Now, we aren't getting a lot of guidance as to the thinking right now in Sanders' world as to what the next step is for he and his campaign. They have said consistently that regardless of how things turned out tonight, that they did plan to participate in the debate and that they had no plans on dropping out anytime soon. But of course, it has been a very difficult night for Sanders and his team. They specifically had hoped that the results in Michigan would be more encouraging than they turned out to be. Even though the polls had showed a wide gap between he and Joe Biden, they thought that much like 2016, that they would close that gap and it would be a much closer margin. That just did not turn out to be the case. Now, they're still holding out hope for some of these states in the western portion of the country, particularly Washington, places where they can at least pick up delegates. But right now, Anderson, the picture is very bleak for Bernie Sanders and his campaign, and there's no doubt some soul searching going on right now as to what his future holds and what role he's going to play in this Democratic primary process going forward. Unfortunately, though, at this point, we just do not have any insight into that thinking. Anderson?
Ryan Nobles. Ryan, thanks very much. And I said a couple of minutes from now, we're expecting Vice President Biden to speak in Philadelphia. Laura, I wanted to hear from you earlier.
Yeah, the topic that we were on before the break is just what's led Biden to this moment, what's helped him get here. I go back to my encounters with voters on the trail, following all the candidates across the states, is that again and again they were agonizing over who to pick, and that agony was about who could ultimately beat Trump, there was this risk aversion among so many voters, not just at Biden events, at Warren events, at Buttigieg events, at Klobuchar events, even at Sanders events. And so I think that that's dominated so many voters, and it's benefited Biden, partially because we saw that the other moderates that could have maybe inserted themselves did not do well with voters of color. Biden has dominated that lane. And so because of that, You see that these voters, when their potential other candidates finally dropped out, they just flock to him because there's this desire, you can sense it among the voters, to just get to the general, to be able to cast their ballot.
I wonder if, do debates matter anymore? Obviously, people watch, there's large viewership, but you can't really make the argument that Joe Biden won a lot of the debates.
Yeah, he
Bernie
won,
Sanders,
but he won one debate, and that was the debate in Nevada when Elizabeth Warren took Mike Bloomberg out of this race.
Yes.
Right.
But he didn't.
I would
he
argue.
he didn't have to say anything. She was.
No, he was the
taking him out
beneficiary.
of, right. Beneficiary.
No, he did not win.
Winning by default is not the same as winning.
No, but I think there's a difference between whether the debates helped him because of his own performance,
correct.
and whether debates had an impact in this race. I think at several junctures, Amy Klobuchar did very well in New Hampshire. Had she not, Pete Buttigieg probably would have beaten Bernie Sanders in New Hampshire. That could have changed the dynamic a little bit. Elizabeth Warren was soaring until a debate in which she got challenged on Medicare for all.
Kamala Harris, remember, at the outset, she had a great moment against Joe Biden.
Yeah, in some ways, it's easier to lose a debate than it is to win. In the sense that you saw Bloomberg come in as the potential white knight, and then he got brought down to earth very, very quickly. I think that there were many strong debate performances that did not have a huge impact for that candidate or campaign. I think Elizabeth Warren was a strong debater throughout. Particularly when she took it to Mike Bloomberg, and you didn't see her poll numbers surge, except for a fundraising spike after that particular debate.
I think many Democrats hated the debates because they felt like it's Democrat on Democrat, family on family.
But it really wasn't. Democrats always say that, and it gets a big applause line during the debate, and you attack the moderators by saying that. And it's
But don't
it works.
attacking you.
Well, no, but it's a big applause line for the crowds. But the first couple debates, that was part of the issue. Nobody challenged Sanders. Nobody challenged anybody.
I think it's that it's such an artificial way of expressing yourself. You have 1 minute. You have to answer some question that may not be relevant to people, or maybe it is. And then you have to put forward your position, and then you have to pivot to an attack in 60 seconds. It's so structured, and there's such an artifice about it that I think Democrats look at that and say, why are we doing all of this? I'd rather see town halls, for example, which are a much more fulsome way of getting to know.
Well, but debating does make you a better candidate.
And you do have to
can't
debate
argue
Trump.
that. You see the difference between a Mike Bloomberg who walks into this thing with these candidates who have been debating each other ferociously.
And they get better at debating, yes, but the skill of debating is not something that you use in governing.
Well,
No.
it is
I don't know.
kind of.
Doesn't the race for president make you a better president?
Yes.
And so debating is part of.
I watched.
You got to force yourself on issues. So you got to learn the issues inside and out, which is very, very.
And you have to learn how to answer questions in a
For
relatively
many of the other candidates, this is only exposure in front of millions of people. This is the only way they raise money. So for a lot of the candidates, the debates were an opportunity to go online and raise all this money. But you spend hours and hours reading briefing books.
You also read about all the other candidates. I would just think from a policy standpoint, you learn about the other candidates' policies and maybe come to ideas that you hadn't come to previously. And
I will say for this debate, the one thing that this debate could do, the best thing they do is they're momentum changers. And if there's a shot, to change this momentum, it may be at the debate. That would be the calculus going into a debate like this, is that you've got, one candidate really has taken the momentum by storm. The question is, can you use this moment to really show this for what it is and change the momentum? That's the use of this.
And Trump is probably a great debater. This was a test for people to say, how would they look up on a stage against Donald Trump? That was a big piece.
That's hard to know. If you're Bernie Sanders tonight and you're looking at these numbers and the math now is so tough, the map is so tough, you're going into probably more defeats coming up, and you decide, I'm still going to go and debate. I think he's got to make a decision. He's got to look in his heart and say, do I want to be the divider or the uniter? There are two different theories that separate Biden from Bernie. Biden sees Trump as a disruptor of the status quo. I think Bernie sees Trump as a result of the status quo. That the status quo was broken before Trump got there. That's how we got. So there is a principal difference there. But how you handle that difference, do you just take a blowtorch to somebody like Joe, who is beloved, and try to remind people of all of his great weaknesses, even though he's probably going to be your nominee? Or do you say, you know what, I've made my point on that. Let me speak to the heart of the American people and why we got to get rid of Donald Trump.
Well, and neither.
That's a big, and that's a character question for Bernie Sanders. Not just political. It's a character question.
Well, and neither of these men are full of nuance. So I think.
Nicely said.
Right. Thank you. So I think it's a decision both of them have to make because they have to distinguish, themselves from each other. But on the other hand, they can't argue so much that they're turning off voters who support the other person.
I think Joe's going to be pivoting to the general all night long.
Yes.
Like whatever Bernie says, he's just going to be like, and Trump, and like this is where we're going.
And maybe both of them would. Yeah.
And Joe's an underrated debater, in my opinion. I mean, like having been on stage with Joe any number of times, like you can clearly say it's like, look, there was this turn of phrase that he like jumbled a little bit, or there's an issue. But generally speaking, he stays poised, confident, going in a direction. Like I don't see Bernie upending the dynamic next week, having been on stage with both of them any number of times. Because Joe is very, very steady. He's super experienced. He's been through it. Like, he's certainly not winning in terms of style points sometimes, and he mocked his own tendency to cut himself off at time and whatnot. But he's very, very experienced, and I think Americans have seen that over time.
One of the things about preparing for a debate with Bernie Sanders is he throws nothing but fastballs, okay? He doesn't throw curveballs. He doesn't throw sliders. You're not going to be fooled by. He's basically previewed all the attacks that Biden might get in this debate, and that actually makes it easier to prepare because you know
exactly what he's going to say.
You know what he's going to say. On the positive side, it's things he's been saying for a long time, which is a strength of his. Sure. But it also leaves little in terms of surprises and the attacks he's now laid out in the last 10 days. So for Biden, the task of preparing is not going to be that difficult. Executing is a different
That's
thing.
what they said to Mike Bloomberg, though. Like, where the attacks are going to come from. Knowing where the attacks are going to come from doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be able to.
Well, there may have not been good answers to those attacks. I mean, but Andrew's right. Biden has been debating now. This will be his 11th debate, and he's debated many times in the past. I saw Governor Granholm prepare him for one of those debates back in 2008.
Playing Sarah Palin.
Playing Sarah Palin, expertly, by the way. Fantastic job. But whatever his deficiencies, he is not. He has some strengths on that stage, including just sheer determination.
Yeah.
So.
Also, I think is baked in a little bit. People have seen him debate. And so if he flubs...
It's also interesting because it's a two-person debate is a whole other thing. I mean, there's not the... there's if you name check somebody, it can take the debate in a whole different direction as people ping pong between each other. This can be more of a conversation, frankly.
It can be.
Right. And there's an interesting potential in this. I'm not sure that this will happen in the debate, but there's an interesting potential for Bernie Sanders to do what Andrew Yang was raising and what Abdul was raising. I mean, if he's still in it, he may not do this. But, I mean, there's a moment to be able to use this debate if, in fact, you're not going to be in there to the end, to try to reach out to your own supporters a bit and say, and be more really clear about the importance of the general election and getting everybody to vote. And that, in fact, I mean, what you said about it being a privilege, essentially, to decide not to vote, given the existential crisis that communities feel. There's no better spokesperson for that, for the folks that we want to bring into the tent than him. And whether he does it at the debate or some other point, I think there is a moment.
Bernie has a real opportunity of being a hero. I mean, he really
totally
bringing the party together. I mean, think about it. That debate, if he does what we're saying here, he has an opportunity of bringing everybody together, getting everybody unified. Bernie Sanders would be an absolute hero.
He's already a hero for a lot of people.
He is, and I know him well. He is an exceedingly pragmatic man. I know folks don't see that, but just look at the way he combs his hair. It's very pragmatic. But the point that I'm making here is that he recognizes the existential threat of Donald Trump. He won't do anything that would limit our ability to take Donald Trump out of office. I think there's a moment of asking, is there a way to talk about these issues, to recognize and make the case for why it is that we have to reach forward rather than back if we want to win in this general election. I think this is a great opportunity to do that.
Right, exactly.
I, by the way, admire the way he combs his hair.
I'm I say one thing about the debates overall, which is that I think they've been incredibly useful and revealing. And I remember once, not too long, I was interviewing Robbie Mook, who ran Hillary Clinton's campaign. And I said, well, you've got so many candidates on a stage, and how can you differentiate? And he said to me, what we discovered is the primary debates are much more important than the general election debates, because by the general election, people have decided who they're going to vote for, and they're reaffirming. But the primary debates, people don't know who they're going to vote for. And so you can differentiate yourself, and you can pick a winner there.
And let's watch Joe Biden.
By the way, we weren't planning a rally, but our headquarters is just around the corner. And these are all people who've been working like the devil to try to get us elected as the... So I want to thank my sister Valerie and my son-in-law, Dr. Howard Klein, are here. And folks, look, we were planning a big rally in Cleveland tonight. But the governor of Ohio asked the presidential campaigns to cancel their indoor public events in Cleveland with large crowds of people. And that's what we did due to the coronavirus, and he was concerned about that. And as I've said all along, that we would follow the guidance of the CDC, state and local officials, and public health officials with respect to our campaign events. We'll continue to do that. This is a matter, this whole coronavirus issue is a matter of presidential leadership. And later this week, I'll be speaking to you on what I believe the nation should be doing to address this virus. But tonight, I want to speak to you from Philadelphia, where we announced our campaign at the front end, where we did our final announcement. To all those who have been knocked down, to all those who have been counted out, left behind, this is your campaign. Just over a week ago, many of the pundits declared that this candidacy was dead. Now we're very much alive. And although there's a way to go, it looks like we're going to have another good night. With victories in Mississippi, Missouri, Michigan, and we're waiting to hear from North Dakota, Idaho, and Washington State. As I said from the beginning, this election is the one that has character on the ballot. The character of the candidates, the character of the nation is on the ballot. It's more than a comeback, in my view, our campaign. It's a comeback for the soul of this nation. This campaign is taking off, and I believe we're going to do well from this point on. Take nothing for granted. Want to earn every single vote in every single state. But if you're willing, if you want to join us, go to joebiden.com. Sign up, volunteer, and contribute if you can. We need you, we want you, and there's a place in our campaign for each of you. And I want to thank Bernie Sanders and his supporters for their tireless energy and their passion. We share a common goal, and together we'll defeat Donald Trump. We'll defeat him together. We're going to bring this nation together. We're regenerating a Democratic base, the Democratic Party, the African American community, high school educated folks like the ones I grew up with in Claymont, not far from here. In my old neighborhood, labor, suburban women, veterans, firefighters, union members, and so many more. People of every economic station. The poor who are struggling, and they are struggling in this environment. The middle class who worries about whether or not they're going to be able to hang on and stay there, maintain their economic security. They're the reason Jill and I got involved in this campaign in the first place. And they're the reason why I became a Democrat so long ago. And I can't tell you, I really mean this from the bottom of my heart, I can't tell you how much I appreciate the confidence they've shown in me thus far and the way they turned out to vote for me. In my first campaign, when I was a kid, long time ago, I had a billboard that said one thing on it. Had a picture of my wife and children, and it said, "For all our families." That's all it was. For all our families. That included Democratic families, families of independent voters, Republican families, everyone of every stripe, for all our families. And look, that's what we were able to accomplish in South Carolina. That's what we did on Super Tuesday. And it appears, although it's a little premature, it appears that's what we're able to do tonight. In just the past week, so many of my incredibly capable competitors have endorsed me. Mayor Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, Beto O'Rourke, Mike Bloomberg, Cory Booker, and Kamala Harris. Together we're bringing this party together. That's what we have to do. Tonight, we are a step closer to restoring decency, dignity, and honor to the White House. That's our ultimate goal.
Yes.
And at this moment, when there's so much fear in the country, when there's so much fear across the world, we need American leadership. We need presidential leadership that's honest, trusted, truthful, and steady. Reassuring leadership. If I'm given the honor of becoming your president, I promise you I'll strive to give the nation that very leadership. Every day, I have a privilege to hold office. That's the reason why I'm running for president. I believe we're in an incredible moment in American history, a phenomenal opportunity to deliver a bold, progressive vision to the American people, guaranteeing that every American has health care, affordable health care, total health care, not a privilege, but a right. Building on Obamacare, providing every child access to good education, regardless of their zip code, to deal with the moral depravity of our children who have to learn as they go to school, little children, to duck and cover, zigzag down a hallway because they fear someone with a semi-automatic weapon may be coming in. We have to stand up to the gun manufacturers and to the NRA, and I will do it. We have to rebuild the middle class. We have to rebuild the middle class, and this time bring everybody along. Everybody along. And my fellow Americans, we have to once again lead the world. Donald Trump's America First policies made America alone. You know, in the fight against climate change, we have to rally the rest of the world to act, and act now. Rejoin the Paris Climate Accord on day one. Make it clear to our allies that we'll honor our commitments, that our word can be trusted. And make clear to our adversaries that we will stand fast in restoring world order. That's the American responsibility. Tonight, I'm speaking to you from the National Constitution Center, not far from where two of the most important documents in all of history were written. The Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident. Those words became the American creed, known around the world. The U.S. Constitution, we the people. These words literally changed the world. We've never fully lived up to the promise of either of those documents, but we've never, ever before walked away from them. And they're a reminder of what's at stake in this election. Our very democracy is at stake in this election. As I said from the moment I announced not far from here that I believe we're in the battle for the soul of this nation. With Donald Trump as president, our core values, our standing in the world, our very democracy, everything that has made America, America, is truly at stake. I believe this nation can overcome 4 years of Donald Trump, but given 8, 4 more years, he'll forever and fundamentally change the very character of this nation. We can't let that happen. But winning means uniting America, not sowing more division and anger. It means having a president who not only knows how to fight, but knows how to heal. It means replacing a president who demeans and demonizes people with a president who believes in empathy, compassion, and respect for everyone. It is my hope that the days of divisiveness will soon be over. We're a decent, brave, resilient people. We are better than this moment we're in. What we have to do, we just need to remember who we are. This is the United States of America. There's not a single thing we cannot do if we do it together. We're close to the eve of St. Patrick's Day. I'm thought of a quote. Some of you heard me quote many times. A fellow that I admired very much who passed away not long ago, a poet named Seamus Heaney. He wrote a poem called The Cure of Troy. And here's what he said in one stanza. He said, history teaches us not to hope on this side of the grave, but then, once in a lifetime, that longed-for tidal wave of justice rises up, and hope and history rhymes. I truly believe it's within our power, for the first time in a long time because of what's happened in the past 3 years, the power to make hope and history rhyme. That's what we're going to do. God bless you all, and may God protect our country.
All right, so there he is, Joe Biden. He's the winner in these first 3 states, 3 more states to go, but he sounds very, very happy right now. And in the process, Jake and Dana, he actually thanked Bernie Sanders, and he said, together, we will defeat Donald Trump.
Yeah, it was the kind of speech that I think he needed to make, which is Senator Sanders obviously has some thinking to do, and no matter what Senator Sanders does, Joe Biden, I think it's fair to say, you can see a path for him to the nomination, and it's increasingly difficult to see that for Senator Sanders. It's just strictly when it comes to the delegate math and the fact that there are going to be 4 states next week that are going to be very difficult for him. And he needs to do what we've heard some of the progressive commentators in the other room talk about, which is unite the party, extend an olive branch to the progressives, to the young people, to those who believe in Senator Sanders. And, you know, a lot of people said this is not a time to gloat. We did not hear Vice President Biden do any gloating. He sounded serious. He talked about healing. It's the message that has gotten him to this point, and I thought it was a fairly strong delivery. Now, there's going to be a challenge for him, which is that is with a teleprompter, prepared, ready, and then there's the other Joe Biden we know who is not always as sure on his feet when it comes to speaking extemporaneously. We've seen glimmers of that in this campaign, and that's going to be the challenge for the Biden campaign going forward.
Just want to point out that the polls have now closed in Washington State and Idaho. Too early to call. CNN is not yet able to make a projection.
Right, and so we're still waiting for those polls. But the fact that we heard from Joe Biden, and we are not going to hear from Bernie Sanders, according to our reporters who are with him, they're saying he's not going to speak tonight. That's remarkable. Bernie Sanders understands the power of a moment, of a national audience, of the need to get out, even if it's not a rally, because they both canceled their rallies, but to get out and speak to his supporters and speak to people who are still left to vote, if not, today, but in the next contest. What does that mean? We don't know. He's taking some time. He's trying to figure out, kind of what the next step is. But that's very uncharacteristic of Bernie Sanders to not come out and speak.
Uncharacteristic of, if I could just interrupt, of any
candidate,
of any Democratic nominee. There's been every election night. There's almost been a race to see who could come out first and take advantage of the prime time free speaking side.
Yeah, and back to the beginning of Joe Biden's remarks, he was talking as if Bernie Sanders was not in the race anymore. I want to thank Bernie Sanders supporters. Together we can work together. He gave
olive branch after olive branch. And that's usually what happens when somebody drops out, and that has not happened. But it was very telling that that was the tone that he wants to take for a lot of reasons, primarily because he understands, if he has looked at any kind of history of 2016, how hard that is going to be if, in fact, he does become the Democratic nominee.
And, there have been calls tonight by James Carville on another network, by Majority Whip James Clyburn on NPR, who said that if the night ends the way that it began, it's time to shut the primaries down. And that I think could be very damaging for Bernie Sanders and especially for his supporters. The idea of the Democratic Party not only coalescing around Joe Biden, but basically trying to chase Bernie Sanders out of the race. This is a decision that is only for Senator Sanders. He has every right to take it all the way to the convention. Even if he doesn't see a path, he can deny Joe Biden the 1,991 delegates. And that's the democratic process. He can do that if he wants.
Why not?
I think there are reasons why not.
Well, the truth is, we should also say that we were talking about this in one of the breaks, that unlike 4 years ago, Bernie Sanders has bent over backwards anytime he is asked, and sometimes when he's not asked, to say emphatically, no matter what happens, he will support the Democratic nominee.
And when his supporters boo Joe Biden at events, he tells them to stop quite often.
That's
not always,
noteworthy.
but often, and says, he's my friend, I like him, but he's wrong on the issues, etc. Wolf Blitzer?
All right, guys, I want to bring David Chalian in. At one point, he said, winning means uniting America. This is Joe Biden. He said, we know how to fight, but now we have to show that we know how to heal.
Yeah, and one of the things we saw in the exit polls all night, Wolf, was that for voters looking for a uniter, Joe Biden was winning those voters overwhelmingly. I think we're going to see more of that theme of unite because of the contrast with the divisions that have emerged in the Trump era in American politics. I've been digging into the delegate count. I want to just take you through where we are with delegates. Look here in Missouri and Mississippi. In Missouri, there are 68 delegates at stake tonight, Wolf. You know that Joe Biden is already projected to win. Look at this. He is getting 30 delegates so far. Bernie Sanders, 14. We still have 24 unassigned, unallocated delegates in Missouri, but that's a net gain of 16 delegates. That's a net gain already there. Look at Mississippi. There are 36 delegates at stake. You don't even see Bernie Sanders' picture on there. He has 0 delegates in Mississippi right now. Joe Biden has 25 of them. There are 11 left unallocated. There are a couple congressional districts where Bernie Sanders is hovering around that 15% threshold in Mississippi. Maybe he'll get 1, 2, 3 delegates when everything's done. Maybe not. Maybe he'll fall short. But right now, Joe Biden is netting 25 delegates just out of these 2 states. 16 plus 25, 41 delegates that he's netting to add to his already substantial total in the delegate race just out of these 2 states.
So let's take a look at delegates to date right now in all of the contests.
1,991 is the magic number. We've got a ways to go before either one gets there. But look who's making ground in that direction. It is Joe Biden. 724 delegates to Bernie Sanders with 591 delegates. That is a 133 delegate lead. I mean, it is growing to the point where it is getting so much harder to see where and how on this map Bernie Sanders can make up that delegate deficit, Wolf.
It's very interesting indeed. John, as we look at all of this, let's take a look at some of the states where we don't have, we aren't yet able to make a projection, these 3 other states out west.
All right, and let's start with the one that is the largest prize left on the board, and that is Washington State. Just very early results in. Very early results. Literally a 30 vote, 266.
600 votes.
236. So we got a long way to go here, but we are starting to get results. That's a good sign, right? We'll wait for Washington to count. Obviously, the bulk of the votes are going to come right in here, King County around Seattle. That's what we're waiting for.
This is the second biggest prize of the night, 89 delegates.
Second biggest prize of the night, the biggest prize left on the board, if you will. If you look at this right now, Idaho, you see Joe Biden blue, but again, 1% reporting, just a tiny bit of the vote in, none of it in. Boise's your major population center here. Nothing coming in from Ada County just yet. So we're just waiting here. These are very early. The results have just started to come in. Washington State, Idaho here. Sanders won them both 4 years ago. He also won North Dakota. He's leading right now. And again, We have just 1,300 and change, 1,400 votes in there. Sanders with a lead. But to David Chelian's point, I just want to make this point. Joe Biden is running it up in Mississippi, running it up in Missouri, healthy delegate lead in Michigan. As you move out to these states, they're smaller baskets, number one, only 14 delegates here. But look at the percentages. Joe Biden is in play compared to 4 years ago when Bernie Sanders was winning these states big. So as we move through these 3 states in the West, we're doing not only who's winning, but the margins, because the night is in the end about delegates. And you watch right here again. Joe Biden ahead on top right here. Bernie Sanders. We'll see if this holds up. We have a long counting here. But in any event, you see the margins are closer out west than they have been on the states we've counted so far tonight. We'll see if that continues as the results come in. What do you get, though, Wolf, when you come back this way? As David was just saying, the reason the delegate count so far is so lopsided is because these margins are so lopsided. This is the closest of the 3 states to the center of the country. This is the closest, and that's not close. That's not close. You look at Joe Biden there, 181,000 vote lead in the state of Michigan. Again, go back in time. Bernie Sanders said, I won this 4 years ago. I'm going to make a statement in 2020. Well, just the opposite has happened. Just the opposite has happened, and it is everywhere. It is white working class voters. It is the suburbs. It is African Americans. It is everywhere. Sorry.
No, I was going to say that we understand there's a big vote drop in Washington State right now.
Let's go back out.
Let's go to Washington. 11% of the vote is now in.
And it's now Biden blue. So we'll see again. We'll see if this holds up. It's 11%. 34.2 to 32.5, so a very close race, 1,884. As you see these votes start to come in, remember, most of the vote in Washington is mail-in. You saw our correspondents out there during the day. They're counting the votes right there. We'll see the pace of the reports coming in, but you start to see it coming. I just want to bring it out to look at the map. Again, if it's already been a tough night for Bernie Sanders. It's already been a very tough night for Bernie Sanders. We are very early here, but as you count the votes up there,
go back. 17% of the vote is now in,
and it's 34 to 32. So essentially, look, if Joe Biden can break even in Washington, even if Sanders is on top, that will be considered a win.
Show us what happened 4 years ago.
If Joe Biden, that's the point I was just going to make. If you look at this now, a very competitive race in Washington State, no, it was a blowout. It was an absolute blowout. Now, it's a different system. It was caucuses then. You have the mail-in primary now. The same. The rules have changed in North Dakota and Idaho as well, which Biden's team think is advantage Biden. That's 4 years ago. Let's come to today. Again, just see if that's gone up at all. Nope, still at 17% there. Move over next door, just at 3% here. But again, even Biden has the early lead here and here. He's competitive, very competitive, which just tells you the delegate math, no matter where it goes, he's going to get his share. Right, if that holds up, these would be stunning setbacks for Bernie Sanders on top of a stunning setback already in the state of Michigan. But it's early, so let's be very cautious about this. We're going to be counting votes here for hours. We could be counting votes here into tomorrow, especially because of the mail-in situation in Washington State. But just the fact that Biden is competitive is the big story of the night, Wolf, because as David was just talking about, when you come into the land of delegates here and you look at this right now, here's where we are at the moment. Right, Joe Biden's stretching. The whole challenge tonight, after Joe Biden's huge Super Tuesday win, Super Tuesday round 2 tonight, Bernie Sanders needed to narrow the gap. Instead, Joe Biden is pulling away. By the time we're done tonight, here's a scenario. I just want to give you a scenario. If Joe Biden wins 60% of the delegates tonight and Bernie Sanders got 40%, this is where we would be when we're done counting. There's a possibility when you look at Mississippi and Missouri, depending on what happens out west, there's a possibility Joe Biden could even exceed this. He could get better than 60% of the delegates tonight. So let's just carry this forward. Joe Biden has a performance something like this tonight. Illinois, Florida, Ohio, among the states next week, they're viewed as more Biden-like states. If he were to carry this through, let me move up here, and have another big night next week where he got 60% of the delegates to 40% for Sanders, then you start to see the pull away. This is why Bernie Sanders didn't speak tonight, but Sanders and his team tonight are looking at the math of this race.
So what does that say to you, John? Because you and I have covered politics for a while, that Bernie Sanders decided to give up a lot of free airtime. He could have spoken for 20 minutes, a half an hour. We would have taken it live. The other networks would have taken it live. The fact that he decided to remain silent tonight.
It tells me they're having a conversation about what to say. What to say to the panelists in the other room, especially the campaign veterans like Governor Granholm, Governor McAuliffe, and David Axelrod, people who've done this and run through tough campaigns. Sanders has to make a tactical choice. Are you going to keep running against Joe Biden, keep criticizing NAFTA, keep criticizing the Iraq War, or do you decide the delegate math is getting out of control? I'm going to talk about Donald Trump. I'm going to air some differences with Joe Biden. I'm going to talk about how I think the Democratic Party needs to be reformed, but I'm going to be less pointed and less sharp. Or do you decide, because we have that debate in Arizona on Sunday, I'm going to regroup, I'm going to think about this, and I'm going to come out, with one more shot in a debate? The Sanders campaign has a choice to make about the math, the delegate math. It's not impossible, but it's improbable.
Yeah.
And so if you think about the Democratic rules, not impossible, mathematically possible, but very improbable. For Bernie Sanders to get back in this race, Bernie Sanders has to think about how do you get a big win in Florida? How do you get a big win in Ohio? How do you get a big win in Illinois? If you look at all the places around it, the populations in those states, how Joe Biden has been performing since South Carolina, you look at Ohio, you look at Illinois, you look at Florida.
And Arizona.
In Arizona, you shape up. Arizona's, Sanders has done very well. If you look at the map, he's done very well out west. He's done very well with Latino voters. But the big delegate prizes are over here. And so they have to make a choice. This is a very tough moment.
If you look at those 4 states 4 years ago, show our viewers what happened.
Right. So you want to see Ohio, Illinois, Florida, and Arizona. So now we're going to go back 4 years ago. And guess what? That's all Clinton blue.
Yeah.
That's all Clinton blue. Now, again, Senator Sanders, you see it even 4 years ago, he was strong out here. Hillary Clinton won California. But Sanders is strong. We'll see what happens in Arizona. But there's also a psychology in the race taking hold. But Illinois, African-American population, big suburbs. Ohio, African-American population, in Cleveland and the suburbs around it, and the suburbs. Florida, a very diverse electorate, a competition for the Latino votes, an African-American population. But again, if you look at what Biden has done everywhere else this year, elections can change, things can swing. This campaign certainly swung, the volatility after South Carolina. But everything you see on the map that's already filled in tells you Biden favored overwhelmingly, Biden favored, maybe more of a fight. But the delegate math is going against Bernie Sanders.
Well, Jeff Zeleny got some reporting now on what's going on inside the Sanders campaign. Jeff, what are you learning?
Well, if we do, the silence from Senator Bernie Sanders in Burlington, Vermont certainly is telling. We're talking to several of his advisors. They frankly don't exactly know what he is thinking, but he has perhaps been dropping some clues along the way. On a Sunday interview, he said he did not intend to be a masochist. Then he later said this is about more than a presidential campaign, it's about a movement. So Wolf, as he makes a decision, and this is a decision for him alone to make, one advisor tells me this tonight, Wolf. He says, this was his path, tonight was his path, it didn't happen. So what is next? Advisors are not certain, but they do say he wants to debate on Sunday in Phoenix with Joe Biden. After that, it's uncertain, but we do know a tough schedule lies ahead with Illinois, with Florida, with Wisconsin. So certainly this is a decision he will have to make. But Wolf, one other comment, one of his top supporters, Representative Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, said just a few moments ago on Instagram, she said this: there is no sugarcoating this. This is a very tough night for the movement. So Wolf, clearly the silence from Bernie Sanders, I don't recall him ever not giving a speech in 2016. Tonight they're simply deciding what to say, what their next moves are.
Yeah,
Wolf.
very important, delicate moment, Jake, as we take a look.
Right.
He's got to make a major decision.
He does, definitely. One of the things that he is no doubt thinking about, and I wanted to ask John about this, has to do with the fact that his base of support seems to be shrinking from where it was in 2016. He's losing states, such as Michigan, that he won 4 years ago. Not just Michigan, there are a number of them. And the question I have is, how much do you think that Sanders and the rest of us maybe misread anti-Hillary Clinton votes in 2016 as pro-Bernie Sanders votes? And that anti-Hillary Clinton could be for any number of reasons, ranging from sexism to Clinton fatigue to whatever. But putting that aside, the reasons for it, is it possible that a lot of us thought that because of his huge crowds on college campuses, for the most part, and because of his surprising victories, that we actually were giving this movement more power and popularity than it actually had?
I think the results we have seen in the last 10 days unmistakably tell us that some of it was that. Some of it was a protest vote. And that's not taking anything away from what Senator Sanders did in 2016.
Sure.
I often said it was a PT boat up against an aircraft carrier, and the PT boat dented the aircraft carrier in a lot of ways. But there's no question about it. In Michigan, you mentioned Michigan, it's a textbook example. Look at all the Biden blue tonight. Right, look at all this Biden blue.
I just want to interrupt for 1 minute,
Sure.
John, because more than half of the vote in Washington State is now in, and let's take a look.
Let's go back and look.
And see what it says.
Let's go out west. You can interrupt me anytime you want if it means we get more votes.
58%.
But 58%, 33 to 32, so a very close race. 5,300 vote lead for Joe Biden. I just want to come in here You come over into here, you can come back across to King County. Bernie Sanders winning, but just barely. This, what you have here is a highly competitive contest. This is the largest population center by far. It's about 30% of the vote, higher than that percentage. Most
And again,
likely
just show them again what it was in 2016.
Right. If you we didn't. It's a different race in 2016 because it was not a primary,
caucus,
so we
right.
can't. Yeah, so we can't go through the counties. But it was 73%. It was 73%, and you have a very competitive contest. Now, some of you may be asking at home, 66, 67. Where are the other candidates? Remember, early mail-in voting here. Elizabeth Warren has some votes here. Mike Bloomberg has some votes here. A lot of votes have been cast. We've seen that in other places as well. But the two active candidates in the race, essentially splitting the vote right now. We're up to 60%. Washington State's counting quickly. Could slow down as you get the mail-in ballots as you go. But again, if these two Western states, Biden blue at the moment, doesn't mean they're going to end that way, but Biden is very competitive. In Idaho, well, it's very early, still 5%, opening it up a little bit. But if you go back to the map, the West, more just came in as I was moving away. So let me click back in, only up to 6% there. But you're starting to see Biden blue. Remember, still technically caucuses in Idaho and North Dakota, but the rules have been changed, so they're essentially hybrids. They're more like a primary this year. The Biden campaign believed that would help them. Sanders does better in caucus states. Just want to check on this one. Again, the expectation here is that Sanders would win, but Biden is very competitive and close in these states, which means he will get his share of delegates out in these three Western states, no matter what the final result is. And then I just wanted to come back to this point here that Jake was making. Just look at all this Biden blue. Just look at the map. Remember how much of it is the deep Biden blue. That's 4 years ago. Look at all that. I mean, it's just a flip. It's a flip in the state. Now, that Biden's more competitive with white working class voters. Biden is as competitive as Hillary Clinton, if not more so in some places, with African-American voters. The big change has been the suburban voters who made Nancy Pelosi the Speaker of the House in the last 10 days, flipped a switch and come out for Joe Biden. That's where you see the turnout increasing. Senator Sanders has said, I'll bring out young people. We just haven't seen the evidence of that just yet. Only in Iowa, coming into tonight, was youth turnout up. All the other states on this map, youth turnout until coming into tonight, come back to 2020 here, youth turnout was down. And so where there's been growth in Democratic turnout has actually been in the suburbs, which has been benefiting Joe Biden. And this is yet another example of it tonight in Michigan.
And, Missouri also. Let's not forget Missouri. We thought that was going to be very competitive. Didn't necessarily turn out that way. Look, with 81% of the vote now in.
Look at the state. Just look at the state. When you're talking about a delegate, this is every county in Missouri. At the moment, they could possibly flip. Every county in Missouri is for Joe Biden, who's getting 60% of the vote to 34% for Senator Sanders. If you go back 4 years ago, you don't even need to do the math. You can just look at the colors. You just look at the colors. 4 years ago, Bernie Sanders won in small-town America, swept through small-town America. Hillary Clinton barely carried the state because she won Kansas City, Jackson County, and the suburbs around Kansas City, and she won over here in St. Louis. You win in the major population centers. You win St. Louis City, then you come out here and you win St. Louis County in the suburbs out this way. That's how Hillary Clinton was able to just eke out a win in Missouri 4 years ago. Again, I don't mean to offend the Sanders supporters, but look at all this light blue. You come here, I
see a lot of dark blue.
That's a thumping. That is just a total shellacking in a state where, again, because of this margin, Joe Biden is going to get a giant piece of the delegate basket. 68 of them at stake here. He's going to get at least 60% of them. When you look at congressional districts, it could go higher. Margins matter in politics. You come down here, 80% to 15%. That's a dangerous number for Senator Sanders. Is he below 15%? That affects, in some of the congressional districts, he's a bit higher, but that affects your statewide delegate total there.
Because to be viable, you have to have 15%.
Right. But the point is, in the places Joe Biden is winning tonight, look at that margin. Not quite as big, but look at that margin and look at the sweep of it. Just look at the sweep of it. And again, Bernie Sanders in small towns, rural areas 4 years ago was doing quite well. Then and now. Stunning.
They're counting the votes very quickly in Washington State. Nearly two-thirds of the vote is now in, 65%. And look at how close it is.
It's a very close race. So this would be a roughly even split. We'd have to overlay the congressional map. If it finished this way, you'd see, you split the delegates, even though it says 32-32 or 33-33, if you round up, essentially statewide, that would be a 50-50 split of the statewide delegates because the other candidates are no longer active. But then you would get into the congressional district layer right now. So again, at 65%, you're looking at the map. Just want to come in here. King County, we see this is essentially a tie. I think Joe Biden was ahead by a tiny bit last time we checked on this. Sanders is ahead now just by a little tiny bit there. You come back out and you look. You're looking at your population areas down here in Olympia. where Sanders is winning, the margins are like this, which is in contrast to the states where Biden is winning big. And you just come out here and take a look at it here and see this pop out. I just want to check again, see how we're doing over here. Only 6%. So that's a much slower count. Washington State up to 65%. Let's just take a look at where the people live. You have Spokane over here, the Seattle-Tacoma area out here, and you see where the people live. This, again, is a recurring theme in this race. These states are all very different, but there is a national dynamic. Population center and the suburbs. With some exceptions, this is where you see the Biden blue. In the urban areas, out into the suburbs. The suburbs and African-American voters of the coalition that is powering Joe Biden as he makes this very impressive statement. And you come through here, again, out in Spokane. Let's just look at the numbers. Close, very close. You move out to the suburbs. It gets a little bigger in the suburbs, but we're early here. These are just a small number of votes here. So we'll continue to watch and count them. But you're beginning to see, even out west, out here, there's not as big of an African-American population. You're talking about the suburban population, which is keeping Joe Biden competitive, and we'll see if it can keep him actually on top.
Given what happened 4 years ago, how surprised are you that at this point in Washington State and Idaho, Biden is ahead?
At this point is critical. But again, if you just go back, so the first contest, Buttigieg. The second contest, Sanders. The third contest, Sanders. Washington just went back. Sanders just took a brief lead. We'll go check those numbers in just a minute. So Sanders is now ahead in Washington State. But the first three, Buttigieg, Sanders, Sanders. Since then, just look at it. Just look at it. Since then.
South Carolina turned things around.
Since then, Biden has run the board with the exception of Colorado and Utah, and now we're counting out, and California, of course. We haven't called California yet, but Sanders is leading in California. The question there is it's a late votes and the like. So let's go back and see what happened out here. Sanders has pulled ahead by 465 votes. So we have a seesaw in Washington State, a state that Sanders won with more than 70% of the vote 4 years ago. We're in a very close at 2/3 right here. So again, this would be a roughly even split of the delegates. We'd have to look at the congressional races. If Joe Biden comes out of Washington State with a roughly even split of the delegates, he's a happy person. So Biden, Mississippi big, Missouri big, Michigan big, and out in these western states, Biden is more than competitive. Leading, again, only 17%. We have to see how that comes in. It's a very slow count in the state of North Dakota. We'll watch as that plays out. But this is the last big prize on the board in terms of delegates. 89 delegates at stake in Washington State. It's the second biggest prize of the night. And again, we're going to see how this goes as we get to 66%. But if you had told Joe Biden a week ago he was going to be in an even battle in Washington State, it's interesting. It'll also be interesting to see how this plays out in the sense that this primary process playing out in the middle of course, this state being the epicenter of the coronavirus crisis. And again, you just pull it back out to see Sanders now ahead. So we're going to go back and forth a little bit here.
I assume, John, that Bernie Sanders and his campaign advisors have to start thinking about next Tuesday, the 4 states that are about to have their elections. And we're talking about major states like Florida, for example. There are a lot of delegates at stake next Tuesday.
There's a lot of delegates at stake next Tuesday, and you just look at the state. Again, you go back 4 years ago. This was a pretty convincing win for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. So if you're Bernie Sanders, you're trying to figure out where can I go? Where can I go? It doesn't mean Bernie Sanders can't be competitive in Florida. But if you look at what has been happening, urban areas, the difference here would be the Latino vote. But the Latino vote in Florida is the most complicated Latino vote in terms of the diversity of the Latino vote throughout the state of Florida. Senator Sanders, for example, a lot of Democrats in Florida, when he said nice things about Fidel Castro, a lot of Democrats cringed at that. Yeah. The younger Cubans might have a different view of that. But in the constituencies, if you're looking at this right now, I mean, this is where competitive elections, we used to say competitive elections in Florida are one across here. The state is changing literally as we speak. It's a very diverse state. But you have here older voters down here. In the Miami area, you come down here, Broward County, and these are the counties we talk about a lot in general elections, but they matter here too. Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, older.
You say nice things about Castro, those counties, you're in trouble.
You're in trouble for the most part. We'll see how it breaks out. But you have a lot of retirees down here who come from the Northeast. Yeah. And then you have a lot of independent voters through here. Very diverse population, especially across here. Yeah. It's just... All
right, so Florida next Tuesday, Illinois and Ohio. Let's take a look at Illinois right now.
Right, you come up to Illinois. Again, very strong... This is another example. Clinton won the state, right? Look what Sanders did 4 years ago. So if we're going to model what's happening in this election, Sanders wins in all the small-town places. Hillary Clinton wins the state because she wins outside the suburbs of Cook County, Chicago itself, This is how Hillary Clinton fought off the Sanders insurgency 4 years ago. She won with the African-American vote and the urban vote, and she won mostly, not always, but mostly in the close-in suburbs. And Bernie Sanders in small-town, white, working-class America was running it up. But if you look at Illinois, and then you look at Illinois 4 years ago, and then you look at Michigan 4 years ago, kind of a similar map, right? And then you look at today. Joe Biden is more than competitive. In fact, he is winning in these small towns. We saw that in Tennessee. We saw it in other places as well. The question is, can Bernie Sanders turn it around?
85% of the vote is now in. He's up by almost 200,000 votes.
Right. So if you're looking at Michigan, they're not exactly the same, but you're looking at Michigan, you're going to be in the neighborhood of Illinois,
too.
and then you're going to come into the neighborhood of
Next
Ohio.
Tuesday.
You're looking at the same kind of a thing, where Hillary Clinton won this one pretty big. How did she do it? Much less. You see, Hillary Clinton had a much stronger campaign here. Cuyahoga County, where Cleveland is, the African-American vote, the urban vote, and then you come up to Lake County up here, the close-in suburbs. This is the key to a competitive election here. Hillary Clinton had a much stronger performance in Ohio than she did in some of the other Midwest industrial states 4 years ago. And so, again, if Hillary Clinton, if you match up what's been happening in this campaign in a state where Clinton ran so strong, Biden has been running stronger. In the places where Clinton ran strong in 2016, Biden has been running stronger. And so if you're in the Sanders campaign and you're looking at this map, and this, and this.
Arizona
and
is
this.
next Tuesday, too. That's where the CNN debate is Sunday night. Let's go to Arizona.
Right. So you're looking at all these, and you go back to 4 years ago. This was not close. It was a 15-point race 4 years ago. Again, if you come back to this year's campaign, and you want to come up to 2020, Senator Sanders has done a lot better out here. If you come back to 4 years ago, Clinton, right? Winning California and winning Nevada. In this campaign, Sanders has done better in this neighborhood. Let me shrink it down a little bit just so you get a look at it. Sanders has done better in large part because of he did very well at Latinos 4 years ago, and he's worked it really hard. And so when you come out here, he's worked, and he's, to his credit, this is why he has the pretty good margin in California. We're not done calling this yet, but you see, although Biden has closed this, since Super Tuesday with the late counting ballot, Biden has closed it some, but Sanders leading there. Sanders had his biggest win was right here in Nevada. So could Sanders be competitive in Arizona? Could be, yes.
All right, more votes are coming in Washington State. And Idaho, for that matter.
67% now, 2,000 vote lead for Senator Sanders. That's a lead. A win would be a win if it holds up. But again, that's pretty much parity when it comes to delegates. And tonight is about delegates, especially given the big Biden victories, Mississippi, Missouri, and Michigan. Sanders really needed a statement win here to just end the night with something to cheer about. It doesn't look like he's going to get it by any margins there. And the fact that Idaho is still Biden blue, only up to 22%. But we're starting to get some votes. We didn't have any votes earlier from Boise. 9 points there. It's early, so we'll see how this one plays out. But if you're in the Biden campaign and you're seeing these maps out west, some Biden blue, let's just check. No progress here. This one's going to be slow tonight. There's always one. Come back out here. I just want to see at 67%. This is a tough battle. This is a really strong battle here. And just to check again. See, it's been about this. That was the same last time we checked. But this is tough. This is tough and tight. But again, if you're looking overall at this map, 1, 2, 3, the big ones, three big ones for Biden. He's competitive here, and at the moment we're in a seesaw here at 67%. We'll see how the count goes.
1,600 vote difference.
1,600 vote difference. Again, that would be roughly delegate parity. Biden would take that. He'd certainly like to end the night on top. If Biden could pull this one off after what's happened in Michigan, Missouri, and Mississippi, that would be.
And looking ahead to those 4 states next Tuesday. All right, coming up, an update on the coronavirus pandemic. There's new reporting right now about a failure by the federal government that may have contributed to the rapid spread of the virus.
And we're back with our special coverage. We want to turn back to the big story of the coronavirus pandemic. Within the last few hours, the U.S. death toll has jumped to 31, and the number of confirmed cases nationwide is now approaching 1,000. Tonight, the New York Times is reporting that the failure of the federal government to allow for widespread testing all the way back in January may have certainly contributed to a wider spread of the virus. And joining me now is one of the authors of the piece, Sherry Fink, who wrote the piece in the New York Times. She is also a doctor. Dr. Fink, thanks so much for joining us. I appreciate it.
Of course.
So in your story, you write that a Seattle area flu study led by an infectious disease expert could have helped detect the coronavirus here in the U.S. as far back as January, and that this was a real missed opportunity. Explain to our viewers what happened.
So this is Dr. Helen Chu, and she's a collaborator, one of the scientists in charge of the Seattle flu study. And when that first case hit America, when we had our first confirmed case, it seems so long ago now, and January 20th, the CDC confirmed a traveler from China. She was contacted by the local health authorities saying, you know, we're going to trace all of this man's contacts. We're going to try to stay on top of this, make sure it doesn't spread here. But you guys are doing this unique study. And what they were doing is collecting hundreds of samples every day from people in the area who had flu-like symptoms. The goal was to sort of track the spread of viruses through a community. And so what better a resource to have on hand? Could they repurpose that to test for coronavirus? And the scientists said, yes, we'll get right on it. We'll create a test. We'll PCR, use little bits of the genome, and we could be ready to do this the first week of February to help these efforts.
And then what happened?
And then what happened? So they said, well, there's one issue, which is that we are a research lab. So our job is not to test clinical samples. There's actually a separate regulatory sort of infrastructure in the U.S. for that. And that's to protect all of us, right? Because if we are going to be diagnosed with something, we want that lab to hit a certain standard. So she let the authorities know, you know, we're not a clinical lab. Technically, when we test for these things, we can share them among the research group, but there's going to be an issue to report that result. So can we get around it? And so very quickly, she and the state epidemiologist, Scott Lindquist, set about trying to ask that question. Was there a way that they could get around these regulations and bring this lab in? Could they send the samples, for example, if they had a positive test, could they send that over to the CDC to double check it? Because at that time, if you remember back, there was only one place that could test for coronavirus in the US, and that was in the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta. So the amount of testing capacity in the US was very small. And so they kept hitting roadblock after roadblock. They would like send these emails, and we have the emails asking the CDC, asking the state regulators, asking the FDA, can we find some way to do this? And at the same moment that that was happening, there was a real problem with the CDC test. It worked in Atlanta, but when they sent on the first week of February, they sent out that test to the state public health laboratories all over the country, and they had trouble getting it to work. They had trouble validating it, testing it, and making sure it was working. And so that kept that testing capacity in this country so low for so long. All the samples had to be sent to the CDC. The definition of a suspected case remained very narrow. And as a result, as we see now, there has not been a great picture of exactly where this virus is in our communities.
Does this doctor in Seattle that you spoke with, does she believe that if the testing had been allowed, the outbreak of coronavirus in this country would have been more contained than it has been, which is to say it hasn't been?
Unfortunately, yes. And here's what happened was that on February 25th, the researchers had just had enough. And they said, you know what? We have thousands of samples now in our freezers from the Seattle Puget Sound area. We're just going to start testing them. And they thought, you know, this isn't a problem if we don't get any hits, because we're allowed to test. And like one of those first runs that they did of the samples, they get a hit, they get a positive signal, and they realize that they have a case. And then they meet as a group and they are trying to decide, like, what do we do? Because technically we are not allowed to disclose that. So what's the right thing to do here? And they decided that the most ethical thing was to disclose that to the public health authorities. And what happened next was amazing, because it was a teenager. The state lab that day, February 27th it was finally able to start testing, had new CDC kits, confirmed the case, and found this teenager who was recovering, fortunately, as many young people, as we know, do pretty well with the virus, was just about to enter his school and or had just entered school, and they were able to find him, notify him of the test, and close the school for precautions. The sad thing, though, is that when the scientists, part of the Seattle flu study, sequenced that virus, they looked at the genome, and they were able, this scientist named Trevor Bedford was found markers in that genetic makeup of that virus in that teenager who had never traveled, who had no known contact with a case, but was from the same county as that very first case 6 weeks earlier in January in Snohomish County, Washington. And the genetics matched up. There was a very good chance that his case had descended, that there had been a chain of transmission possibly for 6 weeks in the Seattle area. And the modelers with the Seattle flu study estimated that there could be, at that point, 500 cases. So that was, that's really the point here, is that we were blindfolded for so long.
It's crazy. And Dr. Redmond, the head of the CDC, was bemoaning the fact either today or the day before that the private labs were not doing more to help out. Here you have a private lab trying to do something, basically being stopped by the federal government, stopped by the CDC. How are the FDA and CDC responding this evening to your reporting?
So I took these findings to them many days ago, and I got to speak with the head of the CDC, and, you know, he said there were regulations here, and their hope, they did feel that Seattle, I mean, that's the irony of it too. They had identified Seattle as one of 5 American cities that needed a surveillance system. And they were hoping to get the regular flu surveillance system that we have in this country up and running to monitor the population, much as the Seattle flu study was willing to do. The problem was that the state didn't have the testing capacity at that point. So they just said it's difficult. And the FDA came back and said that, you know, labs and, you know, not this lab, but those private labs that you're talking about, the ones that are able to do clinical studies, can apply for an emergency use of their laboratory developed tests. But what my colleagues and I keep hearing from those test producers is that the steps are quite onerous to be able to get that FDA approval. But the FDA a few days ago did make that process a little bit easier, and they said that as of today they've had quite a number of applications coming in. So again, but we've kept hearing for weeks now there's going to be expanded testing capacity in the U.S., and it's still it seems to be really dependent on where you are in the country.
All right, Dr. Fink, thank you so much for your reporting. Really appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you.
Dana, I mean, you know, one of the big mysteries that has been going on here for several months now, and I'm sure there'll be time for more investigation after this crisis has subsided, hopefully soon, although who knows, is why did it take so long for the federal government, the CDC, the Trump administration, the White House, whomever, to realize what was going on? People have been dying in China now for months of the coronavirus. Why did it take so long? And this is just going to add to the litany of questions that lawmakers on Capitol Hill, presumably Republicans and Democrats, will have.
Look, and I was just reading the article, which is really tremendous. And what you realize and remember is that so many of the processes that are in place with our FDA and with our healthcare system are done for privacy reasons and just out of concern in general about people's health and not doing things incorrectly. You know, the federal government wants to make sure things are done correctly, which is understandable. But this article points out in a very clear fashion that in a time of crisis, you don't want that. You just want to get the best minds and the best ideas out there. And the notion of red tape or even these things that are in place to try to protect us are actually hurting us is really remarkable. And it's an operational thing that starts at the top in the federal government that was not addressed. And that's just the bottom line.
And there are dead Americans as a result. Coming up, more of our election coverage with new results from Washington State and from Idaho. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. We'll be right back.
All right, we got a key race alert right now. Look at this. Washington State, where 89 delegates are at stake, 68% of the vote is now in. Look at how close it is between Biden and Sanders. 32.7%, 32.7%. Biden is ahead right now by 60 votes. 60 votes. He has 334,701. Bernie Sanders, 334,641. A 60-vote lead for Biden right now in Washington State. Look at Idaho right now, much smaller state, 20 delegates at stake. Biden is ahead, 46.3%. Bernie Sanders, 35.7%. 39% of the vote in Idaho is now in. Biden is ahead by 3,325 votes. Art Anderson, back to you.
Well, thanks very much. As we come up to the midnight hour, I mean, there is obviously a lot more we know now that we didn't know earlier this evening, but there's still a lot more unknowns ahead with coronavirus, and we have no idea how this is going to impact the face of this race.
We don't know. What we do know, though, is that at least in Michigan, you saw big turnout. I mean, everybody's talking about Michigan. Is this going to be, where Bernie gets his groove back, or is this going to be where Bernie gets a big setback? And he got a setback. But if you're a Democrat, you can be happy tonight because turnout is up. There is enthusiasm. There is engagement. It seems like it's a revolution, but it's a revolution of the middle. We've been waiting for this revolution from the left. AOC, Bernie, all this sort of stuff. It seems like there's a revolution, but it's from the middle. It's being led by Biden. And nobody saw it coming, but here we are.
And I think there's a lot of disaffected Trump people who ended up saying, I made a mistake. I'm going to come back and get this guy out. I kid you not, there were 205 Obama-Trump counties. Biden in these first states won the vast majority of them. I think there's an opportunity both to get out our vote and to persuade. And just one other thing, I think that his speech tonight, Biden's speech, was presidential, was gracious to Bernie Sanders and his supporters, was an outreach. He mentioned coronavirus, obviously. That's going to be an important thing going forward. I thought it was a great first step on to potentially the general election.
Yeah, his supporters ought to take a cue from that. We heard reports of Representative Clyburn and James Carville and others saying, it's time to shut this thing down. This race, the math is inexorable. We know now how it's going to end, but there ought to be a way to allow Bernie Sanders to finish it on his own terms.
That's right.
And bring his supporters and give them the respect that they, if you don't do that, you're going to get off to the wrong foot, going into the general. Biden did the right thing tonight.
Yeah,
everybody should take his cue.
We've got an opportunity. Go ahead.
I think Biden started doing that tonight. And he gave a shout out to Bernie Sanders. And he said he wanted to thank Bernie Sanders and he wanted to bring the party together. And I think he'll continue along those lines. I mean, my question is, what's going to happen at this debate? And how are these two men going to face each other? And if they disagree, how are they going to do it? And how are they going to do it with a goal towards uniting the party?
I think that's right, Gloria. I think, we still got Sunday's debate. And I think what's most important is that coming out of this primary, whatever the outcome, that we recognize that Donald Trump is an existential threat to millions of Americans for so many different reasons, that we come together to beat him. We have that opportunity coming out of Sunday, to have that conversation about how we beat that individual.
I think what you saw tonight is more things unite us than divide us. I mean, the issues of health care, I thought was very good that Joe Biden talked about, that health care, not a privilege, but it's a right, taken directly from Senator Sanders' speech. I thought that was a good move. Obviously, the cost of education is too high in the country. We've got to do something about the cost of education. And we got an unfair tax system, which benefits billionaires over working class. And I think that's what we unite all of us Democrats as we go forward. I thought the Vice President's speech, calm, steady leadership, I thought was exactly what was needed. I like the idea that it wasn't a rally. It looked more presidential. He could just talk. And listen, I'm the ultimate optimist. I think we're all coming together. In fact, I've invited Abdul, he and I, getting ready for St. Patty's Day. I'm going to take him over to the Dubliner, and I'm going to order 2 big glasses of Guinness beer.
I don't drink, right?
I knew that when I said, you know what, I get to drink both of them.
That's
a trick.
We were commenting on Joe's speech. I think Quiet Joe, emanating this calm and reassurance, is a really great look. And Bernie Sanders is now the most important person in the Democratic Party in terms of what he's going to do moving forward, how he's going to approach this next debate and Super Tuesday. we need to bring the party together at this point, and I think Bernie wants to see Trump defeated more than anyone.
I think one big story from tonight is that Sanders' central theory of being able to reshape the electorate has still not panned out. It hasn't materialized. It didn't on Super Tuesday. It didn't tonight. And one data point that I thought was striking from 2016 CNN exit polls is that only 11% of the voters in Michigan said that electability was a top concern. That's a drastic change from then to now. And we saw some of that in 2018, and we're seeing it again these last 2 weeks when it comes to voters really caring the most about Democratic voters caring the most about defeating Donald Trump.
Well, the stakes can't be higher. You know, my prayers really with this pandemic, you have so many vulnerable populations, people, again, who are behind bars, people in Mississippi. You've got Parchman Prison in Mississippi. There have been 20-plus people who've been killed because of violence and stuff like that. You could have death tolls much higher than that in prisons across the country if we don't do something. So, look, I think that how important elections are could not be more clear than tonight.
Yeah, we're following the close vote in Washington State as well as the results from Idaho. Those contests still undecided as our special coverage continues. We'll be right back.
All right, we have a key race alert. You can see behind me, Washington, a dead heat, literally to the 10th of the percentage point. Technically, Joe Biden is 60 votes ahead. You don't get closer than that in a state like that. Idaho, you see a little bit of a different story, 42% in, too soon to call. Polls closed at 11 Eastern time, right? And North Dakota. Once again, you see the story on the wall. We're watching these states. The big headline for tonight is what Joe Biden has achieved already. Put it up there. Michigan. Everybody was watching, but as you're going to learn in just a couple of minutes, it wasn't just about tonight and Bernie versus Biden. It was looking at it versus 2016, because in 2016, we got a big indication about how the Democrats were going to look in the general. We ignored it then. We won't tonight. Missouri, he also won. While people were talking about Mississippi yesterday, why does Mississippi matter almost as much as Michigan? Because when you're doing proportional allotment of delegates, that kind of win that he got in that state can give him a cushion that it may be very difficult for Bernie Sanders to overcome. Now, how's it looking overall in terms of states won by each? Put it up. Let's start with Bernie Sanders. Colorado, Nevada, New Hampshire, Utah, Vermont. He has not won any states yet tonight. Okay, and we all know the story of last Super Tuesday was really the big blow to the campaign. And then you see here on the Biden side a long list. Alabama, Arkansas, Maine, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, you can read. You see them all. So he has a lot of states. The big win last week was Texas. Tonight it was Michigan, but for a different reason. It's not just about the delegates at play. It's about what it will say about his strength in the general and versus Bernie Sanders. All right, we'll keep our eye on those races. Let's go to Philip Mattingly and understand why things happened tonight the way they did, Phil. So let's start macro. Start in terms of what the state of the race was. Then we'll get into the specific high points as you see them.
So let's start at the top line. Top line, total pledged delegates as it stands, 745 for Joe Biden. Bernie Sanders at 609. Joe Biden is stretching out his lead right now on the delegate side of things. And the reason why he's stretching out his lead, again, these are pledged delegates. We haven't pledged every single delegate for the night. Our team is very good at this, and they take their time. They do it very carefully. But this is showing and underscoring the type of night that Joe Biden is having.
And just to remind people, when they see these numbers and they say, well, it's not that many. I mean, there are millions of people who are going to vote. Right. Why is it so hard to catch up with delegates?
Well, there's a couple things that are going on here right now. One is the fact that Joe Biden is competitive everywhere. Two is the fact that he's winning pretty much everywhere tonight as well. We still got some Western states to come. We'll talk about those in a minute. But the other thing is also what's coming up. And the weeks ahead, particularly next Tuesday, when you have Florida, you have Illinois, you have Ohio, all states that are expected to be strong showings for Joe Biden. Arizona should be a pretty good battle out there, particularly because of the Latino vote for Bernie Sanders. The expectation is it's only going to get better for the Biden campaign. This was the Tuesday that Bernie Sanders needed to take advantage because of how the map was set up. And the primary reason, where was Bernie Sanders for most of the week? And it was Michigan. Look at Michigan right now. And I want to pull this up here, spread it out a little bit, and show you what happened back in 2016. Yes. 2016, look at all the light blue. The light blue is Bernie Sanders. The light blue is Bernie Sanders leading to this shocking upset of Hillary Clinton.
When a week earlier, polls had him losing in double digits to Clinton.
Double digits.
So what changed? What did he pull off?
Well, here's a couple things you need to look at right now. We'll flip you back over to 2020. The counties right now that Joe Biden is winning and winning in a major, major way are the counties you need to win if you're a Democrat in this state. Wayne County, biggest population in the state right now. Joe Biden with a very large margin here. But I want you to look at this number right here, 130,115 votes that are in right now. Only 77% reporting. Hillary Clinton won this county back in 2016. But keep an eye on that 130,000 number. Well, votes still coming in, only 77% coming in. Hillary Clinton had 165,000. Joe Biden's going to surpass that going forward. And if you tick around, not just into Wayne County, but also into the suburbs, up here in Oakland County, second largest county in the state, look at that margin, 22 points right there, 138,000 votes. We're seeing turnout as well in the suburbs, not just the urban areas. We're seeing the suburban voters turn out. And what you're seeing from Joe Biden on this night, we're seeing it in Michigan, kind of across the board here, is the fact that Joe Biden is bringing out the coalition from 2018. Joe Biden is bringing out those suburban voters to go along with the urban voters, the black voters as well, inside the cities, to go along with also some of the urban voters as well out here. You want to talk about what are Bernie Sanders' strengths? Where does he always do well? He does well in the youth vote. I want to pull up this county right here. Washtenaw County, this is the home of University of Michigan. This is Ann Arbor. This is a liberal bastion. This is where Bernie Sanders is supposed to do well. Joe Biden, 100% reporting, winning in Washtenaw County. Take a look back at 2016, where things were. Bernie Sanders won it handily by 12 points. That Joe Biden is winning Washtenaw County is a little bit of a jarring, whoa, okay, well, let's move back to where the other very large public university is in the state, Michigan State. Bernie Sanders winning, but winning narrowly. Only 29% reporting.
2016?
Flip back into 2016. Bernie Sanders won it going away by 11 points. And so I think there's two things you need to look here. The coalition that Joe Biden has put together that we really saw develop back last week, seems like 2 years ago, now it's just 1 week ago, is one thing. But the other thing is the margins. He's able to keep Bernie Sanders' margins down in the counties that Bernie Sanders did very well in 2016, and in the counties that Joe Biden had to do well in, the suburbs, Detroit area, he's blowing Bernie Sanders out of the water.
All right, so look, there are two different reasons to be paying attention tonight, other than just the horse race and the kind of romantic attachment to that some people have with politics. Of course, this was the night where Bernie had to shine, and this is the state where he had to do it, because this would be the metaphor effect for him to say, if I can win places like this, I can beat Trump. It was equally important, in my humble opinion, I won't even put it on Phil, that you had to look at tonight that if Joe Biden wins, he has to win in a way that covered what we saw with Hillary Clinton in 2016. It's hard to know what's going to happen next. It's really easy to explain why what just happened in this business. But with Clinton in 2016, Phil, if we looked at Michigan, it was a roadmap of what was going to happen to Democrats in the general. Bernie Sanders, who, is no Donald Trump in terms of his tactics and campaigning, but he beat her by 15 with white working class voters. She didn't get college educated voters to get out. She didn't get African American voters to come out. That was the window into what was going to happen in the general. Did Joe Biden do enough in those areas tonight to make the case that there won't be a collapse in the general?
Everybody looked at Michigan in 2016 and thought this is a huge story for Bernie Sanders. What it should have been was a glaring red siren for Democrats going into November. Here's something you need to pay attention to. Take a look at the counties that Donald Trump flipped in 2016.
Yes.
Every county that he flipped and what used to be a key component, a key pillar of the blue wall, every county you see lit up right there is a county that Donald Trump flipped from President Barack Obama back in 2012. Look at the color in all of those counties. Dark blue, Biden winning every one of those counties and winning them handily by decent margins almost across the board right there. That is what Democrats want to see. Also the turnout as well. You're seeing turnout in this state significantly higher, at least on pace to be significantly higher. We don't have final numbers now, and I'm not going to say what I think they're going to be. But those are the types of things that Democrats want when they look to Michigan, when they think about what they want come November with states like Michigan that are so crucial to their coalition.
You made it easy enough that even I get it. Thank you, brother. I'll check back with you in a second. All right. So we have the numbers. Now the challenge is obviously to put them in the context of the state of play. This was, David, as it's shaping up right now, this was a message moment for Biden on a night that Bernie needed to make the statement.
In two ways, right? As you're talking about, those were the votes, the numbers of where the votes were in the counties. In the exit polls, you see the Biden strength in places he needs to show strength, and you see him eroding Sanders' strength in places that Sanders was looking to make his pitch to voters as to why he is best equipped to beat Trump. Take a look at this deep dive in Michigan in the exit polls. If you look at Among the voters who say they're looking for a candidate who can beat Trump, 57% of the electorate, overwhelmingly, they're Joe Biden. Look at that, 63% to 32%. So he's winning the voters by 2-1, Chris, that want a Trump defeater, the electability argument. Look at the black vote, 18% of the electorate in Michigan. Look at this, 66% to 28% from Sanders. So that is just a huge margin there among the black vote. Mainline Democrats, right? This is a huge Biden strength. He wins them by 20 points, 58 to 38. They're 2/3 of the electorate, okay, when you take out the independents.
Right.
This is just self-ID Democrats. And this last one, I think, tells the whole story of Michigan and the whole story of the night and why we are where we are in this race. White, non-college educated men. The working class white male worker in Michigan. This is the story of how Sanders won Michigan, of why Trump flipped Michigan. Look at this. It was a dead heat, 44% to 44%. They made up 17% of the electorate. Bernie Sanders won this group of voters 4 years ago by 22 points. That 22-point advantage, gone tonight.
It's very interesting to look at it through the numbers. And now, obviously, Elena, we have to look at it through the lens of, well, I guess you have to do it two ways. One is, what does it mean for Bernie? We know what it means for Biden. Biden checked the box tonight. He was on the prompter. He was measured in his message. He was very polite. He reached out to Bernie and those people. He was a little somber because the country is in a really tough moment, right? This election is actually not our big concern right now. Somebody in the hall, one of our security guys, gave me a great thing tonight. He's like, I'm not worried about people. I'm worried about doorknobs right now, right? That's where we are. So Biden did what he had to do. Bernie, what does this make his options after tonight? What are his options? He didn't speak tonight.
He didn't speak tonight. I mean, I think he has to pray at this point that he delivers in a debate on Sunday.
So you
Joe
think
Biden.
he does have to debate?
I think he does.
Because?
What are his options otherwise, Chris? I mean, I think what he's proving in a more macro sense is that white progressives still have not figured out how to tailor a message that appeals to older black voters, who are such a crucial part of the electorate, not just in South Carolina, but I mean, we've got Georgia next week. For the movement, I think it's a huge glaring, siren for them. And if he can't articulate that message in a Sunday debate, I don't know what that means just for Bernie Sanders, but also all these other candidates in his wake who hope to present a message like he does on the road, down the line.
Him not speaking tonight,
yeah,
I think is an enormous development. Not that I'm suggesting he's getting out of the race. He very well may go through this debate, Chris. But Bernie Sanders is really savvy about the media. He understands when you cede the stage to someone on a night like tonight, you don't do so willy-nilly. You do so deliberately. And I think it fits with this pattern that we have seen from Sanders. No matter how tough he gets on Joe Biden, whether it's the Iraq War or trade, you name the issue that he wants to disagree with, Medicare for all, he can be really tough on those issues. He has taken pains every day of this campaign to say, my friend Joe, I'm going to support him if he's the nominee. He'll support me if I'm the nominee.
Do you think after tonight, reasonable minds around Bernie are saying to him, I don't see a path?
Well, if they are truly reasonable minds, they are certainly saying there isn't a clear path here. Now, listen, it's not zero path, but it is not a clear path, and it's not a truly viable path. The numbers, yeah, could he go on to a winning splurge and get 54% of the remaining delegates? He would have to do dramatically better than he's been doing. It's not a likely scenario. The map is not getting any easier for him, especially next week, those 4 big states, Florida, Arizona, Ohio, Illinois.
He's dead in the water in Florida. I was just in Miami-Dade doing a story about how Trump is actually competitive in South Florida right now in November because of the overwhelming fear of a Bernie Sanders nomination among Cuban Americans, among Venezuelan Americans. I mean, for that number-wise, that is the biggest state we have until, late April? If Biden can clean up there the way he's supposed to, I don't see what the path forward looks like for Bernie.
All right, so let's go over to Don. He's got the panel of analysts. I mean, look, this is a tricky situation. Bernie represents a movement. What do the standings tonight say about the status of this movement? How does he best manifest it within the party? You know, how much of this becomes about the ego of can we still do it versus how we get the most done? It is a tricky night, probably the hardest night of the campaign for Bernie Sanders.
Absolutely, and he's not speaking tonight, so that says it all. And also, beware of how you treat Bernie, DNC, and also Joe Biden supporters, because he has an army. So, Chris, we're going to take it. Some of the questions you talked about, we're going to take it around the table here to see how these folks who are sitting here answer some of those questions. I asked Mark Preston, obviously it's a big night for Joe Biden. We're going to talk about that. But just the last question that he asked David Chalian over there about a path for Bernie Sanders. He said there's not zero path. I don't know about that, but what do you think? Is there a path for Bernie Sanders?
Well, I think you got to look at it two paths. Is there a mathematical path for him to become the Democratic nominee? And based upon the math that we're seeing right now,
the movement path.
That's not the case. But there is the movement path. And all I say is let's go back to 2000.
So you say mathematical path, no? Is that what you're saying?
Not as of tonight, no. Now,
Why
again,
do you say that?
Well, because even though I failed math, my only class I ever failed in college, I know that the numbers are the numbers, right? But more importantly, though, for him, though, I think the movement can live on. I think the next few days are going to be very important about how he will become the leader, continue to be the leader of that movement. Again, go back to 2016. He lost to Hillary Clinton. A lot of his ideas, though, got adopted by the Democratic Party. I think that if he's careful and he's smart, that he can still have an incredible amount of influence moving forward.
Okay, so but the movement can go on, but you said you don't believe that mathematically it. So then where does this race go from here, Jen?
Well, look, I think it's clear that Joe Biden is on the path to the nomination at this point in time, but he has a very tricky couple of weeks as well ahead of him. And the determination of whether or not he'll win the White House could be set right now over the next couple of weeks, because he has to both shift internally to running a general election campaign or thinking about that and thinking about where he's going to invest and hiring staff and developing a strategy. But he also has to be very careful on kind of the flip side of what Mark Preston is saying about how he engages, how he reaches out to, and how he embraces Bernie Sanders and his supporters. Because if you look back at 2016, and I was sitting in the White House at the time, and we made many royal mistakes on this regard, in that we did not take the Sanders movement seriously. We did not see him doing as well as he was going to do in the primary. Actually, President Obama did an interview too early in the process, where he kind of gave an indication of where where his support would be, and that was something that we suffered from for months to come. So Joe Biden needs to take exactly the tone he took tonight, but his supporters, his campaign, everybody needs to take that tone. Nobody should be pushing Bernie Sanders to get out of the race. People should give him his own time, let him come to his own decision. If it's a month from now, maybe we'll feel differently, but for right now, give him his space and time he deserves.
You look like you're champing a bit to get him going.
I think Jen has a really good point, and it's backed up by something I noticed in the Michigan exit polls. If Joe Biden won the nomination, would you be enthusiastic? 31%. If Bernie Sanders won the nomination, would you be enthusiastic? 39%. So obviously, to Jen's point, there are a huge number of people who are really excited about the prospect of Bernie Sanders being the nominee. My bet is a lot of them are young people. Sanders is crushing Biden among young people. So I think to Jen and Mark's point here, what the Biden folks cannot do is ignore that there are going to be people who are unhappy with this primary result.
18 to 29-year-olds in the exit polls.
How do you get them to show up and keep participating when they were clearly enthusiastic about their guy and maybe not as much about the prospect of supporting someone else?
So I so rudely interrupted you to try to help you make your point, because 18 to 29-year-olds in the exit polls went, big time for Bernie Sanders. But the question is, though, he based his movement really, in large part, not the entire thing, on young people, which traditionally young people don't show up to the polls. 18 to 29-year-olds, and if you look at the poll, you look at the exit polls, they didn't show up this time. So does it really matter that much, Mayor?
Well, I mean, so I would say that Bernie Sanders' campaign did exist with more than just young people. In fact, young people didn't necessarily have a demonstrable increase in their participation so far in the primary process, yet Bernie Sanders is sitting with over 500 delegates as we approach 4 or so months out from the convention. We can't discount that. And I think
And we
as
shouldn't
was
count him
already-
out. There's still ways to go, even
Well,
though we're saying it doesn't look like a mathematical path.
What
But you don't know.
I mean, my argument around not counting him out would be more about not counting the people
Right.
who are behind him, who are motivated by him, who are inspired by him out, which means that I think the vice president does have some work to do. And this isn't to pander to Sanders supporters. This is simply to say, I see you, I hear you. The issues that you're concerned about will be reflected in my platform.
Exactly.
That's the way we do this. I don't think sort of cutesy, handsy, showing up and palling,
And
folks on the
patronizing
back
people,
on
right.
college campuses is going to work. There has to be substance there because these people are certainly feeling not just the burn, but the heat of the economy. They're feeling the heat of healthcare. They're feeling the heat of student debt. And they want someone who is going to speak to that. The tone that the vice president took tonight was the right one. He was magnanimous. It's easy to be magnanimous in winning, but he's got to carry that forward and translate it into policy.
I'll let you get in and speak to that.
So the big takeaway from tonight, yes, is that Sanders did not. His entire theory, this entire time, his entire argument has been that he can reshape the electorate, and he has not been able to do that. Biden has created a coalition that looks Obama-like, but the big piece that he's missing from that Obama coalition is young voters. And so the question is whether or not he can start to address them more, start to also address Latinos more, because that's another one of Biden's weaknesses, and they will be key in the general. And so because of the fact that President Trump and his campaign has made clear that they are going to try to win this on the margins, if Biden is the Democratic nominee, that campaign has to start talking about winning those other voters on the margins too. And we've seen them slowly but surely addressing that. They decided that in the lead up to the next contest on March 17th, that they're trying to invest more in outreach to the Latino community.
We have plenty of time, plenty of evening to get to tonight. But one of the questions I wanted to ask you in this segment, but I will and later, is the party, the Democratic Party, ready to move on, right, and focus on Donald Trump? But I think a better question is Bernie Sanders ready to move on and have the party focus on Donald Trump? I think that's where the question lies and the answer lies, really. And listen, Joe Biden speaking to a crowd of not many tonight, right? A crowd of
staffers.
Yeah, staff. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. The other big story tonight we're following, and that's the coronavirus pandemic. Obviously, the outbreak just took another disturbing turn. We're going to have the details for you. That's next.
All right, we're back with our special coverage. Of course, covering the election, it would be absurd to ignore the context that this election is happening in. And that is about coronavirus. Now, just moments ago, the pandemic reached another milestone, and it's going to be troubling for people. It's 1,000 cases that we have confirmed here in the United States. We have 31 people who've lost their lives. The numbers are going to keep getting bigger, period. The numbers are going to go in one direction only for many weeks to come, and that's up. And there is good reason and bad reason for that. We'll get into both. Let's start with CNN White House correspondent Boris Sanchez. It's good to have you. Boris, what is the reaction to the numbers?
Well, Chris, the White House so far has been very much focused on the economic response to coronavirus. President Trump on Capitol Hill today trying to sell these ideas for an economic stimulus, something that Republican lawmakers have told CNN they're not too enthusiastic about. The president, though, doesn't seem to be too worried about the more immediate effects of the virus. Today, he acknowledged that he hadn't been tested for coronavirus, even after he came into close proximity to lawmakers now under self-quarantine for exposure to a coronavirus patient at CPAC. The president also attending a number of fundraisers with hundreds of people in attendance, shaking a lot of hands, something that federal officials have told CNN they would like him to stop doing. Today, the vice president was asked about this. He said it's effectively something you just have to do. Listen.
As the president has said, in our line of work, you shake hands when someone wants to shake your hand. And I expect the president will continue to do that. I'll continue to do it.
Yeah, never mind that the CDC has suggested that people over 60 should not be shaking hands and they should not be attending events with large crowds. Today, the Trump campaign announcing that they're holding an event in Milwaukee on March 19th, Catholics for Trump, with more campaign events set to be announced in the near future, Chris.
And again, you know, this is mixed messaging. Mike Pence is a very good sidekick for the president of the United States. He doesn't understand the science. And what he just said there, in this line of work, you shake hands. No, in this line of work, Boris, as we both know, you lead. And when you want people to be safe, you should be safe. And the irony is lost on none of us that until he became president, Donald Trump wouldn't touch you if he didn't know you, let alone shake your hand.
A germaphobe,
There is a better set of messages to give right now, and they're talking about that because they don't want to talk about the real reason that people keep getting surprised here, and we're going to do that right now. Boris, thank you very much for being with us tonight. Elizabeth Cohen is in Atlanta. Thank you for joining us, Elizabeth. Now, let's talk about the hard reality about why people keep getting surprised by numbers here, and it's a one-word answer: testing. They knew about this. They didn't prepare for it. There may have been politics involved in how fast they wanted to ramp it up. Now they're behind. Delays in testing may have. It set the United States back against coronavirus. Most importantly, Elizabeth, from a messaging perspective, because the numbers keep jumping because we are behind the curve of the spread.
Right, Chris, exactly. It was not so long ago that I can remember being on these teleconferences for the media, for the CDC, they would say, oh, we found one more case here. We found another case here. We're going to get their family quarantined. We're going to snuff this. We're going to try our best to snuff this out. But they were counting it single case by single case. And I think now there is a new era in this outbreak where we will not be counting it, and have not been counting it recently, single case by single case, because it is so much bigger. But I think that gives you a little bit of a feeling for sort of how the picture that we had of it was not realistic. We were thinking single case by single case, when in fact there were so many more cases out there that we didn't know about because, to your point, Chris, we were not testing. And if you don't test, you don't know what's out there. You get someone flying in from China, they have coronavirus, maybe they get their husband or wife sick, and you think, oh, we found a case. Oh, we found a second case. He got his wife sick. But it was a much bigger scale than that, and that is only being recognized very, very recently.
Now, and look, we know part of the reason was that the president came out, looked into the cameras, and said, we're only going to have a few cases and then it's going to be gone. And that tied the hands of the people at the CDC and the other health agencies that are working, because we all know what happens if you want to stay. And right now, they know they need to be there because they know from a public policy standpoint, they're going to have to be here for months dealing with this. But if they cross the president and say something that is different than him, they're out. And it's a tough spot for them to be in. And frankly, they shouldn't have to be in it. One more question for you. China and South Korea are still, really outpacing us with testing. Is it true that one of the reasons for that is that they have a simpler test protocol? And if that is true, why aren't we just using theirs?
Well, certainly the rollout of the testing was much simpler in those countries. As far as the protocol itself, it may have been that they were better at communicating to labs how to use it. In the United States, there was a lot of confusion, and there shouldn't have been, because these are labs that do this all the time. So labs were told, use these 3 reagents. Those are, chemicals that are used in the test. No, well, you can use fewer than that. No, we want you to use more than that. So it's not necessarily the simplicity of the test. A lot of this had to do with the instructions that were being given. And the experts that I've talked to said, look, why was there this confusion? Testing for this virus is not tough. People test for viruses all the time.
Right.
We test for flu, we test for all sorts of things. It was the communication about how to use the test that was so problematic.
And states were kept from doing it early on, and I would argue for bad reason. Look, perspective is important in how we got here, so don't repeat it going forward. But the reality is, and Elizabeth, you've been helping me with these types of questions for so long, we're going to hear about tons and tons of more cases. That's the way this works. Same thing with influenza. There are different risks with this. There's a different fear of lethality with this, and that's why we're seeing more harsh preventative measures. But Elizabeth, thank you very much for giving me the take on this. Anything else people need to know?
Yeah, well, I want to make a point about something that you said, because you are right on the nose about this. There is a group at Johns Hopkins that looked at, how many people came from China, from Wuhan, with coronavirus in December and early to mid-January, before any of us were really talking about this. And they found that there were people that were coming and they were infected, and we never knew it, and the U.S. never reported on it, but they were coming in. They weren't detected because we weren't testing, because we weren't on it.
Right. And look, one of the things we have to change, Elizabeth Cohen, thank you so much for being part of the solution, because the solution is information and transparency for you guys. So you know how to manage your reality. That's what this is about. It's not about some boogeyman. It's about the unknown, and we break that down with information and transparency. Elizabeth, thank you. And we're not just doing it here at home. You have to understand what's going on all over the world to understand what's going to happen here, what we have to deal with, and economically as well. So we have unique capabilities at CNN to provide worldwide resources, and we're going to show them off to you right now. We hit the White House, we hit Atlanta. That's easy for us. We're going to go to London now with John Defterios because we're going to anticipate the markets where they'll be here in a few hours. Obviously, it's happening now overnight in London. John, thank you very much. What are you seeing about the reaction? It's been going up and down. A little bit of that is opportunism within the professional traders. A little bit is them playing with volatility, and a little bit is what they still fear may come.
Well, I think it's the fear factor, certainly, Chris, that's playing out right now. We see most of the Asian markets who have the first action and reaction to what we're seeing out of the White House with losses of 1% to nearly 2% on the day. Not an incredible sell-off, but I think there's a real danger here for the U.S. president, and that is mismanaging expectations. The last word we had in global markets is that there's going to be a major package on the table from the White House for the airline sector, hospitality, the cruise line industry, even talking about perhaps a bailout for the U.S. shale industry in the oil and gas patches around the United States there right now. That didn't emerge, and as a result, after that near 5% gain we saw on Wall Street, right across the board, after that horrendous sell-off that we saw on Monday, we see that Dow futures, S&P futures, NASDAQ futures are down 2 to 2.5%. You know, Chris, this is very interesting if you look at it from a global perspective. This was the coronavirus like a black swan that came from nowhere. Donald Trump thought he'd get perhaps 2% growth going into the election in 2020. We're talking about a real threat of recession hitting in the third quarter. Global growth was supposed to be above 3%, which is pretty tired after 10 years into the economic cycle. I know to Americans it sounds pretty reasonable. That's been cut in half because of the coronavirus. There's no global demand. You see what's happening in Italy, and things are starting to freeze up. It is a major threat to the president, and you can't go through with denial. The Federal Reserve's been cutting interest rates. They're going to be doing so again, but that's not enough to lift growth. You have to actually have a clear blueprint for stimulus. And Senate Republicans are, interesting enough, Chris, pushing back against the president because of the $1 trillion deficit he ran up in 2019.
That's the trick. The trick for the Republicans is they let the president do something that is anathema to conservative fiscal ideology, which is an unpaid tax cut with the reintroduced illusion of trickle-down economics, okay? And an illusion it surely is. So now they have a huge deficit. He's thinking bailout packages. They don't know where they're going to get the money. That is going to create political anxiety. So now we add this other piece. That the president was selling as a good thing for Americans. Look at those gas prices going down. He's right. Americans are uniquely gas price sensitive. But when it is a function of an oil war, that's different. What do we see on that front?
Well, what an incredible point, because getting 10 cents off a gallon in the United States seems like peanuts if you think about it in the wider context when you have the threat of a recession at your doorstep. This is very complex, but the U.S. hit 13 million barrels a day for the first time in the first quarter, but they've run up huge debts in the shale patch, whether it's Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, New Mexico, and North Dakota. And they're paying the piper right now, Chris. Wall Street's punishing those oil and gas companies who have high debts. At the same time, we have a U.S. ally in Saudi Arabia threatening a price war here, cutting prices and promising to put another 2.5 million barrels on the market next month. It's extraordinary during the time of a coronavirus that we have a price war and a battle between Saudi Arabia and Russia, so much so that President Trump called the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia in the last 48 hours to say, hey, hold on here. Is this the right strategy or not? Even the Department of Energy put out a statement saying they don't like the state actors manipulating the market. Again, if you look at it from a political standpoint, Chris, this is very risky for the president because it's 10 million jobs linked to the energy sector throughout the United States. It could be damaging. You played it up, 13 million barrels a day, but high debt. And if we have a crash down to $30 a barrel and hold it, they will pay a very serious price this year.
And surprise, surprise, who else is involved? Oh, yeah, Putin. Putting pressure on the situation, not wanting to go along with Saudi Arabia. Boy, How odd when he knows that's bad for the United States. I guess all that respect the president paid him is paying off right now. David Culver, thank you very much for your perspective in London. Now let's go to David Culver, okay? He's in Shanghai. David, first thing I want to ask you, just POV, reporter, person on the ground, living life there. What is your sense of where China is in terms of getting a handle on spread?
Well, right now we are 12 hours ahead of you for the day, but we are 7 weeks ahead of you in the midst of this outbreak, Chris. And you really feel that because it's interesting having been on the air here on CNN and sharing this story now for more than a month, and you begin to see the progress that has been made. And I got to tell you, honestly, we hear about the testing and the concerns that are going on in the U.S. It was not perfect here at the start. We reported on some of the major issues that were happening within the epicenter of all of this, within Wuhan and within Hubei province. And there were delays and there were lack of testing kits. What changed was when the pressure was put on the central government, they pushed out the local government and they said, we're stepping in, we're taking control. They treated this as a military operation, Chris. And President Xi Jinping himself took command. And again, it wasn't perfect. You've angered a lot of people, but then they started putting a lot of the resources towards getting the testing to the folks right at the epicenter of this, getting the medical personnel in place, and more than that, getting the protective gear for those medical personnel in place. So what we're seeing now is a moment where you're looking around and you're thinking, perhaps they're trying to get back to normal. You're starting to see restaurants reopen. You're starting to see businesses come back online. And it's simple things, but it's something that this country is desperately eager for. And the people who live here are certainly coming forward and putting that demand in.
And listen, and we're going to be there soon. Hopefully we'll be there sooner than China because of scale, but we never know. But having the simple pleasures of freedom will be a huge relief to a lot of Americans. Now, one of the things that they're doing in China, I understand, is that there is a real-time check-in that they're doing with cell phone technology. What is it? What's your experience with it, and what is the net effect?
Oh, they're tracking all of us, and it's always believed here that you're being tracked, but their reasoning is for health purposes, and that's why they're doing this. And it's looking like something like this. Let me show you. This is a QR code, and this is my personal one. Everybody who's out and about here in China has one. You get one when you come into a city like Shanghai, getting off the train. We checked in, registered. That was the first place that we checked in at. Now when I go to a shopping mall, when I go to a hotel, certain restaurants, you're scanning this QR code. They're tracking you, and you figure, okay, they can do that without the QR code because they can figure where you are by your mobile number, which they can. But they're using this big data also to figure out where the exposure might be, because containment is two parts here. You've got the extreme lockdown, which, quite frankly, I don't think the U.S. and other countries can do because of localities that will disagree with this versus the central government here that just swoops in and makes it happen. And that's sealing off neighborhoods, telling folks you can't leave your home. You're staying in there for what's been nearly 50 days. We'll get basic necessities to you. But the other part of containment is tracking. And so that's where they can say, okay, where has David been? He's been to that mall. There's also been an exposure there. We should quarantine him and everyone who is with him. And they use that big data to do it, Chris.
All right, David, listen, I have to tell you, your reporting has been great through this, especially because of the perspective you have in living it there and what you're seeing change in your own day-to-day existence. That's probably most relevant to Americans. We do not know how to deal with quarantine and what it's like and what it feels like, you know, to go day to day with different restrictions. So thank you for the reporting. Stay safe, you and the team. And this is all happening at a time that we're starting to see a message shift here, because you're starting to hear the Republicans, especially Trump calling it the Wuhan or the Chinese coronavirus. They're looking for someone to blame. That's going to be part of the story. You'll be first on that as well. David Culver, thank you. All right, so coming up, the Biden and Sanders campaigns both responded to the coronavirus outbreak tonight. They took a very different approach than President Trump. We'll cover what that means right after this.
And we're back on this very important primary night. Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders both canceling campaign rallies in Ohio. The Democrats cited their concern for public health as the coronavirus outbreak spreads. President Trump, though, took a very, very different approach, announcing a new re-election campaign event in Milwaukee next week. So let's discuss now with folks around the table. Interesting, because listen, we've got three older people who are, one is president right now, two of them vying to be president. They all fall into the high risk category. Bernie Sanders has an underlying, condition or a pre-existing condition. So I think most people will say that the Democrats follow the guidelines of what our health officials have been saying. President Trump is not holding the rally. What do you think? Should he hold a rally?
No, of course he shouldn't. I mean, he is the president of the United States. He's responsible for obviously keeping people calm, but also not kind of papering over the risks here. And there are public health officials, nonpartisan, not political people, in a number of states across the country who are saying there shouldn't be large gatherings, people should work from home. This is sending a different message, and it's frankly dangerous.
By the way, the event is going to be called Trump Will Launch the Catholics for Trump Coalition, March 19th at the Wisconsin Center.
Well,
large campaign.
You know what the irony of that is, as being a Catholic, not a great Catholic, but a Catholic nonetheless, is there's guidance now going out where if you are to take the host, they don't want you to take it in the mouth anymore. You take it by the hand. People aren't drinking the wine. I don't know why people drink the wine anyway, because you're drinking it after 50 other people. But regardless, you are not shaking hands during peacetime, when you do your moment of peace, nor are you shaking hands when you introduce yourself to the person who's sitting next to you in the pew. So
And
Trump
they
is going to
cleared
go
out
do
the
this
holy
Catholic
water.
thing. Meanwhile, the Catholic Church across the country is telling people, be careful, don't come to church if you don't feel
Scott, I don't understand. Listen, March 19th is a little bit away, but I just don't understand it when the messaging from the president, and I'm not talking about the entire administration, but from the president has been so off that he would hold a campaign event when we're in the middle of a pandemic.
I think on the one hand, he's trying not to incite, public panic by saying, I can't even get my supporters together. On the other hand, this is 8 days away. Think about what this looked like 8 days ago, now what it looks like tonight. I mean, who knows? I mean, we just crossed the 1,000-case threshold. How many more cases will we have identified in the next 8 days? Whether he holds a campaign rally or not, he has a lot of dedicated supporters, and I have no doubt some people will come. But there may come a point where a lot of folks say, I'd like to go, but I'm just not going to go until this gets under control. So 8 days is an eternity, on an issue like this. And I wonder what will happen between
But we're also facing, not only are we facing a pandemic, but we're facing a crisis of confidence. And wouldn't it be a better message to say, listen, we're facing a pandemic right now. And I think the more prudent thing would be to follow the guidelines of health officials. And we're not going to have this because I want to make sure that all Americans are safe and that we don't spread this virus that we know so little about at this point. So let's stay home. And then once we figure this out, then we'll have a rally and we'll kick it off.
There's also the factor I think you touched on, Don, which is kind of what the tone is. I mean, when you're president of the United States and you're sitting in the White House, you're thinking, like, is this a moment to hold a rally? Like, is this a moment where I should
Is
have
this a moment to
my
wear a Make
supporters?
America Great Again hat?
Exactly, right? Beyond the public health piece, which is the most important piece, it's also what's your role as president? And your role is not always to have cheering supporters. There isn't even a Democratic nominee yet. We don't know that there will be one in a week. He's got tons of money. I mean, he doesn't even need any more of this moment. He's got his loyal supporters. He doesn't even need this rally. So that's the other piece of this.
None of us should feign surprise that the president is moving forward with rallies.
No, of course not.
No, I mean, but this is consistent with what he said. This is the same man who stood at the podium and said, we have 15 cases today and tomorrow we'll have less and we'll be down to 0. Everything he has said from the podium, from the perch of president, has been completely antithetical to what the science has said, to what has been exhibited all around this country. I don't look to this gentleman for, and I'm being generous with gentlemen, but I don't look to the president for leadership in this moment. In fact, I think today's press conference, frankly, that was given by the White House that the vice president led, was a marked improvement above even yesterday's, and yesterday's better than the one before, partly because they somehow got the president not to show up. And in so doing, I think people were able to tune in. They were listening to the facts. They were giving good guidance. It's not perfect, but maybe every single day they can get a little bit better. But following the example of this president,
if you hold a moratorium on campaigning today, and I'm not saying that might well be the right answer. When do you lift the moratorium?
But no one is holding a moratorium on campaigning.
Well, that's how he campaigns, and it's how a lot of the Democrats campaign too. So, if you sort of throw out a blanket, we're not having campaign gatherings anymore. indefinitely. When do you lift? That's what I've worried about all these things. We're going to close schools. We're going to not have sporting events. When do you lift it? It could be a while. I'm just the consequences.
Listen, I've got to run. I've got to get to the break, but I just have to say, and I said this on my show last night, when Italy first got the first call, just to give you an idea of how quickly this spread, it was 650 people who came down with the coronavirus 11 days ago. Now it was, at least of last night, 1,900 people in 11 days.
Correct.
We were at about 600 to 700 last night. Who knows where we're going to be in 11 days? That's the whole reason people are questioning the wisdom of having a campaign event. We still got a lot to talk about. Still ahead, more votes coming in from Washington State, Ohio, and North Dakota as our special coverage of Super Tuesday 2 continues.
All right, let me get in a key race alert here. Just look over my shoulder. Look what's going on in Washington now. Bernie Sanders up 2,000 votes. Now, what dampens that as a potential victory? It's proportionate. So even if you win, it's about how many delegates each get. The split stays about the same, and that's what makes it so hard to catch up in a primary. Idaho, you see 47-1 there. Again, 77%. We're getting closer to a threshold account there where you may get a projection at some point soon. Biden up 4,500 votes. And, of course, North Dakota, very tight. 393 votes separating the two men. By percentage, it's a big deal because you only have 37% of the precincts reporting. All right, that's a quick taste of what's going on right now. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to have more on the coronavirus outbreak on the other side. We have new cases, but more importantly, we got new perspective for you. Next. All right, the coronavirus in this country is a pandemic, and we have to keep track of the cases. But remember, they're only going to go in one direction for a while, and that's up. So right now, we have 1,000 cases being reported in the United States. Within the last few hours, we've had 2 more governors declare states of emergency. Massachusetts, where cases more than doubled in one day, and Michigan, which is now reporting its very first cases. Now, that's important. Hold on for a second. It's important because, well, why is it an emergency if they're having their first cases? Emergency doesn't mean that it's out of control in that state. A state of emergency allows a governor to get additional funds released for preparedness. All right? Emergency sends a message that is not accurate here. What is accurate is we have 31 people at least who've died. The numbers are going to get bigger by the hour. I don't even think we should be counting them by the hour, frankly, because the numbers are only going to go one way. And you should mark them at significant intervals, as we've seen in China and other large-scale populations who have to deal with this. President Trump is going to meet with the top banking and Wall Street executives later today. He wants to discuss how the virus is hurting the economy, as the New York Times is reporting that his administration missed key chances to slow the spread of the virus months ago. Well, how so? Let's get some perspective. CNN's Nick Watt takes a closer look at the scramble to contain the virus inside our country.
A hotspot exploding in New York.
New Rochelle at this point is probably the largest cluster in the United States.
There's now a containment zone. Schools, facilities closed inside that ring. The National Guard deployed to help deliver food and clean.
This is literally a matter of life and death.
In New Jersey, 4 more presumptive positives and a death. A man whose only known travel was to New York. Coronavirus now in nearly 40 states, with another hotspot up in Washington state. Now 19 deaths connected to this nursing home. The elderly are most at risk, but younger people can still get sick and certainly carry and spread this virus.
As a nation, we can't be doing the kinds of things we were doing a few months ago. That it doesn't matter if you're in a state that has no cases or one case. You have to start taking seriously what you can do now, that if and when the infections will come, and they will come.
More colleges across the country are cancelling face-to-face classes. Harvard ordering students out of houses and first-year dorms by Sunday in an effort to de-densify our community. Testing, of course, also key at a meeting with major health insurers. The vice president said they have
agreed to waive all co-pays on coronavirus testing and extend coverage for coronavirus treatment in all of their benefit plans.
But the CDC director says underfunding has slowed the testing process in public labs.
There's not enough equipment, there's not enough people, there's not enough internal capacity, there's no surge capacity.
Meanwhile, hundreds of passengers remain trapped on the Grand Princess here in Oakland, waiting to be tested, then dispatched for treatment or quarantine. Frustration building on board.
We have been unsuccessful in getting anyone with knowledge or authority to provide accurate information to share with you in a timely manner. And for that, I apologize.
Oof. All right, our thanks to Nick Watt. Joining us now is Congresswoman Kim Schreier of Washington. Her district is at the center of the coronavirus outbreak in Washington state. She's also a doctor. Let's give the elbows. This is the message we're sending. Thank you very much. It's good to have you with us, Congresswoman. Also a doctor. So obviously you have two different lenses to look at this through. Now, in your state and how it's going, what are the lessons learned?
Well, first, I would say a huge thank you to our public health officials in Washington state. I mean, really, I am horrified and saddened that it started in King County, essentially. But if there was ever a place to start, we have a great public health department that really got on top of this fast. Lessons learned, early testing, and protecting seniors. I think those are the biggest and first lessons learned.
So let's look at each. And then one quick step sideways. Is your information the same as what we've heard, which is that this virus, to this point, does not seem to attack the infant population the way we've seen with other viruses? Is that what
It's so interesting because you're right. Mostly the people who are most susceptible are children who, you know, are constantly boogering all over everything. I'm a pediatrician. And this particular virus, it is impossible to imagine that it doesn't infect them, but it seems to not produce symptoms. And the thinking there is that the symptoms may come more from the immune response than from the virus itself.
So you're hearing the same kind of thing
I am.
at this point.
Yes.
And who knows where it goes. We're obviously waiting on seasonal sensitivity right now. Hopefully, you know, by the grace, we get a break and that the warmer climate changes help. We'll see. Now, testing. To me, it's been a central concern starting on the federal level because it seemed like they knew and had time to get tests out, but were slow walking it, and it reeked of politics to me. But what is your take?
I don't want to get into a political realm about this. Certainly, there were stumbles along the way. I mean, it's interesting that it was our CDC that first sequenced the virus and helped China with their response and with their development of a test. And so I just would first say that our CDC researchers, our NIH, is second to none. And there have been missteps along the way. We're catching up with testing. We're finally partnering with the private sector and with universities and really, you know, harnessing all of our potential in this country to get the testing done. So we really know what we're dealing with.
Now, you were listening closely to what I was saying before. What do you think of my suggestion that the numbers are only going to go up for a while? And the fact that we're playing catch up with the testing keeps producing a horror effect where the numbers keep jumping, but they're only jumping because we haven't been testing as regularly and as on the scale of a China or South Korea. And I think we kind of created our own problem there.
Right. I think those are really important messages. First, we've known since the day we learned about this being in Wuhan, China, that it would come to our shores. It is impossible for these things to be contained given our age of travel and whatnot. But when we are seeing these skyrocketing numbers recently, that really more reflects the fact that we are testing symptomatic people and finding more of them rather than a huge explosion of numbers.
CDC, one of the officials there today made an interesting observation. I want your take on it. Do they have tremendous human capabilities? Yes, we know it because they helped China. The irony is, why weren't they helping us as much here at home? But then there was a suggestion that the cutting of funding for specific preparation programs they had was important enough for him to mention, even in this political climate. And you know what happens when you say something that shows some kind of weakness on the federal level in this particular climate. So it must have mattered to him to say it. What is your take on that?
It's a very, very important point. Look, viruses, bacteria, they're a whole lot smarter than we are. And we know that these worldwide epidemics, pandemics will come up every few years. And being able to have a public health system and global surveillance in place is one of the ways that we can combat these diseases before they come to our shores. And so, yes, a steady, regular, every year investment in overseas health helps protect the United States.
The idea, one of the arguments offered up, Biden and Sanders did not have rallies tonight.
That's very smart.
The president says he's going to hold an event in 8 days with a Catholic organization, which is ironic given that at Mass on Sunday, they said to us, we're not going to be presenting the wine, the blood of Christ, because we don't want to be doing that. And if you don't feel well, don't come to Mass. And yet he feels he has to meet with the Catholics. Ironic. But one of the rationales is, well, it's 8 days away, Doc. Who knows where we are by then? Look how different it was 8 days ago. Maybe we'll be better off in 8 days. Is there any basis for that kind of statement?
I think you and I and all of your viewers know where we're going to be in 8 days. We're going to have far more cases. This will be far more widespread, and we're going to need to be closing events just like that. Who knows if there will even be Catholic services a week from now? This is expanding quickly, and job number one is to protect public health.
And why is it okay? So now I am the freaked out parent living my life. You're closing my school. I'm seeing a domino effect, and I'm going to wind up being locked in my house. What is the perspective for people to have? And here's the hard question. I know you can't answer it, but I want you to afford some perspective. And this is what happens when you take public office. Duration. How long until I can get rid of my kid and get him back into school? How long until I can go to the places I want to go?
I think perspective is really important here. First, the perspective that for the vast majority of people, this will be a mild illness that they'll get over and afterwards will be immune, at least for this season.
80+%.
That's right.
Get over it or asymptomatic with it.
And it may be even higher than that because we don't know how many people are out there and are asymptomatic.
We have a false denominator because most of the cases we're hearing about are the worst cases because we haven't tested that much. Fair point.
That's right. So that's the first thing I would say. The second is that I think job number one is to protect the grandparents and people with underlying medical conditions out there. And so the reason for, in some cases, closing schools, keeping kids home, keeping people away from work is just so that this doesn't spread like crazy. We know that more fragile and elderly people are much more likely to end up in the hospital on ventilators. And if we have a whole bunch of people going there all at once or this surge, we're going to have a huge public health problem on our hands. And that's why keep those kids home. And it's our job in Congress to figure out how to get through the economics of this. But
what is a ballpark on what we're talking about? 2 weeks, month, 2 months?
You know, I've been throwing a month out there because I figure if a parent gets it first, it may take up to 2 weeks for the first child to get it. It could take another week for the second child to get it. And by the time everybody's over this, could be a month. And so I think that's probably a good figure to have in our minds. We still don't know if the schools will be open a month later.
CDC hasn't said anything.
That's right. And at this point, they're not closed all over Washington. But I think these are the kinds of things we need to be thinking about: social distancing and not having big congregations of people. Even when kids don't get affected, they may be able to spread this disease. Again, a fact we don't know quite yet.
People who want to play with maybes, what's it going to mean for your political convention? Maybe you won't have one. Is there going to be an election? What is the caution on how many dominoes ahead you go in the line?
Oh, there's a gazillion dominoes. Look, right now I'm focused on doing my job here. I am changing the way that I'm functioning. We canceled an in-person town hall, which I love to do. I've done 31 of them. And we switched over and did one on the telephone. And thousands of people dialed up and listened, and we talked about coronavirus last night. We're definitely not shaking hands. We're elbow bumping. When people come in my office in Washington, D.C., we're keeping a little bit of a distance. And there's a general sense that, you know, you should not be shaking hands. You should definitely not be coughing into your hands or touching your face.
Doctor, thank you for the perspective. Congresswoman, thank you for the political perspective. I appreciate it. Though in D.C., be careful with the elbows. They're sharp, and they may be up around the nose with a lot of the people down there in the climate. But thank you, Doctor.
Thank
I
you.
wish you well. I wish your staff well. And
Likewise.
hopefully your state is doing the right things to get to a better place as soon as possible. We'll keep covering it.
Thank you. And your
All right?
state, too.
Thank you very much. All right. Let's get over to Don Lemon right now. You heard, interesting perspective. Not just a member of Congress in a very heavily affected place in Washington, but a doctor as well.
Yeah, listen, the elbow bump, they say that's even too close because it puts you within 3 to 6 feet. So they said the best thing to do is just to say hello and keep it pushing, keep moving on. Let's get some more of a medical perspective on this. Joining me now is Dr. Seema Yasmin, a medical professor at Stanford. She previously investigated disease outbreaks for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Doctor, we're so happy to have you on to let's get some facts here, okay? Because people don't really know how to feel. Some people are sort of saying, hey, it's not a big deal. Others are saying, hey, I'm really scared. I'm worried. I don't know what to do. We have 18 states have declared states of emergency. This virus is now in more than 35 states plus the District of Columbia. 31 people have died, and there are 1,000 cases. How worried should people out there be?
Don, I get asked this question all day long, every day, and my response is really from a personal perspective. I worry at different levels for different people because, yes, we keep banding around this 80 or 81% of people get mild infections, but then I really worry about that 19%. Of course, those older adults, but also people with underlying health conditions where you can't necessarily see from looking at somebody whether they are more susceptible to the infection and just more likely to come down with a much more severe version of the disease. I also worry about where people are located because we know right here in the Bay Area, we've had community spread going on for a few weeks at least, maybe longer, but really hard to tell because of all the delays and the issues we've had with testing. So that really makes our job harder in terms of assessing just how widespread is this. And of course, the numbers now are increasing as we do more testing, and that gives us a bit more idea as to what public health measures we should be putting in place and what advice we should be giving to people.
Listen, until the test kits get out, and as many as possible, we really don't know, and that puts us at a disadvantage because we don't know how many people would possibly have it, how much it is spreading. We don't know, and that is why it is so important that our government gives us the correct and accurate information, right, Doctor?
Absolutely. Don, communication is such an integral part of the public health response, and in fact, information is so important that it's why I went from working at CDC to journalism, because journalism is a key component of the public health ecosystem. And what we've seen is a series of blunders with communication. We've seen outright miscommunication, and then we've also seen well-meaning mixed messages. Some officials say one thing, other officials say another thing, and it just makes the public more anxious and less prepared. And once people get anxious and scared, what we worry about then is humans aren't so great at making rational decisions when we're freaking out. And we really need people to have composure, to be making sensible decisions about themselves, about their kids, and about their families. That's a really crucial part of epidemic response. Tell people what they need to know. Don't make up numbers. Don't base your advice on hunches. And certainly don't hinder the public health experts who know what they're talking about, who are issuing guidelines. And then we're hearing that White House officials are scratching through those recommendations because they don't want the public to have access to all that information.
All right, let's dig in a little bit deeper and let's talk about some. You mentioned that's why you became a reporter. Let's talk about some medical reporting here. This is in the New York Times. There's a story out tonight detailing the failures the federal government had to repeatedly get ahead of the virus and ensure more widespread testing was available, including blocking a Seattle flu lab from testing samples that later tested positive for the coronavirus. Give me a reaction to that, Doctor.
So I want to talk about the testing issue, not just from a technical point, which is what we've heard a lot, that the test initially went out to state labs and there were mistakes made. Okay, that happens, Don. The CDC was working in really an emergency response, developing this new test on the fly. That happens. The reagents were contaminated. The primers had issues. But I want to focus on what you're saying in terms of the bureaucratic issues. Because if we don't fix this now, seriously, we're just going to be back here again with the next epidemic, and there will be another epidemic. What happened is when the FDA said that the CDC could use its test, it effectively tied the hands of scientists and physicians around the US who were perfectly capable of developing their own test kit. We need to change those regulations to make sure the next time this happens, other scientists do have the autonomy to develop those tests. What we're hearing now from Seattle is that those very astute physicians were saying, hey, we think something's going on in our area. Let's do retroactive testing. All those folks that were coming coming in with possible flu, we still have their samples in our freezer. Let's test them for this new coronavirus. They asked for permission. The CDC said, no, you can't do that. Asked the FDA. The FDA said, well, you can apply for approval, but you're going to have to email us documents and mail us. Like, can we just not be mailing documents via the Postal Service during an emergency? There's just so many critical errors along the way that have delayed and really hindered the epidemic response.
What does that continued lack of testing mean for the spread of the disease then, Doctor?
It just means that we're not having this denominator of actually how many infections are there in the US, how widespread is community transmission, and how big is this problem. And we're comparing it to other countries that by now have done hundreds of thousands of tests, and the US is still in the low 5,000s.
All right, let me ask you then, why haven't we been using the same tests as countries like China, as South Korea, who are able to test many more people much more rapidly? Is that for the reasons that you just mentioned, because of this convoluted system that we have with the CDC? Explain more.
Absolutely. And one of my frustrations is from February, I've been saying the WHO was sending out test kits to dozens of countries. If the US was having issues with testing, fair enough. Put your hands up, get over your ego, say we need help. Right. Ask the WHO to send over its test kits. And what officials are saying is, well, the WHO is relied on by more developing countries. Well, okay. But in this instance, the US needed help. And really a global health emergency demands collaboration, demands you getting over your ego and asking for assistance when you need it. We did not see that happen.
Yeah. So listen, you heard Chris speaking there, and he mentioned, may not have an election. Well, I mean, I think that is going to happen. I think the possibility of that the Democrats and the Republicans may not have a convention, I think that's a real possibility, depending how bad this gets. Let's hope that doesn't happen. But we saw the two Democratic candidates cancel planned rallies in Ohio over virus concerns. But the Trump campaign is still planning on going ahead with a campaign event in Milwaukee. That is going to move forward. Should these political rallies be canceled, or they should at least put a hold on them or monitor whether they're going to do them until further notice?
I mean, let's look to the UK, my home country, where our national health minister has fallen sick with the coronavirus. And we know how many hands politicians shake. We know how public-facing they are, how many events they're at. It's totally prudent to think about limiting those kinds of things when we're seeing more signs and increasing numbers and evidence of community transmission. Maybe it doesn't make sense to be shaking hundreds of hands a day. Maybe it doesn't make sense to have thousands of people confined in one stadium or one gathering place. And we have seen Sanders and Biden campaigns move away from some of those events, and it totally makes sense to me from a public health perspective, and also keeping in mind that the presidential candidates are in that older age group that the CDC is advising to stay at home and not travel as much.
What a mess, and a virus that we've known about since the winter of 2019. We could have been in a much different place. Thank you, Dr. Seema Yasmin. We appreciate you joining us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next, we're getting more votes in after 6 states had their say. Will Joe Biden continue his winning streak? We'll talk about that next.
All right, CNN can now project that Idaho will go to Joe Biden. 20 delegates at stake. This a continuation of a big night for Joe Biden. And really, it was even more important for Bernie Sanders. That's what needed to happen tonight. Bernie Sanders needed to make his case, especially in Michigan, but in as much of the board as he could, and he didn't. So let's talk about how. All right, we're showing you the states won tonight, Idaho, Michigan, Mississippi, and Missouri. There's still a few others that we are following, but this is another one that you can put on the board. It's now done. Idaho goes to Joe Biden. You see the margin there, 5,000 votes, but by percentage it was bigger because it was a low vote state. So let's go over to Phil Mattingly and talk about what this means in the state of play. Every bit counts because, again, when you proportion the delegates by percentage in the state, you got to win by big percentages in a lot of places to make up a deficit. Every time this happens, it makes it to be harder for Bernie Sanders, not just to explain the night, but to explain continuing the campaign.
That's exactly right. If you want to get to the 1,991 delegates, you need to clinch the nomination. Every little bit matters. And when you talk to the Sanders campaign going into this night, look, they knew what was going on over here. You see all the dark blue over the course of the last 10 days, and you recognize that Joe Biden's strength is on the east, through the south, and now moving up into the Midwest as well. But the campaign said, wait, When it gets out west, it'll get a little bit better. Well, it started to get out west. Let's take a look at Idaho. You just called it. It's projected for Joe Biden. Joe Biden, you see a lot of dark blue here. Now, there's not necessarily an apples-to-apples comparison to what happened in 2016. It is a functionally different night because 2016 were caucuses in Idaho. However, Bernie Sanders in 2016 swamped Hillary Clinton, just dominated her. Now,
Caucuses play to Bernie Sanders' strength because of the depth of
They
support
play
and the passion of the movement.
They play to insurgent candidacies every single day of the week. They did it in 2016. So the structure has changed, but so have the dynamics of the race. And you look at Idaho, you look at what Joe Biden did in Boise, a college town, the largest county in the state, winning by 3 points, winning kind of almost across the state for the most part, with the exception of a couple counties. And I want to move over one other state as well, to the state of Washington. The results here have slowed. We don't expect all the results tonight. There were mail-in ballots. It's going to take some time. But the fact that Joe Biden is only losing by 2,000 votes in the state of Washington, there are questions whether or not he would hit the 15% threshold in Washington. He is very much in play to potentially win Washington now. Bernie Sanders held a 17,000-person rally in Tacoma just a couple of weeks ago. Joe Biden, in the county where Tacoma sits, Pierce County, right now is winning that county. And I think the question going into this is, if you have the organization and you have the money and you have the revolution, as Bernie Sanders does, these are the states you should be able to do well in. Joe Biden didn't have the money for a long period of time, didn't have the organization, and yet Joe Biden is coming into these states and at least holding his own, potentially winning as well. And Chris, you made one other point that I want to get to, because I think this matters. Hitting the threshold, every single delegate matters. And if you look at the delegates right now, Joe Biden, 759 delegates. He's gone up about 120, roughly 122 delegates throughout the course of the night. Bernie Sanders sitting at 621. He's about 56, 57 delegates. Every single delegate matters, and that includes down here in Mississippi. Talk about the 15% threshold. This is 36 delegates. Doesn't seem like a lot when you think about Michigan or California.
Explain why this is a problem.
But when you fall under 15%, and there's a possibility that Joe Biden sweeps, now congressional districts matter here as well, but if Joe Biden's sweeping 30, 35, all 36 delegates in this state, there's no comeback from that for Bernie Sanders when it comes to Mississippi. And so these are the issues that Bernie Sanders is dealing with. It's starting to get to the point tonight of where does Bernie Sanders get delegates to try and cut into a margin that Joe Biden, state by state by state, and now even moving out west, is starting to grow.
Two things. One, is there proof of increased turnout tonight, or is it too early to know? From the exit polls, can we tell if more Democrats came out or people who are eligible to vote in the different primaries?
So the answer is yes. We do believe there's increased turnout. We've seen vote totals going up almost across the board tonight. I think everybody thinks back to Iowa when everybody was thinking, oh, turnout is down. This is a major problem for Democrats. And yet primary after primary after primary since Iowa, it has largely been a different story. There's two counties that I really want to focus on here because we were talking about earlier in the night. What can you do to change what happened in the state of Michigan where Donald Trump won it, shattering the blue wall and shocking everybody? Oakland County, second largest county in the state. This is the suburbs of Detroit. This is where Democrats need to win, want to win. This is suburban voters. This is where Democrats flipped seats in 2018. These types of voters. Take a look at this top line number. 141,000 votes for Joe Biden, winning with a major margin. Let's go back to 2016. Look at Oakland County and keep an eye on that 141,000. 2016, Hillary Clinton won by 5 points. Only 92,000 votes. The turnout is up in the counties, the suburbs, the counties that turned Nancy Pelosi into the Speaker of the House again. Move over into Macomb, one of those counties that flipped to Donald Trump back in 2016, one of those major warning signs. Back in 2016 primary, Hillary Clinton had 47,599 votes. Let's take a look at 2020. Joe Biden, 20,000 such votes more than that. That is a good sign because suburban voters are part of that coalition that Democrats think they need if they want to win in November.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the lens, Phil. All right, so David Chalian, here we are. Idaho, we now can project, is going to go to Biden. It's close. The proportion is going to be close. This is why you were teasing me last week when I said Michigan is the state to watch for us on Tuesday, right? You said close. It's a state with an M. But obviously Mississippi, you were more right than you were even teasing. If Bernie doesn't get to 15%, then the proportionality goes out and Biden gets all the delegates. Now you got quite a cushion to overcome.
Right. I mean, he already came into tonight with a cushion, and he's just adding to that cushion. He's just making it so much harder for Sanders to catch up here. 4 states have been projected for Joe Biden. There are 2 out there, North Dakota and Washington, not yet projected. But let's just take a look. So you projected Idaho. Let's look where those delegates stand right now, okay? Just the state of Idaho, we're already able to allocate some of the delegates. And if you see here, you have Biden with 8, Sanders with 6, 20 delegates at stake in Idaho. We've already allocated 14 of them. That's a net gain of 2 for Biden, not a huge delegate load, obviously. But look at where we are in the delegates to date. Total contest, you need 1,991 delegates to become the nominee. Joe Biden's at 759, and Bernie Sanders is now at 621. That is 138 delegate lead. It is almost impossible with the rules as they are, due to proportional allocation, for Bernie Sanders to overcome that. He would need to just start winning everything and by big margins to make up that delegate deficit.
How many delegates, I don't even know if this is a fair question. How many delegates do the people who've dropped out have that now may also be in play for Biden when you get to the convention? How many are we looking at?
First of all, nitty gritty, we've been talking all along. There are delegates based on the statewide vote and delegates based on congressional districts, right?
Right.
The delegates based on the statewide vote don't get to belong to those people anymore. They've dropped out. They will not get to have those delegates, okay? So it's really just the delegates that they won at the district level. It's not that many. A lot of them dropped out before they were able to accumulate delegates, but it's some. And what is going to happen now is that the Biden campaign and the Sanders campaign, should Sanders stay in this and go through this, would start reaching out to the human beings that get attached to those delegate slots because they're kind of free agents and see if they can woo them to their side. But, Chris, what I'm saying is where we are in this delegate fight right now, we're not headed for some contested convention. We're not headed for a brawl on the floor in Milwaukee. That's not what we're headed for. Joe Biden has amassed such a significant lead. The contours of this race are totally different than where we thought we may have been going into Super Tuesday.
Very, very interesting. Appreciate the perspective. Sure. Let's go over to Don. And also has changed, Don, is the context of what the election's about. With coronavirus, there has been a whole change in an instant of what government means, what mixed messaging is about, where this could lead, and it's a new context, and there's a new light on leadership and the failures thereof.
Stability, credibility. People want to know that their leader can handle a crisis. And so let's take it around the table here. That is true what Chris said. But when you look at what is happening among that is a bigger picture when it comes to what's happening with the administration and tonight as well. But when you look at what's happening just among the Democrats, and you look at the delegates here, I mean, clearly Joe Biden obviously is in the lead here. Mark says he doesn't see a path mathematically, right? We want to say you'd want to count Bernie Sanders out, but.
No, but I think it's important to note that when you look, certainly with politics, when you look at Bernie Sanders, he may not win the nomination, but he can be very influential in how this campaign plays out for the next 6, 7, 8 months. And if Joe Biden wins, assuming Joe Biden's the nominee, the influence he could have on the Joe Biden administration itself. Again, I think that, as we talked about it earlier, I think that the next few days are really going to tell us what direction Bernie Sanders, plans to take the campaign and the movements.
Okay, so why is everybody so hesitant then to talk about at this moment? Does Bernie Sanders drop out? Does he show up at the debate? Because because after every primary we have, everyone says, well, is it time for such and such to drop out? Should this person get out? But when it comes to Bernie Sanders, everyone has these kid gloves and they don't want to talk about it.
I think because
Why is that?
2016 is very fresh in the minds of many Democrats who lived through that election, saw Bernie Sanders supporters, many of them, not all of them, very dissatisfied with Hillary Clinton as a nominee, booing a lot of the speakers at the Democratic convention.
I was there.
Feeling like their voices weren't heard. There were mistakes. Obviously, that behavior was repulsive in many ways, but there were many mistakes made on the Clinton team side and the DNC side as well. That's fresh, and we don't need to push this in the next 48 hours. Let Bernie Sanders get out on his own.
I understand that, but as a journalist, I have to ask the question because I sit here at every single primary. Every time someone goes to the polls and vote or a state, people ask the same question. Why is such and such in this race still? Why don't they drop out? They don't have a path. And then, but when it comes to Bernie Sanders, people are like, I don't know.
Well,
but if you look at the map, so why is that? What's going on?
I have never said after one of our panels or any other show that I've been on for CNN on these elections that
You haven't heard other folks say it?
should drop out. First of all, I think it is wrong-headed for people to tell. This is a deeply personal decision. These folks have put a hell of a lot into these races. And it's not just them now. It's also all the supporters that they have brought along with them. What if Joe Biden is on the path to get the nomination? What got him the nomination will not get him the presidency. And this is why you have to move people at a pace in which they can be open to receiving the message that he has to deliver to them. And so rushing them out, it may satisfy or satiate this conversation, but it does absolutely nothing to put us on.
Rush him out.
But it doesn't put us on a path to victory.
I'm just asking, considering how quickly everyone else, all the other people who were in the race, coalesced around Joe Biden, considering Democrats believe, that's what they say, that Donald Trump is an existential threat. Very quickly, they said, Joe Biden is the guy. And so if he is indeed an existential threat, and you don't see mathematically, because 1 + 1 = 2, it's not like, oh, my heart believes this, and I think there is either a clear path to the nomination or there isn't if you look at the math.
But if we were sitting here, if Elizabeth Warren was still in the race and she was the other person, if Pete Buttigieg was the other person, we wouldn't be having exactly the same conversation because, frankly, their supporters aren't as nasty. But we would be having a conversation about how to bring them, hear them, and listen to them, and make sure that their voices are being heard.
I would be asking the same question. Is it time for them to leave?
Yeah, but you know what? Just one thing. 2016, same thing happened. 2008, same thing happened with Hillary Clinton. She stayed in the race against Barack Obama until June. It was a Saturday morning here in Washington, D.C. It was about 100 degrees out when she finally got out of the race. But she decided to stay in the race for several more weeks beyond perhaps what she should have done. But the Obama campaign basically stepped back and said, let her get out on her own.
And those candidates that you talked about, Don, those were the moderates who wanted to coalesce around Biden, who realized that they didn't have a pathway forward and matched with Biden more policy-wise, whereas Warren doesn't as much, and she hasn't endorsed anyone. Sanders
Do you think Yang was moderate? I mean, Yang was sort of an outsider.
No, but he just announced tonight.
Did it, yeah.
He didn't coalesce in the show of force that we saw when Buttigieg and Klobuchar and Beto O'Rourke all joined that one night to endorse Biden. And it's interesting also the signals that are coming from the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, which is that Sanders supporters are saying that they hope he stays in because they want, in the very least, for him to shape Biden policy-wise. So they're hoping that he pushes him on those areas. The progressive campaign committee that backed Warren originally, they are saying he shouldn't drop out right now. So this is clearly what Sanders is weighing about what influences Mark has mentioned he can have.
Let me ask you, but for what reason is there not to drop out?
Well, I
because
think
you have more influence.
Yeah, and I think
does he show up at the debate?
I don't know. If I were Biden, I wouldn't want this debate to happen. And if I were the DNC, I might be trying to talk to Bernie about seeing whether we need to have this debate or not. Because having Joe Biden have to stand up there and face certain attacks, but it's tricky because you don't want it to look like the establishment is forcing Bernie out.
But you can't say the establishment forced Bernie out.
If they cancel the debate,
but if you look at the delegate, I shouldn't say Bernie because that's too casual. I'm sorry. You can't say that the establishment forced Senator Sanders out. Look at the delegate. The people went to the polls
on the debate. I just meant on the specific.
The people spoke. The establishment didn't speak.
But Don, Florida hasn't voted. Ohio. I mean, we're not even half.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Where we gotta be for the delegate count, and so there is a process in place.
Okay.
That process should play itself until the senator comes to, should he reach a conclusion that this is not a winnable race. And again, my only stake in this is winning in November. And by the way, according to these exit polls, that's what every Democrat is out there trying to champion for, which is a candidate who can win. And in order to win, we have got to bring along these voters, largely younger voters, who right now are seating themselves with the Bernie Sanders campaign. And if we move this too quickly, they will feel
No, I think that
shafted
you're
in the
absolutely
process.
right. But I am just talking about the people who count the votes, the people who are counting the delegates. And what are they saying? There isn't a mathematical path. Am I wrong?
Yeah, but let's just stop for a second, and I'll be negative shocker, right? As I play out a scenario here, what if something were to happen to Vice President Biden in the next couple of weeks, okay? I mean, God forbid. What if something, whether it health-wise or something came out, or that was damaging where he had to leave the race? There's a lot of scenarios why Bernie Sanders...
That's the reason for this word called suspend. That doesn't mean, because people don't say,
well, they all
ending, they all suspend. That means that you can get back in. It doesn't say that I'm dropping my campaign. It is suspend, so that if something like that happens, they can get back in the race.
Right, but you also, but by suspending your campaign too, though, it also allows you to pay.
But then Bernie Sanders, if something
legal,
happens to the vice president, then Bernie Sanders would be the guy because he has the most delegates.
We've
Next.
got two very important contests coming up. We have this race on the 17th. We have Georgia after that. You will see whether or not if Democrats want to bring this thing to a halt, we will see in these upcoming races whether or not there is overwhelming will to move the Biden candidacy forward toward the nomination to become the nominee. The one thing I would reject, though, and I think we've been a little bit flagrant, not us, but I've listened to some of the panels, and sort of declaring this a victory for the moderate wing of the party over the liberal wing. Well, according to these exit polls, 57% of people want universal health care. Another 49% say that they want a complete overhaul of the economic system.
Yeah.
So these are people who philosophically, frankly, are aligning with Bernie Sanders, yet they are choosing the candidate who they believe can beat Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And so there isn't an ideological win-loss here. This is about
But that is from the same people who believe that the Democratic Party or complete far left, and that is not true. That's showing up in the polling. I've got to run. We'll talk more when we're back on. There are now at least 1,000 confirmed cases of coronavirus in the United States. How will the Trump administration respond to the ever-changing challenge of containing it?
All right, I know the president told you that there'd only be a handful of cases, they'd be gone soon. I know the president's saying he wants to throw a rally in 8 days because he's confident about the situation. Look, here's the fact. The number of cases between now and in 8 days is going to go in only one direction, up, okay? That's the way it is. There have been now 1,000 confirmed cases. The number has to rise because people haven't been tested. We're playing catch up. The more we test, the more cases we'll find. But here's the good news. The more reality you'll see that over 80% of people get through this with sometimes no symptoms, and that almost everybody is going to be okay. But that doesn't mean you have to be on watch. That's why we bring in Democratic Congressman John Garamendi of California. Always a pleasure, sir.
Good to be with you, Chris.
Let me talk a little politics, and then we'll go to the context of what this election is about, which is leadership on something like this. Your party does not stand a good chance if it is not completely united in the fall.
That's exactly right.
Now you are at a point where it seems Joe Biden likely will not be caught by Bernie Sanders.
That's correct.
He did not speak tonight, Bernie Sanders. Highly atypical. What do you think the analysis is for whether the senator stays in the race?
I suspect he'll stay in, but I would hope that he would reduce the vitriol. He's come out very, very sharply against my candidate, against Biden. And I think that's very harmful. So my hope is that he'd reduce it, stick with his issues, which are important issues, and which he presents very well and has for 6 years now, same message. But don't attack. There's no need to attack at this point. I think the public has basically made up their mind here. Bernie has his core supporters. He's had them all along. But what the Democrats wanted most of all was the candidate that could beat Trump. And Trump knew who that candidate was. That's what the impeachment was all about. Trump knew that Biden was his principal opponent, went after him a year ago. And here we are.
And he keeps on saying that Bernie's getting framed and that the
all
Democrats
of
are
that,
doing him dirty. One more political question. Couldn't you make the argument that Senator Sanders has the most leverage he's going to have right now, before the debate, before he sours anybody on how he handles the debate, before the next Tuesday? Isn't he at maximal strength right now?
Probably so. But to what effect? To what purpose would he do that? Is he going to get Biden to suddenly come out for Medicare for all? No, he's not. Biden has a very solid health care plan that will move us forward and deal with the problems and move forward with more and more people getting insurance. I'm not sure what he would use that leverage for, but what my fear is that he will attack, as he did with Hillary and as he has done in the last, since South Carolina. He needs to back off on that. It's not going to be a winning strategy. It's not going to propel him ahead, but what it will do is to fracture the Democrats even more than they are now.
All right, so politics is often surreality, now to hard reality with coronavirus.
Right.
We're still behind with testing.
Exactly.
Where is your level of confidence in the preparedness of the agencies in coordination with the White House to have us where we need to be for the fight forward?
I'm very, very concerned. I was concerned 3 weeks ago when the first evacuees from Wuhan arrived in California. There was no testing. Those tests could have come in from Korea. Korea had the tests. They were available. They could have been here in 12 hours. America has been slow to the fight. We're way, way behind. And we have a very serious political problem and functional problem created by the president, who has spent 3 years attacking government and really ripping the heart out of the governmental systems, all the way through from the Defense Department to CDC and beyond, reducing the budgets, not putting key people in, and leaving these organizations hollow. So now how do we catch up? We have to do that. We have to do the very best we can to put the government back together again. And frankly, that's Biden's strength. He comes off 8 years in the center of government, building the systems, putting the systems in place to protect America, to build the democracy, and to build the economy. That's Biden's strength. Unfortunately, the president has gone exactly the opposite direction for 3 years.
Well, here's the good news. It is easy to be down on government and see it as underperforming and institutions not living up to their constitutional mandate. But in a moment like this, unfortunately, it has to be a God forbid, government matters again, and people are going to be measuring its response. Congressman, as always, a pleasure. Thank you for joining us, especially at the hour.
Good to be with you.
All right, let me take a quick break. We're going to have more of CNN's special election night coverage right after this. All right, welcome to our special coverage on CNN. There are now at least 1,000 confirmed cases of coronavirus in the United States. The number's been rising throughout the night. It's going to continue, okay? That's the reality. In fact, I don't even know that we should even count it that incrementally. We're going to be at this for a while. We're playing catch up, but we're going to be okay. Now, our election is happening in this context. Here's the latest. Washington State, 2,000 votes between Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden. Interesting thing about Washington, nobody went to vote today. Every vote is mail-in. Did you know that? I didn't either. All right, North Dakota. This is a caucus state. 515 votes separate the two individuals. We're going to be following it throughout the night. A lot more of our coverage right after this.
I want to welcome you back to our special coverage here on CNN. I'm Don Lemon, live in Washington. There are now at least 1,000 confirmed cases of the coronavirus in the United States. That number has been rising throughout the night here, and now at least 31 people in the U.S. are dead. This as brand new reporting from the New York Times comes out, saying the failure of the federal government to allow for widespread testing back in January may have contributed to a wide spread of the virus, a wider spread of the virus. CNN's Erica Hill takes a closer look at the emergency measures happening all across the country to try to contain the coronavirus.
Just north of New York City, Governor Andrew Cuomo announcing new containment measures.
It is a dramatic action, but it is the largest cluster in the country, and this is literally a matter of life and death.
A 1-mile containment radius in New Rochelle around the center of that outbreak. Schools and houses of worship closed through March 25th. At a Seattle area nursing home where 19 deaths have been linked to the coronavirus, more than half of the residents have now tested positive. And in Oakland, California, disembarkation and medical testing underway for hundreds of passengers from the Grand Princess, many of whom will go into quarantine for the next 2 weeks. On board the massive ship, confusion and frustration.
We have not been receiving timely nor accurate information from the government agencies who have developed and are managing the disembarkation plan, making it virtually impossible for me to prepare you and guide you on their processes.
They had us doing this walk around on the deck where we had to maintain 6 feet of distance from everyone, and they kept telling us, 6 feet, and then to exit the boat, they have us standing, next to each other.
As the number of confirmed cases rises, some communities working to limit interaction. In San Jose, slapshots silenced. Santa Clara County, home to the NHL Sharks, banning gatherings of more than 1,000 people. Across the U.S., some schools and colleges moving classes online, canceling events, or simply closing.
As a nation, we can't be doing the kinds of things we were doing a few months ago. That it doesn't matter if you're in a state that has no cases or one case. You have to start taking seriously what you can do now, that if and when the infections will come, and they will come.
As for who can be tested and where, confusion remains.
Just because I, as a person, say, oh, I'd like to be tested for the novel coronavirus, I should be going to a Minute Clinic or some other facility and just walking and saying, give me my test, please. That's not how diagnostic testing works in the United States or, frankly, almost anywhere in the world.
Trump said on Friday, said anyone who wants
It's
to get
always,
tested can get tested.
if their doctor, we've always been clear, if their doctor or public health physician believes they should be tested, it needs to always be clinically indicated to receive a test. So it's a false premise. Go to your doctor if you first, actually don't go to your doctor. Call your doctor's office if you believe you may have the novel coronavirus.
All right, let's talk about a state getting hit hard, and that's California. And so I'm joined now by the Lieutenant Governor of California, Eleni Kounalakis. Lieutenant Governor, thank you so much for joining us. I know that this is a very serious issue, and we are happy that you can join us. Let's give some of the current information that is happening now and talk about some of the reporting. Currently, more than 100 cases in your home state of California, 3 deaths reported. State of emergency has been declared statewide. The University of California system canceling in-person classes. What can you tell us about the efforts to contain the disease in your state?
Well, thank you very much. And why don't we start with the figures? It's actually 157 confirmed cases, 3 deaths, as you mentioned, including 1 just today here in Sacramento. So we have had a very robust, a response to this that has been at the emergency level. And we're putting protocols in place at the state level, but also really working very closely with local officials to help to make sure that the protocols that are put in place in those local jurisdictions are really crafted by the representatives and the officials of those jurisdictions themselves. So the example that you gave of Santa Clara is one of the more extreme cases based on the number of cases that they have there. But then in other parts of the state, there are different protocols.
Mm-hmm. Lieutenant Governor, even with that, even with those protocols in place, you still expect, as across the country, those numbers to go up, meaning the number of people infected and the number of deaths, sadly, as well, correct?
You know, Don, one of the things that I know we've been hearing a lot about is the delay in getting testing done. Mm-hmm. And there is a very steep ramping up right now of the number of people who are going to be tested. And it's just, you know, natural that we're going to see a very large increase in the numbers of cases that are diagnosed, because though there are people, even in hospitals right now, that officials think may have contracted the virus, until we test them and get those results back, we don't have an official count. Yeah. So I think the general public really needs to be prepared for a pretty sharp increase over the next few weeks of the number of cases that are reported. But what officials are really trying to do at this point is what they call flattening the curve. So by using these very basic protocols of minimizing the number of non-essential gatherings, particularly large non-essential gatherings, we should be able to flatten the curve in such a way that we actually, through our ordinary day-to-day actions, can minimize the number of people who get infected. And that's why it's so important to continue to spread the word to people across the country, certainly across our state, that these very basic precautions of washing our hands, not touching one another, being careful about being in public places in close proximity to other people, especially if you are part of a vulnerable population, these things will almost certainly make an impact on how far and wide the
Listen,
virus
I think
spreads.
every little bit helps. And listen, we had a couple of former mayors on earlier. One of them happens to be sitting next to me, and I agree with him that I think state and local governments should be commended in what they're doing to help fight the spread and actually get accurate information out. But I want to talk about this reporting that is in the New York Times tonight, detailing the failures of the federal government that they had repeatedly to get ahead of this virus and ensure more widespread testing was available, including blocking a Seattle flu lab from testing samples that later tested positive for coronavirus. Give me your reaction to this reporting.
I have to really be very clear that the experience of state officials all the way up to the governor in working with the federal government has been very productive and very positive. We believe very strongly that we don't want to see this devolve into a political situation, that the most important thing is that officials from the federal government, the state government, and local officials are working together. And we have a lot of very positive stories to tell right now about that cooperation. So it's important to us to stick to
I think you're accurate. I think you're right. It shouldn't be a political, but what I want to know is, are you getting the support that you need from the federal government?
The support that we are getting is the support that we are working with, and the critical element right now is ramping up the testing. So that's being done both in cooperation with the CDC and the federal government and getting more test kits, but it's also in work that we're doing right here, including with the private sector. So now there are private labs that are helping us to add on to some of these kits that don't have everything they need to be able to conduct a test. We're working with the University of California, which the UC Medical Center hospitals right now are developing their own tests to be able to increase the number of people who we can test. So around the issue with the cruise ship, we're working collaboratively. They're taking the lead, but again, we're finding that cooperation is going very smoothly and productively, and that's really what we're trying to focus on.
Okay, again, you said the support that you need is the support that you're getting. are you getting the support that you need from the federal government? I'm not sure what that means. The support that you need is the support that you're getting.
So what I am hearing from state officials is that the collaboration is very positive.
Okay.
So I think, really that's all I can say about it. Obviously, we want to continue to increase cooperation at every level because what we are facing is a very serious threat to public safety, and the public is relying on us to work together as collaboratively and effectively as we can.
The numbers are clear that the U.S. is well behind other countries in its testing capacities. What does the continued lack of testing mean for the spread of disease in your state?
Well, if we had been able to test more people earlier, I think that would have been something that would have been a good thing. But where we are right now is, and I think the University of California really is a bright spot. Their medical centers have been developing their own ability to test. And they, in the next few days, we're going to see a lot more people tested as a result of those efforts. So I don't want to in any way suggest that had we had more earlier, it would have been better, of course. But we're seeing a very rapid increase in our capacity to test, and that is going to be very helpful as we try to minimize the impact of the spread of the virus.
I think that you alluded to this earlier, and correct me if I'm wrong in one of your answers to the questions, but the CD director told Politico today that a shortage in lab materials may threaten to delay coronavirus test results and may lead to an undercount of those with the virus. How worried does that make you?
So again, this gets pretty technical, but the test kits that have been sent are not entirely complete. They need additional materials in order to be able to have the full capability of testing. And so again, that's where the partnership comes in with the Quest Labs, with the University of California, to be able to make sure that we can maximize the capacity of those kits.
What do you mean? The kits are not exactly accurate? Is that what you're saying? That it's not?
Well, it's not that they're not accurate. It's that a kit requires additional materials in order to be able to complete the full test. And I'm not a doctor, but this is just my understanding. And so part of it has been increasing that additional capacity on the side of the hospitals and again the private labs that are helping us here to be able to ensure that each of those kits can actually be fully utilized.
Lieutenant Governor, thank you for. Go on, finish your thought. Go
Well,
ahead.
I was just going to say that I think the really big story here isn't just the kits that are being sent to us by the CDC, but also the ability of the University of California hospitals and our partnership with private labs to be able to significantly ramp up our ability to test people. And John, if I can just say one more thing, because I said it, but I just really want to underscore this. With all of the health professionals that I've been talking to, they talk about the empowerment of communities to be able to minimize the spread by really taking those precautions that we talk about of not shaking each other's hands, not, I'm Greek, we do a lot of hugging and kissing. It's not the time for that right now. We can take these precautions and we can minimize the spread. And that's something that I hope will make people feel empowered and is really important right now.
All right, let's hope that that is enough. Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis of California, we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Chris, as you can see, testing. That's what we need, and that we need the information from those tests to figure out exactly how many people may have, come in contact with this virus, how many people are sick, and so on and so forth. And until we get that, we don't know.
The more data you have, the more you can target what you need to do and where, and that's why we've been pushing for it. And the question is why it didn't happen sooner. All right, D. Lemon, let me switch over to somebody. You were talking about the emergency medical resources that they have in California. We've got a perfect follow-up guest, Dr. Lisa Dabby. She's an emergency medicine physician for UCLA Health. It's good to have you, Doc.
Thank you for having me.
So let's go to the individual level of this for a second, okay? And people have questions. Like, for instance, I have a high fever and I feel something in my chest. I'm really sick. I should self-quarantine. What does that mean? How do you self-quarantine? For how long? And how do you survive during that time at home? What's your advice?
Sure. So that's a great question. So the idea of self-quarantine is to separate yourself as much as possible from others in your family and your community. My advice would be to stay at home as much as you can. If you can have neighbors or family members bring you food so that you don't have to go to the market, that would be ideal. If you can minimize any interaction with anybody else, that's the idea of self-quarantine. If you live in a house with multiple family members, maybe you go stay in one bedroom with its own bathroom. So you're the only one using the sink, the towel in that room. So you're not touching common surfaces and common handles that anybody else in the house is touching. And then that way you're just minimizing the spread of the virus to anybody else aside from yourself.
How do we protect the elderly?
That's a great question. So
It's the only
protection
kind I
first
ask.
starts
What do you got,
with-
Doc?
Protection first starts by everything everybody else has been saying. Washing your hands, not touching other people, not kissing other people, not touching your eyes, your nose, your mouth before washing your hands, not feeding yourself before washing your hands. So very basic hygiene is really important here. Wiping down surfaces. We're not sure. People are estimating this virus could live up to 9 days on surfaces, so disinfecting commonly touched surfaces, whether that be computer screens, keyboards, kitchen surfaces, toilet handles, door handles, everything should be disinfected as much as possible to kill any virus that may be sitting on any surfaces. And I would remind people, if they're going out to the market, if they're getting on the bus, if they're going anywhere in public, when they get home, the first thing they should do is wash their hands.
Absolutely. Wash your hands, just like your mother told you. Wash your hands, wash your hands. Now, you know what's something that we've been hearing? At first it didn't make sense to me, but now it does in context. We talk about the vulnerable, the elderly and infants. This virus is a little weird. It doesn't seem to be attacking infants the same way. Thank God. That's great. But everybody else can get it too, Doc, right? I mean, it's not like, you know, if you're young and healthy, you should go running around and do whatever you want. You can get it. It's just you're not as vulnerable to the worst implications of it.
That's exactly correct. So what we're seeing right now is that under age 10, there's been 0 mortality, which is fabulous. Kids seem to be having a very mild, if any, symptoms, which is great as well. But it's not clear if they're transmitting the virus or not. I would assume they are. It'd be hard to believe that they weren't transmitting the virus. As people get older, we're seeing a very steep increase in mortality with patients over 60, really increasing over 70 and 80, where it's getting up to 10 to 15% mortality in that age group. So we are really worried about the elderly population. We're also very worried, as you said, about the people with comorbidities, people with heart disease, people with lung disease, people who are immunocompromised, diabetics. My recommendation is that anybody who meets these criteria of comorbidities or elderly age really avoid public areas, because these are the people that I'm most worried about. You know, you and I, hopefully we don't get the virus. Chances are high that I will get the virus at some point, but hopefully the risk of us having any morbidity or mortality is very low. We're talking, you know, we're not sure, maybe somewhere between 0.6 and 3%, depending on which data you look at. But when you look at a mortality of 15%, that's a scary number to me.
The testing is the key. And it must be frustrating for you guys. We've known about this for a while. States were asking to test. Sophisticated centers like your own, as California was starting to see it for obvious reasons, even if it is seasonally sensitive. You had so much influx coming from places where they were affected, and you weren't allowed to do it. That was meaningful, wasn't it?
It's very meaningful. And to be honest, you know, the testing is still limited. As we are working really hard. They're ramping up. The universities are creating their own tests, which is fabulous. And I think we will catch up in the next few weeks. But it's meaningful only in the sense that I can't diagnose the people who are the walking well. People are coming in. I'm diagnosing them with a viral syndrome. It looks like the flu. It's not the flu. It could be coronavirus, but I don't know for sure because I can't test them. It's hard. It's hard to send these people back in the community and not tell them to quarantine themselves for 2 weeks because I think it's really affecting the spread, right? To not diagnose the walking well and to send them back out potentially increases transmission in our community. I do agree with, you know, the CDC is managing this very well. We have limited resources and we are using that for our critically ill. And that's where we should be using it, right? If we had to use it on anyone, we want to use it on the sickest people who are in the ICU who are dying, because those are the people that we really need to know if they have it. We don't really need to know if the healthy people have it. It would just help us mitigate the spread if we knew if the healthy people had it.
Absolutely. But in a time when this is not your business, you're in the business of keeping people healthy. You are the best of us. But in a time that we're assessing our leadership, it doesn't make sense that the CDC was able to help China figure out what they were dealing with, but we weren't able to ramp up and prepare for ourselves. That's not your problem. You are part of the solution. Doctor, I hope you stay healthy. I hope that this gets better soon, and I appreciate you for your efforts.
Thank you so much.
All right, Dr. Lisa Dabby, you know, thank God we have the angels among us. We're going to have more on our coronavirus coverage coming up next from our CNN reporters all around the world, because if you understand this in one place, you need to understand it everywhere. Next. Welcome back to our CNN special coverage. All right, we're going to track cases, but I'm telling you something. We're going to stop tracking them as closely as we are in these incremental moves because we're going to make each other crazy. The case numbers are going to go up, okay? This is spreading. We're behind the ball with testing. So expect them to go up and listen for the outcomes. And you're going to see overwhelmingly people are asymptomatic, meaning they don't even know they have it, or they get over it just like the flu. So yes, 1,000 confirmed cases in the United States. And just a few hours, you have 2 more governors have declared states of emergency. It doesn't mean they're overwhelmed. It means that they need more resources to prepare. That's what a state of emergency is. Elizabeth Cohen is in Atlanta. Elizabeth, the Times is reporting, the New York Times, that the Trump administration missed key chances, okay, with the coronavirus months ago. We have to understand the past so we can do better in the present. What do you take from the reporting?
So, Chris, this is really terrific reporting by the New York Times. And to summarize it, basically on February 10th, doctors in Seattle said, hey, we're testing thousands of people for the flu. Okay, why don't we also test them for the coronavirus? We have the samples right here, thousands of them. Let's do it. And the federal government said, no, don't do it. Well, the doctors in Seattle were quite brave. They defied the federal government, and they found that there was, in fact, a high school boy who had coronavirus, and they got him as he was entering his school and said, nope, you're not going to school. And so because they defied the government, they may have stopped an outbreak at that school. It took another couple of days for the federal government to say, yes, go ahead and do that testing. And they found more cases of coronavirus. So on February 10th, when they asked, can we test, if they had been told yes, they could have prevented some of the spread that was happening in the Seattle area. And, you know, why they were told no is up for discussion, but they were told, look, you're not certified to do this kind of testing because you can't. But what emergency preparedness doctors tell me is, that's ridiculous. When you're in an emergency, you change the rules. You don't do business as usual. Chris?
Elizabeth Cohen, thank you very much. Important reporting, important perspective. All right, now, let's go to China, Shanghai. David Culver. David Culver, it's great to have you. Checking in with you once again. President Xi went to Wuhan. That is an obvious show of strength and confidence. How did it play?
Absolutely, and it's more than just symbolic. It is incredibly significant because the reality is, Chris, he wouldn't have gone there had it not been under control health-wise within that region, within the epicenter of all of this. And in fact, early on, what we had seen was really a lack of appearance from the leadership here. We hadn't seen President Xi for several days when this started, and there were a lot of questions swirling as to where he was. And so now to see him coming out in front suggests that they do believe that things are under control, that they have a grip on this, and that they believe it's mostly contained. However, they're not growing too complacent. And the World Health Organization has stressed that the biggest danger here is thinking you've got this beat. And it's for that reason, Chris, that they're continuing to expand hospital capacity. Not the field hospitals. All 14 of those have closed, which is an indication that things are getting better number-wise as far as the number of infected people. But they're increasing hospital capacity within hospitals that already exist. That is to say, they're ready for some of these lockdown zones to ease a little bit, and they're going to do it in phases. But when that happens, you start to have people moving around again. And when they're moving around, the chance of exposure goes up, the chance of number of people getting infected goes up. And so they're really mindful of that, and they're concerned too.
If you were to isolate one thing that you think they just do more / better than what you understand about the response here in the United States, what is it?
I guess it depends on if you think this is a good thing. I mean, it's big data. And they do big data, and they do it really well, but it's also this compromise of privacy versus health security, if you will. But here they do it to an extreme because you've got 1.4 billion people, plus those of us who aren't from here but are living and working here, because we would apply for this too. This has to do with how they're tracking things, because containment has two parts. It's sealing some of these areas that are considered the most affected areas, so Wuhan, for example, sealing it off, keeping people in their homes, which they've done now for nearly 7 weeks, 50 days that some of these folks have been in their homes, which has been anxiety-ridden and causing really some mental health issues for some folks we've spoken with. But it's also about tracking the people. So when I mentioned starting to ease some of these restrictions now, people start moving, they want to track us, they want to know where we're going. For example, nearly 7 weeks ago, we were in Wuhan. They now know where we were. They know we did our quarantine back in Beijing. They know we were there for a total of 3 weeks. They know when we came here to Shanghai, and they know where we are going around Shanghai. How do they know that? I wanted to show you this. This is one of the forms, Chris, that they have outside of hotels. They have them in the lobby. They have them in shopping malls. They have them in certain restaurants as well. And when you scan this with your phone, what comes up for me and for most people is this little green tab. And you've got one of 3 colors. And the green implies that you're good to go around. You can continue moving around freely. If you get yellow or red, it suggests you've been flagged for some reason. Perhaps you were on a train with somebody who was infected, and therefore you have been exposed and could transmit that to somebody else. It's fascinating to see how this works. It's concerning for some people who think, okay, now they're just tracking you more and more. But at the same time, it's also a relief for people who are really concerned about how quickly this can spread.
It reeks of Big Brother, and I don't know that it would ever fly here, but another thing they're doing is they've been testing earlier on much bigger scale, and they've been doing it much more efficiently, but it's also an autocracy there where they can do whatever they want, whenever they want. David Culver, your on-the-ground experiential reporting is invaluable. Stay safe. Keep the team safe, and thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
All right. Be well, brother. All right. The latest on the election results. Joe Biden wins another 4 states. What does this mean for Bernie Sanders? I think the biggest message from him tonight was that he gave us no message at all. Next.
So I think it's fair to say that the former Vice President Joe Biden has been on a roll lately when it comes to delegates, but especially when it comes to endorsements. One of them tonight happening here on CNN, Andrew Yang, the former Democratic presidential hopeful. Watch this.
I believe that Joe Biden will be the Democratic nominee, and I've always said I'm going to support whoever the nominee is, so I hereby am endorsing Joe Biden to be not just the nominee for the Democratic Party, but the next president of the United States. And I say this, having supported Bernie Sanders in 2016, Bernie was an inspiration for me, inspired my run, but the math says Joe is our prohibitive nominee. We need to bring the party together. We need to start working on defeating Donald Trump in the fall. I've had many personal conversations with Joe about the impact of the fourth industrial revolution on the middle class. I believe that he's the right man for the job to help us not just defeat Donald Trump, but govern the country in the years ahead. He has to show that, look, we know that this economy is not working for many, many Americans, millions of Americans who feel left behind. And you can't just say we're going to swing the pendulum back to the Obama-Biden years. We have to actually start doing the work that activated people to vote for Donald Trump, that activated people to get out for Bernie Sanders. I believe Joe is open to that message. His heart's in the right place. He's a really, really patriotic, public servant, decent man. He wants to do right by the American people. To me, a lot of it's about getting real solutions in place that more and more Americans feel like will actually improve their day-to-day lives.
Have you had conversations with the Biden campaign about endorsement?
I have. Joe called me last week. We had a really great conversation, and it was hard to say no to Joe at that time, but I have such admiration and respect for Bernie, what he's meant to so many Americans. I think Bernie has called out the real problems in a very powerful and necessary way. So I wanted to let the democratic process play out, and I believe it has. At this point, you can see very clearly that Biden is building a delegate lead that's only going to grow in the days ahead. And so we need to come together as a party starting tonight.
All right, so let's bring it to the table now. So Andrew is our colleague now. I love Andrew. He's going to kill me, but so I'm going to say better late than never. He knows math.
The math is
and
right.
so he saw the math. Mayor.
I love the way he brought math in. He said he did the math on it. But you know what? The vice president continues to consolidate support of his former rivals, which, again, the more we can bring to the party, the better. Ultimately, in my opinion, we're going to need the force of every single one of them, including whoever the vice president chooses as his VP on the ticket.
If he is indeed the
if he is indeed the nominee to help us bring this over. We cannot understate the power and the force of Donald Trump's constituency. For everything that we add, assume that he's going to add as much. I'm from the state of Florida. The last several elections for president, the last 5 races for governor have all been decided by less than 1%. I believe we will continue to be a 1% state, and that means we need the full force of every single piece of this coalition to come together to win.
And Laura, I said that it was tongue-in-cheek, but I do have to say, for someone who says that Bernie Sanders inspired him to get into the presidential race, that is a big deal for him to do that.
That is, and also Yang was talking about it earlier, but saying that a decent amount of his supporters overlap more with Bernie Sanders supporters. So it'll also be interesting to see whether or not Yang supporters follow his lead and decide that they also want to support Biden or not, and how Biden maybe potentially with the new endorsement tries to reach out to past Yang supporters.
Yeah, which is the same thing that happened with Warren. They're finding in the polling that Warren supporters are overlapping as well with Biden supporters.
Yeah, a couple things. One is, I think that Andrew Yang, I don't want to betray trust here, but I watched Andrew Yang and Joe Biden have these conversations off to the side during timeouts, during the debate, during commercial breaks. And you could see this affinity that the vice president had for Andrew Yang. It was really interesting. At times, I'd have to go up and break them up just so I could get them to get some makeup on and get back in front of the podium. Be interesting to see, though, if Andrew Yang is brought into the Biden fold rather quickly. If I was, part of the Biden campaign, I would try to do that. He's very smart. He's very likable. He just endorsed a couple of hours ago. He did it in such a non-flashy way. Said, "Listen, I'm behind him now." I think he could be a huge asset.
Did that come out during a question? Because maybe I was getting dressed.
No. They came out of break,
yeah.
and he did. But here's something we haven't talked about tonight. Bernie Sanders had the worst night tonight, but who had the second worst night? Come on.
Who had the second worst night?
Correct. Julian Castro. If you remember, Julian Castro went right after Joe Biden very viciously a few times. Went on and endorsed Elizabeth Warren. He hasn't endorsed yet. I got to wonder if there's a red carpet that's going to roll out of the Biden campaign for Julian Castro, or would they let him come in, but maybe through a window?
Interesting. What did you think of the endorsement?
Go
Please.
ahead.
No. They want to hear you.
Wow.
I think you said, Don, it's different from the past endorsements
Right.
of other candidates, because he said Bernie Sanders
he's the closest to Bernie
inspired him.
Sanders, right?
Exactly, inspired him. And to Mark's point, I hope the Biden team is not only inviting him in, that they are using him as an important bridge. And I think
they will.
I think they will. And as we move toward a period of time where we're working to kind of coalesce the sides together, I think there are some other really significant, important bridges. I was looking at what AOC said tonight, and there's a lot of Twitter kind of energy around it. And she wasn't obviously endorsing Biden. She's a strong Bernie Sanders supporter. But she kind of was sending a message to some of the supporters about the fact that they can keep up the fight on these important policy issues, that there's a place for that and a voice for that. Okay. She could be a bridge, too. I think there are others who could serve that role.
So here's some real talk about what the Republicans are watching. All this conversation about how Joe Biden's going to capture these Sanders people. Yang was one of them. You said earlier, Mark, will the Sanders movement live on? Can he make it live on? Andrew, you talked about some of the Sanders stuff making it into the platform at the convention this summer. How much, here's what Republicans want to know, how much does Biden have to give in to the Sanders coalition here to try to capture all those folks and get them to come over? And for everyone who wants to call Joe Biden a moderate, that gets chipped away at every time they make a concession here to the Bernie people. So given what he's already said in the primary and given what he may have to give up to recapture all these folks, Republicans will use this to say, see, there are no moderates and, they're all the same. They're all the same. So that's how the Republicans will view this Biden-Sanders dance over the next couple of weeks.
Interesting. We shall see. We got a while. But then it'll be November and we'll say, wow, it's here. Here it is.
And it'll be 3 o'clock in the morning.
3 o'clock in the morning.
We'll all be Skyping in. We won't be allowed to be here.
With our hand sanitizers and masks on at home. So just how steep is Bernie Sanders' uphill battle? CNN's resident, I guess we'll call him odds maker, Harry Enton, joins us next.
CNN's Harry Enton, a.k.a. the Wizard of Odds, joins me now. Harry, by all accounts, you got to say it's a good night for Joe Biden. Tell me, what does it mean going forward?
Well, let me just say, Christopher, that is an excellent question, one of the finest you've ever asked me. And what does it mean going forward? Let's take a look at the March projections. Look, I think in the states that are remaining in March, Joe Biden is going to sweep the board. When Arizona, Illinois, Ohio, Georgia, Florida, I just don't really see a path for Bernie Sanders winning any of the states. But let's just jump forward to the polls and give you an idea of how strong Joe Biden's standing really is. So take a look 4 years ago compared to now, where Joe Biden is in the polls versus Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. Look at this. Biden has a 16-point lead in her most recent poll. Clinton was only 7 points ahead at this point. So Biden's running well ahead of her pace. But in all honesty, I think that underestimates Biden's position. Why? Take a look at our latest national poll, but focus in on the states that haven't voted yet. And look at this lead for Joe Biden. That lead jumps up to 31 percentage points. So we ain't seen nothing yet when it comes to Joe Biden's lead. If anything, the upcoming states are going to be even better for him. But we can also take a look and put this in a historic context and look at where Joe Biden is compared to Democratic nominees since '88 when Super Tuesday got its real start. Look at them. All of the people, all the candidates who were leading at this point went on to win the nomination. So for Joe Biden, he is the odds-on favorite right now. If I were doing odds, I'd say 99.5 out of 100. He's just in a fantastic position at this point, Christopher.
What are the odds that Bernie Sanders goes to the debate and goes through the next Super Tuesday?
You know, that's up to him, but I think he has a real question that he has to ask himself. Because if you look at the map tonight, you really just see that Biden just did well everywhere. He does well among all the groups except for the very young and Latinos. Joe Biden does well among the white working class, white college graduates, African Americans, crushes with older voters. He's just winning everywhere. Bernie Sanders, at this point, if he's being honest with himself, I'm just not sure where I see the pathway for him to win this nomination.
Unless he truly believes that what's happening now is about what he calls the establishment closing in on him and consolidating, and it won't redound to the general. But maybe the most important message we got from Bernie Sanders tonight is that he gave us no message at all. Harry Enton, you are very wise, and I appreciate you taking us through the numbers.
Shalom, my friend. I love you, buddy.
I love you, too. We call him the Wizard of Odds, and for good reason. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we have more of our special coverage here at CNN. Stay with us.
Many of the pundits declared that this candidacy was dead. Now we're very much alive. And although there's a way to go, it looks like we're going to have another good night. With victories in Mississippi, Missouri, Michigan, and we're waiting to hear from North Dakota, Idaho, and Washington State. As I said from the beginning, this election is the one that has character on the ballot. The character of the candidates, the character of the nation is on the ballot. It's more than a comeback, in my view, our campaign. It's a comeback for the soul of this nation.
Talk about a comeback. Just maybe a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, a lot of people had written left Washington State and North Dakota, the votes still being counted. But a very good night for him. Also canceling him and Bernie Sanders canceling two big events tonight. The President of the United States, so announcing that he is going to go on with a big campaign event in Milwaukee coming up in a week or so. Our live CNN coverage continues now with John Voss and Rosemary Church. I'm Don Lemon. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, everyone. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Rosemary Church.
I'm John Voss. Good to have you with us. The United States has now reported at least 1,000 confirmed cases of the coronavirus, and 31 people have died.
The number of cases is growing by the hour. Washington State has the highest numbers, with more than 270 cases and at least 24 deaths. Its governor says mandatory measures could be on the way.
The number of people who are infected in an epidemic like this will double in the state of Washington unless we take some real action here. And if you do the math, it gets very disturbing. When something doubles every day, it gets to a very large number very quickly. So if there are 1,000 people infected today, in 7 or 8 weeks, there could be 64,000 people infected in the state of Washington if we don't somehow slow down this epidemic. And the next week it'd be 120,000, and the next week it'd be 250,000.
In California, about 1,000 passengers and crew are transferring from the coronavirus-hit Grand Princess to quarantine facilities at a nearby airbase. There have been 21 confirmed cases on board, but only 45 people have been tested so far. On the East Coast, New York is creating a 1-mile containment zone around the suburb of New Rochelle. Schools and places of worship will be closed for 2 weeks. Governor Andrew Cuomo says he will deploy the National Guard to help clean public spaces and deliver food.
Meanwhile, worldwide, more than 4,000 people have now died from the coronavirus out of more than 115,000 confirmed cases. Italy has reported its biggest jump in coronavirus deaths since the outbreak began, almost 170 in a single day, bringing that country's death toll to more than 630. The entire country is now on lockdown. Well, joining us now, CNN senior medical correspondent Elizabeth Cohen. Good to see you. So, Elizabeth, the New York Times is reporting that delays in widespread testing by the federal government in the early stages of this outbreak in Seattle resulted in a missed opportunity to contain this virus. What are the details on that and, of course, the consequences?
So, Rosemary, incredible reporting by the New York Times. Let me break it down for you. What they're basically reporting is that on February 10th, doctors who run the Seattle flu study said, wow, we have thousands of samples, swabs from people's noses that we took for flu, but isn't this a great opportunity? We could test for coronavirus. That would give us an idea for how prevalent coronavirus is in our community. And the federal government said, no, you can't do it. You are not certified to do that kind of testing. Labs in the U.S. are certified to do certain things. They could have said, oh, sure, this is an emergency. We're going to let you do it. But instead, they said no. So February 28th, the doctor said, you know what? We're going to do this anyways. And they found that a teenage boy had coronavirus, and they got him, or public health authorities got him, just as he was entering his school and said, you are going home. And so those doctors in Seattle may have prevented an outbreak at that young man's school. And then a couple days later, the federal government said, all right, we'll let you test. And what they discovered was that there were many more cases of coronavirus in the community. Imagine if that discovery had been made back on February 10th, when the doctors wanted to be doing this study. They really could have prevented some of this outbreak, possibly.
This is just such a concern to find out the federal government dropped the ball to this extent. And we're also seeing these mixed messages on how many tests have been done. I mean, we really don't know at this stage, but we should know that information, shouldn't we?
Right. It is unclear exactly how many tests have been done. And, you know, I think there's going to be so many more tests done in the near future. It's really ramping up that in some ways looking backwards is not key. It's really looking forwards and testing as many people who need to be tested, both to diagnose people and to get a feeling for how prevalent this virus is. So right now we're at a bit of the mystery stage where we're not sure about these numbers completely. I think that's going to change relatively soon.
Yeah, I'm sure. And of course, the U.S. president has been downplaying the risks involved in this coronavirus outbreak. What message does that send? Does it calm or confuse a nation?
You know, I think it confuses people because on the one hand, you have well-respected health authorities such as Dr. Anthony Fauci at the National Institutes of Health saying, take this seriously. You need to take certain steps. For example, elderly people and people with underlying medical conditions should not be going to large gatherings. They should not be getting on planes. They certainly should, or at least they should think twice. They definitely shouldn't be getting on cruise ships. So you have people like Dr. Fauci and other health authorities saying that, and then the president sort of downplaying how important this is. I guess Americans have a choice. They can listen to an actual medical doctor with decades of experience, or to President Trump, who, unless something has changed recently, does not have a medical degree.
Yeah, well, we certainly know who the market are listening to on this. Elizabeth Cohen, many thanks to you for joining us. Appreciate it.
And for a self-confessed germaphobe, Donald Trump seems remarkably unconcerned by the possibility of catching the coronavirus. He continues to shake hands despite advice to the contrary from senior advisors. And while he's in the age bracket most at risk, the president has not been tested for the disease.
Yeah, and Mr. Trump also plans to hold a campaign event on March 19, which has raised a few eyebrows, going against CDC guidelines on postponing large gatherings. U.S. Vice President Mike Pence offered this explanation.
Well, look, as the president has said, in our line of work, you shake hands when someone wants to shake your hand. And I expect the president will continue to do that. I'll continue to do it. What this is a broad recommendation for Americans. But a really good recommendation is to wash your hands often.
Well, officials are worried about the president's health, especially after he shook hands this week with a lawmaker who was in contact with an infected patient.
Yeah, and the CDC recommends everyone wash their hands regularly with soap and water, as you heard there from the Vice President, and that will help reduce any virus transmission. Best advice.
Absolutely. CNN's White House correspondent Boris Sanchez live this hour in Washington. So, Boris, not only does the president keep shaking hands, it seems he continues to be a source of misleading information. He responded to a tweet from a supporter who was calling for the border wall with Mexico to be built as a way of containing the virus, and he replied, "Going up fast, we need the wall more than ever." You know, the head of the CDC was asked specifically about that during a congressional hearing on Tuesday. Listen to this.
Is there anything in those recommendations that say sort of structural barriers at our borders would be of any use in mitigating the outbreak of this virus?
Not that I've seen.
Thank you.
So ultimately, it goes to the question of whether or not the president is taking this crisis seriously.
Yeah, certainly. And that idea of the border wall trying to prevent coronavirus, obviously a fallacy, but the president sees an opportunity there to beat the drum of his anti-immigration policy. He is taking this seriously in an economic sense, right? The president set to meet with banking executives in a few hours, we're told. He was up on Capitol Hill yesterday trying to make the case. Some of the ideas that he has for a potential economic stimulus plan, promoting this idea of a payroll tax cut, something that Republican lawmakers have told CNN that they are not exactly eager for. The president obviously watching a slump in the stock market. He's worried about a potential recession going into the 2020 election. But when it comes to the more immediate impacts of the virus, you're right. It doesn't appear that he is all that concerned. He reiterated today that he himself has not been tested, even though he flew on Air Force One with Matt Gaetz, that lawmaker who was exposed to a coronavirus patient at CPAC, the conservative conference. Further, the president isn't listening to the advice put out by his own health experts at that very podium where you just saw Vice President Mike Pence. They're effectively telling people over 60 to not shake hands, to not go to large public gatherings. We've seen the president shake many hands. In the last few days, he's attended at least 2 fundraisers attended by hundreds of people. Further, the president, as you said, counting on this campaign event on March 19th in Milwaukee, Catholics for Trump. We're hearing that there may be more events announced in the future in the coming days, despite all of these warnings, John.
Another problem also seems to be this lack of information about just how many Americans have actually been tested, the numbers. Here's the health secretary speaking to CNN. Listen to this.
We don't know exactly how many because hundreds of thousands of our tests have gone out to private labs and hospitals that currently do not report into CDC. We're working with the CDC and those partners to get an IT reporting system up and running, hopefully this week, where we would be able to get that data to keep track of how many we're testing.
And you can add to that news that the maker of one of the critical parts of the testing kits is warning that there will be a shortage because of a surge in demand. And again, the question of competency. Does the Trump administration have any plans to address this?
Look, from the beginning, there have been issues with the coronavirus tests provided by the CDC. They sent them out, and very quickly were told that the tests were producing inconclusive results. The CDC effectively said that this was an issue that would be resolved in just a number of days. It was not. It took a long time for them to get back up to speed. They're having issues mobilizing these tests to areas that have the greatest amount of need. Further, the president is exacerbating this by going out and saying, as he did at the CDC in Atlanta last week, that anybody who wants a test can get one. That's certainly false, and it sent his health experts, officials in the administration, scrambling to try to clarify it. We were told that at some point before the end of this week, millions of tests would be distributed. We'll wait and see if that actually comes true, John.
Wait and see. Boris, thank you. Boris Sanchez live, very early hour here on the East Coast. Thanks, Boris.
Thanks.
Joe Biden appears on track for the Democrats' presidential nomination, with CNN projecting the former vice president will win at least 4 of the 6 primaries Tuesday night, building on his massive comeback a week ago on Super Tuesday and denying his rival Bernie Sanders a much-needed comeback.
Yeah, and of course, the big prize was Michigan, and Biden won that convincingly, even though Sanders won that primary back in 2016. So, of course, he will likely lose the majority of the 125 delegates up for grabs. Biden's popularity with Southern African-American voters gained him the the upper hand in Mississippi as well. The state has 36 delegates and 5 superdelegates on the line.
Missouri's 68 delegates will most likely go to Biden. This is the second time that Bernie Sanders has lost a primary in that battleground state. He also loses Idaho to Biden. 20 delegates were up for grabs there.
Results are still coming in from North Dakota and Washington. Sanders won both those states back in 2016. The candidates sit with about a third of Washington's vote, each fighting for the majority of the state's 89 delegates. And Sanders leads in North Dakota, which will split its 14 delegates between the candidates.
Biden is expected to win primaries next week in Florida and Arizona, and when he addressed supporters on Tuesday night, it wasn't so much a triumphant victory speech, but rather an attempt to unify the Democratic Party with an eye on the general election come November.
In just the past week, so many of my incredibly capable competitors have endorsed me. Mayor Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, Beto O'Rourke, Mike Bloomberg, Cory Booker, and Kamala Harris. Together we're bringing this party together. That's what we have to do. Tonight, we are a step closer to restoring decency, dignity, and honor to the White House. That's our ultimate goal.
Well, Bernie Sanders flew back to his home in Burlington, Vermont, instead of making a public address. A top advisor to Sanders noted how crucial Tuesday's performance was, adding it didn't happen. So it'll be interesting to see what he does next. That's very unusual for him not to make a speech.
Yes, it did not happen, to say the least.
That's right. And we will get back to our top story with more on the fast-growing coronavirus outbreak here in the United States right after this short break. Welcome back, everyone. Well, the number of coronavirus cases in the United States is growing rapidly.
The US now reporting 1,000 cases with 31 deaths. Washington state has the highest number of infected at more than 270. The governor there is expected to announce a restriction on gatherings of more than 250 people, aimed mostly at sporting events and concerts. That's according to the Seattle Times. At least 18 US states have declared a state of emergency. Well, for more now, CNN law enforcement analyst Jonathan Wackwell joins us from New York. He's a former Secret Service agent and a security consultant right now. Jonathan, good for you to be with us. Something that we've seen over the last 24 hours is that Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders, they both cancelled campaign rallies. The US president at this point still plans to have a rally later this month, maybe more than just one. What's your risk assessment here for Donald Trump and also those who attend that rally?
Well, listen, I mean, it clearly sends a mixed message to the American public where you have the lead agency, the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, are saying that public gatherings are ill-advised, and then the president, on the other hand, is going ahead with a mass gathering. So it's causing confusion. People are asking, well, who should I listen to, the CDC, or should I listen to the President of the United States? In a moment of a health crisis, the president needs to be in charge, and he needs to practice what his components are preaching right now. This is a public health crisis. Every expert says that large gatherings are ill-advised. Social distancing is what we want to have. We want to make sure that we're not spreading this disease. We're containing it where there are outbreaks, but not further spreading this disease. And just having these large-scale gatherings is problematic.
How do you compete, or how do you manage these competing interests, though? Because clearly President Trump wants to portray this sort of calm image. Everything's okay. It's all under control. There's no need to panic. Look, I'm out and about. I'm shaking hands, all that kind of stuff, with the advice that you're getting from the experts, because it's very hard to put that image of I'm in control and everything's okay, if you're in a hazmat hospital bed somewhere, or you're not able to get out and about and meet with people.
Well, this is message confusion right now. It's all about how that message is being received. Listen, I talk to business leaders every single day, and they're confused. I spoke to somebody yesterday that said, well, this is all going to be done by April, and it's just like the flu, and we don't even have to worry about it. At the same time, I'm saying, well, wait a second, the CDC is showing from data and we have to look at the scientific community that's putting forth the actual data that's showing the rapid spread of this disease throughout, not only the world, but throughout the United States, and how these pockets are growing on the East and West Coast. So listen, my advice is listen to the scientists, listen to the practitioners that are actually mitigating this crisis. The president hopefully will come in line, and he'll be the voice of reason soon.
How do you protect a president in the midst of a pandemic? How do you protect, the leader, whether it's the leader of the country or a business leader, whatever, from something you can't see?
Well, listen, this is something, so for the President of the United States, the Secret Service has planned for a very long time around various types of global pandemics or health crises that may affect the president. Really distancing, isolating the president, making sure that they're not coming in direct contact with the public, making sure that they have the availability of the White House medical unit, increased screening, increased monitoring. So there's action steps that can be taken by the Secret Service to mitigate the exposure. Listen, at the end of the day, the risk to the president is predicated upon their exposure to a virus or the disease. And the Secret Service responsibility is to mitigate that, to create that separation and not have that exposure.
Very quickly, ultimately, though, it's up to the president to do what the president will do, right?
Exactly. We've seen that time and time again with this president.
Okay, Jonathan, thanks. Good to see you.
Hey,
Appreciate you
thanks
coming in.
Bye.
Cheers.
Well, a number of US colleges and universities are moving to virtual classes because of the pandemic. Harvard University is asking students to move out of their dorms by this Sunday, the start of spring break week. A spokesman says all academic courses will continue remotely.
Most of the schools closing campus classrooms are in areas that have been hit hard by the virus, like Seattle, New York and California. UCLA, Columbia, Princeton and Stanford are among the schools moving online classes in the very near future.
Google's parent company Alphabet is recommending that all of its North American employees work from home through April 10th. Alphabet employs about 120,000 full-time workers, and while many companies are asking employees in certain cities to work from home, Alphabet is among the first to ask workers throughout the continent to do it. Google is also cancelling its biggest event of the year, the annual developer conference that was scheduled for mid-May. Well, US stock futures tumbled after Tuesday's rally on Wall Street, underscoring the market volatility surrounding the coronavirus. Asia's markets were also in the red. Japan's Nikkei dropped more than 2%. And now John Defterios has more now for us from London. He joins us live. So, John, understandably, investors, retirees and the general public nervous about what's happening here. Why are US futures tumbling, and what will turn this around?
Well, I think it's a case of the U.S. President, Donald Trump, managing expectations, Rosemary. He said they had major plans in the work in terms of a stimulus plan, and that did not materialize in the last 24 hours, despite the setting of the bar very high by the U.S. president. Relief to the airline sector, hospitality sector, to the cruise lining sector, even perhaps the oil and gas sector because of the price war we're seeing between Russia and Saudi Arabia at the same time. This is a real threat of a recession coming at the end of the second quarter or into the third quarter, something that the U.S. president, and for that matter, nobody else was planning on in 2020. Slower growth, but not hitting a wall. And that's why the stimulus package is so important. The U.S. Federal Reserve has cut interest rates already, Rosemary. They're expected to do so again. And in the last half hour here in London, the Bank of England has decided to cut its interest rate, the primary lending rate, by 0.5 percentage point down to 0.25%. We're expecting the budget from the UK government at the same time as well. So uncertain times, the Asian market's wobbly. We had a big recovery on Wall Street, but the futures are pointing lower because right now we don't see where the president's going next when it comes to the stimulus plan. He almost took the British approach, saying, look, remain calm at this stage. There's no reason to panic. That does not resonate well in the international markets for the largest economy.
Yeah, they're not hearing that message right now. They need to see some positive signs. John Defterios joining us from London. Many thanks.
So far, it seems children have been spared from the worst of the coronavirus. When we come back, why children who are normally so vulnerable to other diseases seem almost immune. And if that's the case, is closing schools a good idea? Welcome back to our viewers in the United States and around the world, coming to 3:30 here on a Wednesday morning. You're watching CNN Newsroom. I'm John Voss.
And I'm Rosemary Church. The number of coronavirus cases in the United States has now reached 1,000. 31 people have died, and many states have declared states of emergency, with Washington, California, and New York the hardest hit. As Nick Watt reports, extraordinary measures are being taken to contain the outbreak.
A hotspot exploding in New York.
New Rochelle at this point is probably the largest cluster in the United States.
There's now a containment zone. Schools, facilities closed inside that ring. The National Guard deployed to help deliver food and clean.
This is literally a matter of life and death.
In New Jersey, 4 more presumptive positives and a death. A man whose only known travel was to New York. Coronavirus now in nearly 40 states, with another hotspot up in Washington state. Now 19 deaths connected to this nursing home. The elderly are most at risk, but younger people can still get sick and certainly carry and spread this virus.
As a nation, we can't be doing the kinds of things we were doing a few months ago. That it doesn't matter if you're in a state that has no cases or one case. You have to start taking seriously what you can do now, that if and when the infections will come, and they will come.
More colleges across the country are cancelling face-to-face classes. Harvard ordering students out of houses and first-year dorms by Sunday in an effort to de-densify our community. Testing, of course, also key at a meeting with major health insurers. The vice president said they have
agreed to waive all co-pays on coronavirus testing and extend coverage for coronavirus treatment in all of their benefit plans.
But the CDC director says underfunding has slowed the testing process in public labs.
There's not enough equipment, there's not enough people, there's not enough internal capacity, there's no surge capacity.
Meanwhile, hundreds of passengers remain trapped on the Grand Princess here in Oakland, waiting to be tested, then dispatched for treatment or quarantine. Frustration building on board.
We have been unsuccessful in getting anyone with knowledge or authority to provide accurate information to share with you in a timely manner. And for that, I apologize.
Joining us now from Los Angeles is Dr. Lisa Dabby, specialist in emergency medicine at UCLA Hospital. Dr. Lisa Dabby, thanks for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
So one of the concerns for healthcare systems here in the United States and around the world is a repeat of what happened in Italy, where the number of cases exploded, I guess, from single digits almost overnight into the thousands, and hospitals and the health systems was overwhelmed. How likely is that scenario in the U.S.?
So I do think it's likely that numbers are going to increase and they're going to ramp up pretty quickly. I think our community and our government is working very hard to mitigate the spread. If we can mitigate and slow down the spread of the virus through our community, that will save the healthcare system, right? If we can just flatten out the curve of the rate of increase so that not all the sick people are coming in at once, then we shouldn't get overwhelmed. We should be able to support the critically ill. We have a lot of hospitals, a lot of great health care. So if people can do their part to good hand hygiene, avoid public spaces, if we can slow the spread of this virus, I think our healthcare system should do just fine.
And of course, it's already treating the people who need healthcare at the moment for other diseases and ailments that they have. One of the unusual features of this coronavirus is that it's not acting like other viruses, like the flu, for example. According to the WHO, the disease in children appears to be relatively rare and mild. Approximately 2.4% of total reported cases are individuals aged under 19 years. Very small proportion develop severe cases, that's 2.5%, or develop to a critical stage, 0.2%. In China, there have been no reported cases of children dying from COVID-19. At the same time, the mortality increases with age, highest mortality among people over 80 years old. Normally, the very, very young and the very, very old are the most at risk, but not this time. So if researchers can work out why children are spared but adults are not, is that possibly a key to finding a way to treat this disease?
So that's a great question. I don't think we really understand why kids are not having a lot of symptoms and having zero mortality at this point. There is some thought that children are exposed to many childhood illnesses and the common cold. There's a lot of other coronaviruses. So some people believe that children may have recently seen other coronaviruses, which may be giving them some immunity. That is one hypothesis. But it's not clear at this point exactly why kids are being spared from this disease.
Well, given the fact that the kids aren't being impacted by the virus in any significant way, does it make a lot of sense then to close down schools? Because we're seeing that all over the US.
Yeah, so we don't know if kids are still transmitting. We believe they are. And so the idea of shutting down schools or shutting down mass gatherings is to mitigate the transmission. Again, we want to slow the spread. And when you put a lot of people in one place, you spread a virus much more quickly than if people are not together. So the idea behind closing schools is to slow down the spread of the virus, because the kids will then potentially take these viruses home to their grandparents, who will then get sick. And that's what we want to avoid.
Good point. There was another report out by the World Health Organization which found that if the virus stays in the nose and the throat, then most patients recover, everything will be fine. Problems seem to develop when the virus reaches the lungs. So again, what does that say about this virus compared to other diseases? What does it say about a way of treatment?
So that's a great question. So the truth is, when the virus infects your body, it actually spreads throughout your whole body, not just to your nasal airway. Why some people are developing acute respiratory distress syndrome, which is when it spreads to your lungs, is unclear. We are seeing it definitely more in the elderly, definitely more in the immunocompromised and the people with comorbidities, but it's not clearly understood what puts some people at higher risk of developing this acute respiratory distress syndrome compared to others at this point.
It's just the unknown out there right now, which I guess is so terrifying for so many people.
That's correct. I think the unknown is really what's causing the fear. And I think if we all just settle down, do a good job of trying to prevent transmission of disease, taking care of our community, not stockpiling toilet paper, but, continuing life as usual, good hand hygiene, minimizing community involvement in gatherings, I think we're going to get through this just fine. I think we need to not panic and just take care of our community.
Good advice to finish on. And wash hands. Wash hands.
Wash hands.
Stress the washing of the hands. Doctor, thanks so much for being with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's it. We can't emphasize that enough. And people have so many questions about this virus. And we have a great new resource for you. CNN Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Sanjay Gupta has a new podcast aimed at making sense of all the headlines.
Subscribe and listen to our podcast as he talks to other experts and helps separate fact from fiction about this pandemic. And remember, did you wash your hands?
Of course, many
good.
times. I sing happy birthday twice.
Yes, very good.
That's one.
Take a short break, go wash your hands. We'll be back in a moment. But Joe Biden may take a commanding lead in the Democrat race for the White House. In a moment, we'll take a closer look at the road ahead. And is it too late for a Bernie bounce back? It's a great day to be Joe Biden. CNN projects he won Democratic primaries in at least 4 states.
And for the latest, CNN's Phil Mattingly joins us now from Washington. Good to see you, Phil. So Biden's in a great position right now. What might this mean for Bernie Sanders' next move?
It's problematic for the Sanders campaign, and there's no question about it. Look, let's just start with the top line. As it currently stands, Joe Biden, based on the races and the delegates that have been pledged that we've called tonight, 779 delegates. Remember, he needs 1,991 delegates to clinch the nomination. He is now firmly on the road to that. Bernie Sanders, more than 140 delegates behind him. And guys, the biggest story of the night was the state with the biggest delegate haul here. Let me take a look at Michigan here. When you look at Michigan, and pull this up so you can see it a little bit better, all you see is dark blue. Dark blue is dark blue for Joe Biden. Joe Biden winning this state 52.8% to 36.5%. And I'll tell you why this is a surprise to some degree, at least the scale of this victory. Take a look back just 4 years ago, 2016. Bernie Sanders, you see all that light blue here with a stunning upset of Hillary Clinton at the time, winning by a little bit of a point and a half, winning all throughout the state. Now let's flash forward again to this year. There is no Bernie blue in the state of Michigan. Joe Biden sweeping through the state, winning African-American voters, winning the suburbs, winning even young voters in college towns, the places where Bernie Sanders has done best, and perhaps most notably, winning rural white voters throughout the course of the state as well. Because it wasn't just Michigan. That may have been the biggest delegate haul, but take a look at Missouri as well. Again, you don't see a single Bernie Sanders county when you go through the state of Missouri. Take a look back to 2016. You see a lot of light blue for Bernie Sanders. He lost this state, but just by 0.2 percentage points. Very, very narrow loss. Flash forward again, not even close tonight. And this is just kind of an underscores what's been going on over the course of the last couple of weeks. And of course, the big question as to what happens next for Bernie Sanders. Now, on the course of the night, Joe Biden picking up 4 contests. Bernie Sanders currently leading in 2 states right now, North Dakota and Washington, that CNN has not projected yet. But what does this mean overall? I want to pull up our delegate tracker and give you guys a sense of just how much things have changed over the course of the last couple of weeks. When you look up here right now, this was after the first 4 contests. 60 delegates for Bernie Sanders, 54 delegates for Joe Biden. This was right after South Carolina, 10 days ago, seems like about 10 years ago at this point in time. Now take a look as to how this moves over the course of the last 10 days. Take Super Tuesday last week. Joe Biden racking up more than 100 or 400 or 500 delegates here, more than he had, taking a lead right now. Now look what's happened over the course of the night. Even more space there. So the big question, guys, going into the debate this weekend, going into another Super Tuesday next Tuesday, is what is Bernie Sanders going to do? As of now, his campaign has been mostly silent, saying only, according to one aide, that he will debate. But I will note, guys, there is less and less of a path as this contest goes on, and I'll show you why as it currently stands. These are the percentage of delegates that have been allocated up to this point. The dark blue is Joe Biden. 51.2% of delegates have gone to Joe Biden. What that means is he only needs to win less than 50% of the remaining delegates to win. What that means is he is essentially on a glide path now. It's all downhill for Joe Biden. If you're Bernie Sanders, you need to win 55% of the remaining delegates. That is extremely difficult to do the way the Democrats have set up the delegate race up to this point. All this coming back to a single point. Based on 10 days, Joe Biden has completely reversed the race. Democratic voters have flipped the switch, moved heavily in all sorts of sectors towards Joe Biden. And right now, it looks like it's very much Joe Biden's race to lose and very much on track for Joe Biden to be the Democratic nominee come the fall, guys.
Yeah, we'll be all watching to see what Bernie Sanders' likely next move is. He was very quiet Tuesday night after all of this panned out. We'll see what happens. Phil Mattingly, many thanks to you. Appreciate
Thanks, Phil. It's incredible to think he was 20 points down in 2016, had that stunning comeback, put him on track, upset Hillary for a while, to this 4 years later.
Yeah,
it's a real
just
turnaround.
Extraordinary. We'll take a short break. The US state of Florida is filled with sun, sand and senior citizens. How the country's retirement capital is reacting to the coronavirus outbreak. Back with that in a moment. Welcome back, everyone. Well, as we mentioned earlier, there are 1,000 coronavirus cases in the United States and 31 people have died.
Washington State is the hardest hit with more than 270 confirmed cases. State Governor Jay Inslee is asking nursing homes and assisted living facilities to follow strict guidelines, especially when it comes to visitors.
We are requiring compliance that residents are limited to 1 visitor per day. Visitors must be adults, and the visit must take place in the resident's room. This does not apply to end-of-life situations. Number 2, all visitors must follow COVID-19 screening and follow reasonable precautionary measures. Precautionary measures might include, but are not limited to, wearing personal protective equipment, social distancing, or visiting in designated locations.
Well, the state of Florida is warm most of the year. It has no state taxes, making it a mecca for retirees.
That's right, but there is growing concern over their vulnerability to the coronavirus. CNN's Martin Savage has our report.
Primed for a pandemic, Florida state officials are worried about the coronavirus and the state's high number of elderly.
Avoid things like cruise ships, long plane flights, large crowds.
The CDC recommends people over the age of 60 practice social distancing, limiting close contact with others, avoiding crowds, and in some cases even staying home. In Central Florida, there are few signs seniors are listening. At this softball game at the Villages outside Orlando, most of the players are in their 60s, 70s, even 80s. The only thing they say they've been told to cut back on is their post-game high fives.
Well, they're telling us not to bump fists or hit forearms. We should just walk by each other and say, great game, good game.
You're not concerned for yourself?
Not at all. Not at all. Wash your hands. Somebody, cover your mouth when you cough.
72-year-old Rick Sanford isn't keen on any suggestion he change his lifestyle.
Well, I'll be frank and say I think that's bogus, and I think it's something that each individual has to decide upon their own.
Others we talk to here are concerned, like Pat and Mick McEvely. He just turned 80.
This just seems to be something that they can't wrap their arms around, so that worries me some. So, we're going to restrict our travel and just stay in our local cocoon here.
A number of those we spoke to have canceled or are considering canceling cruises and trips overseas. But many still attend large local public gatherings with other seniors that are an almost daily part of life in Florida's retirement communities. Exactly the sort of close contact situations experts say where the virus could spread rapidly. Back at the ballpark, Donna Callahan is skeptical.
I think it's overdone. Absolutely. I think the media is, I know they have to cover it, but it doesn't seem like it's any worse than the flu or anything else if you're relatively healthy.
President Trump has voiced similar comments, leading experts to fault him for downplaying the risk.
Deaths, I don't want any deaths, right? But over the last long period of time, when people have the flu, you have an average of 36,000 people dying. I never heard those numbers. I would have been shocked.
Many of Florida's senior residents voted for Trump, and even though they are in the age group most at risk for the coronavirus, many believe it.
He doesn't seem to be, I don't think he's going one way or the other. It doesn't seem like he's being too overly fearful.
Right, well, that's an idea of what's going on in Florida.
The people of Florida, yeah.
Thank you so much for watching CNN Newsroom. I'm Rosemary Church.
I'm John Wallace. Please stay with us. A lot more news here in just a moment. You're watching CNN.
Well, hello and welcome to our viewers. Joining us from around the world, I'm Becky Anderson for you. We start in the United States, where cases of coronavirus have now topped 1,000. At least 31 deaths have been reported. Washington state has the highest number of infected at more than 270, followed by New York as the number of cases grows by the hour. There is a growing effort to curb the number of infections. At least 18 states have declared a state of emergency. As CNN's Erica Hill reports, more schools are closing, more events being cancelled, and more people being told to work from home.
Just north of New York City, Governor Andrew Cuomo announcing new containment measures.
It is a dramatic action, but it is the largest cluster in the country, and this is literally a matter of life and death.
A 1-mile containment radius in New Rochelle around the center of that outbreak. Schools and houses of worship closed through March 25th. At a Seattle area nursing home where 19 deaths have been linked to the coronavirus, more than half of the residents have now tested positive. And in Oakland, California, disembarkation and medical testing underway for hundreds of passengers from the Grand Princess, many of whom will go into quarantine for the next 2 weeks. On board the massive ship, confusion and frustration.
We have not been receiving timely nor accurate information from the government agencies who have developed and are managing the disembarkation plan, making it virtually impossible for me to prepare you and guide you on their processes.
They had us doing this walk around on the deck where we had to maintain 6 feet of distance from everyone, and they kept telling us, 6 feet, and then to exit the boat, they have us standing, next to each other.
As the number of confirmed cases rises, some communities working to limit interaction. In San Jose, slapshots silenced. Santa Clara County, home to the NHL Sharks, banning gatherings of more than 1,000 people. Across the U.S., some schools and colleges moving classes online, canceling events, or simply closing.
As a nation, we can't be doing the kinds of things we were doing a few months ago. That it doesn't matter if you're in a state that has no cases or one case. You have to start taking seriously what you can do now, that if and when the infections will come, and they will come.
As for who can be tested and where, confusion remains.
Just because I, as a person, say, oh, I'd like to be tested for the novel coronavirus, I should be going to a Minute Clinic or some other facility and just walking in saying, give me my test, please. That's not how diagnostic testing works in the United States or, frankly, almost anywhere in the world.
Trump said on Friday, said anyone who wants to
It's
get
always,
tested can get tested.
if their doctor, we've always been clear, if their doctor or public health physician believes they should be tested, it needs to always be clinically indicated to receive a test. So it's a false premise. Go to your doctor if you first, actually don't go to your doctor. Call your doctor's office if you believe you may have the novel coronavirus.
Well, that was CNN's Erica Hill reporting from New York. The New York Times reporting that delays in testing set back the U.S. coronavirus response. The report explaining that a Seattle doctor studying the flu hypothesized that the novel coronavirus had been circulating in Washington state for weeks before anyone realized it. CNN senior medical correspondent Elizabeth Cohen joining us now from CNN headquarters in Atlanta. And why this state or sense, at least, of confusion, Elizabeth?
You know, there's confusion because there's been disagreement about whether labs could test for this, that could test for it, but that weren't certified to test for it. So in a nutshell, this New York Times reporting saying that this lab in Seattle that tests for the flu all the time, that's what they do. They wanted to test for coronavirus, but federal authorities here in the United States said, nope, you're not certified to do that, so you can't do that. And actually, they pretty much defied what the government said and did go out and do some testing for coronavirus. And they found out that there was a young man, a high school student, who was positive, and they kept him from spending the day at school and contaminating his classmates and teachers. So they really, did a great thing there. And the government still said, no, you're not supposed to be testing for this. Eventually, when the government relented, the Seattle doctors found that they were finding more and more cases of coronavirus. But imagine if they had been able to do that testing full scale as they wanted to back on February 10th. February 10th, they would have discovered these cases much earlier.
Dr. Anthony Fauci, a top official at the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, very much part of the Trump administration's effort to contain this, has said, and I quote him here, you have to start taking seriously the steps to avoid getting infected. Is this what is being done? Are people heeding his words at this point?
I think some people are heeding his words. I've certainly spoken with people who are over age 60 or have underlying conditions, and they are canceling plane flights. They aren't going to those family parties that might have large numbers of people. But on the other hand, actually, if we look at some reporting that my colleague Martin Savage has done in Florida, which has a lot of people who are retired, they are getting together. He showed a baseball game and a dance class, all sorts of things that really people that age should not be doing right now because it brings them together in large groups. So, I think this is probably true in other countries as well. I can only tell you here in the U.S., some people are taking it very seriously and other people think, it's overblown. I'm not going to worry about this.
You have to start taking seriously what you can do now to prepare for when the infections come, he said, and they will come. What is the sense of how much or the scope of this going forward, how much worse this could get in the U.S.? Is it clear?
Oh, I mean, it's not entirely clear, but infectious disease experts tell me, Becky, this is going to get much worse before it gets better. We've just begun to test in the United States. I mean, it is in the matter of thousands, not in tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands like in South Korea. So we haven't even discovered what's out there, let alone what this will grow into, because of course this will, infections grow as the outbreak grows. So there will be many more cases reported before things start to get better. I think that's for sure.
You and I have been speaking now for weeks as we have been reporting on the incidence of this internationally. And Elizabeth, a number of times we have sought to sift fact from fiction. Top tips, once again, at this point, it is so important that we ensure that people understand the facts and what they can do to protect themselves.
Well, first, you can do all the basic things that your mother always told you to do, to wash your hands. You should be sneezing or coughing into your inner elbow, not into your hand, because if you do that into your hand and then shake someone's hand, obviously that is not good. All those basic hygiene things. But again, in the United States, the Centers for Disease Control is telling people 60 and over, and people, even younger people who have severe underlying medical conditions like, certain kinds of pulmonary issues or immune problems or diabetes that is not well controlled, that they should stay at home as much as possible. That's pretty stunning advice. I don't know that that's ever been given out before in any kind of an outbreak in modern history. But, if you are of that age, if you have those conditions, you are supposed to stay at home as much as possible.
Elizabeth Cohen at CNN headquarters in Atlanta. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, numerous passengers from the Grand Princess cruise ship have landed in the U.S. state of Georgia. They will soon begin a 14-day quarantine after possibly being exposed to the coronavirus. Before arriving at Dobbins Air Base, passengers were screened by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and by the CDC. The passengers are not showing any symptoms and are being quarantined as a precaution. There have been 21 confirmed cases from the Grand Princess. Right, turning now to Super Tuesday round 2 in the United States. CNN projects that Joe Biden won Democratic primaries in at least 4 states. For the very latest, CNN's Phil Mattingly joining me now from Washington. And it seems, a great day to be Joe Biden, Phil.
Yeah, Becky, for the second Super Tuesday 2, feeling just as super for the former vice president. And I'll explain to you why. You mentioned he has won, at least according to CNN projections, 4 states. Those states include Michigan, include Missouri, Mississippi, and Idaho. And to explain why this matters so much, it's not just the fact that he won those states, it's how he won those states. The state of Michigan, by far the biggest delegate haul of the night, 125 delegates at stake. Joe Biden crushing Bernie Sanders by 15 points, but it's how he did it. Take a look at the map right here, and you see a lot of dark blue. That means Joe Biden won literally every single county in the state of Michigan as it currently stands. Why does that matter? Well, Becky, take a look back at what happened in 2016, where Bernie Sanders stunned Hillary Clinton by pulling out a narrow victory. And look at all the light blue. That was Bernie Sanders in 2016. Flash you back into Super Tuesday 2.0. All Joe Biden. And this is something that occurred throughout the country last night in the states that were held. Take a look at Mississippi. Clearly a Biden state, a higher non-white community, black community voters. This was Biden's strength throughout the course of the South. Once again, winning every single county in the state. Bernie Sanders falling below 15%, which means Joe Biden is racking up the majority, if not all, of the 36 delegates at stake there. Another big delegate haul coming from the state of Missouri. Take another look at this. All dark blue. Bernie Sanders did not win a single county in the state of Missouri as things currently stand. Look back to 2016. He lost this state, but look at all the light blue. He made this extremely close. This time around, not so much. And Becky, what this all leads to is basically this. There are 2 states that are still outstanding. Washington State, North Dakota. Bernie Sanders leading in both of those states. You see the light blue there, but not enough to carry major delegates from those states. And that means this. Joe Biden with a substantial delegate lead heading into the remainder of this process. 779 pledged delegates by CNN projections. Bernie Sanders about 140 delegates behind. And the way this race has shifted over the course of just the last 10 days since the South Carolina primary through through Super Tuesday, now to Super Tuesday 2.0, Joe Biden has a commanding lead, and there are very real questions about what Bernie Sanders will actually do next. For the first time in at least as long as I can remember, Bernie Sanders choosing not to speak on a primary night, not saying anything at all. The only thing we've heard from his campaign is that he does expect to attend the debate this weekend, the CNN debate. But in terms of paths forward, there are serious limits. And the thing to keep an eye on going forward, the next Super Tuesday that's coming up, you have Ohio, you have Illinois, you have Arizona. Once you look at those states, you understand that Joe Biden's path really at this point in time only gets more clear, better for his campaign. The biggest hurdles of the night or of the current campaign were expected to be Michigan. We're expected to be places in the Northwest, in the western part of the country. Joe Biden's coalition, what he's put together between African-American voters, between the suburbs, which Democrats took advantage of in 2018, and over the course of the last 24 hours on Super Tuesday, white working class voters as well in Michigan, is the type of coalition that wins. And Becky, he has certainly shown over the course of the last 10 days he is winning big, and right now he is by far the favorite in the Democratic race and looks firmly on his way to winning the Democratic nomination over the course of the next several weeks.
Phil, Joe Biden urging Bernie Sanders to get behind him, hinting it's time for Sanders to quit. Is it time to shut this primary down, cancel the rest of the debates?
I think everybody wants to see the debate, so I don't know about that. No, look, it's a question that Sanders and his team clearly have to try and figure out right now. And I think the reason why is this. Look, if you look at the delegates right now, 779 to 639, the key number here is 1,991. You say Joe Biden's a long way away from that. 140 delegates really doesn't seem like that much. But when you understand what happens in terms of the delegate rules, how this works going forward, there are not a lot of opportunities for Bernie Sanders to pick up significant delegate hauls throughout the course of the rest of this process. And so what his team has to look at now is a couple things. One, the math. Two, what they want to accomplish going forward. And three, what kind of perhaps leverage they want with the Biden campaign going forward as the Biden campaign tries to formulate their general election plan should they get there. So I don't have the answer to that. I would love the answer to that at some point. But I think the reality is that unlike 10 days ago, 11 days ago, when Joe Biden's campaign seemed dead in the water, it is now the Sanders campaign that has to answer those questions. It is now the Sanders campaign that really has to have the tough conversations as to how long they actually want to go in this process, given how strong Joe Biden actually is.
Yeah, Phil Mattingly at the wall for you. Thank you, Phil. So, Joe Biden expected to win primaries next week in Florida and Arizona. When he addressed supporters on Tuesday night, it wasn't so much a triumphant victory speech, but rather an attempt to unify the Democratic Party with an eye on that general election.
In just the past week, so many of my incredibly capable competitors have endorsed me. Mayor Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, Beto O'Rourke, Mike Bloomberg, Cory Booker, and Kamala Harris. Together, we're bringing this party together. That's what we have to do. Tonight, we are a step closer to restoring decency, dignity, and honor to the White House. That's our ultimate goal.
And as Phil suggested, Bernie Sanders flew back to his home in Burlington, Vermont, instead of making a public address. A top advisor to Sanders noted how crucial Tuesday's performance was, adding it didn't happen. Well, American universities and schools taking bold measures to protect students and faculty from the coronavirus. We're going to take a look at what they are doing to keep the outbreak from spreading. And Uber drivers may leave drivers and passengers at the curb ahead the company's plan to deal with the coronavirus. Several of America's most prestigious universities are telling students to leave campus. Harvard University and many others are moving to remote online classes due to this coronavirus outbreak. And it is asking students to move out of their dormitories by March the 15th. Harvard says it wants to de-densify the campus. Athena Jones has more.
Social distancing is the priority at schools across the country as they try to prevent the spread of the coronavirus. In Washington state, one of the epicenters of the outbreak in the U.S., the University of Washington has suspended classes for the rest of the quarter, asking instructors to conduct classes and exams remotely, with plans to resume normal class operations on March 30th, pending public health guidance. Several universities are taking similar steps, canceling in-person classes, at least temporarily, including Stanford University and Northeastern University's Seattle and San Francisco Bay Area campuses. On the East Coast, Princeton, Hofstra, Fordham, Barnard College, and Columbia University are all temporarily suspending in-person classes.
It became more real.
Columbia University's president explaining the move came after a member of our community was exposed to COVID-19 and is now under quarantine. The quarantined person is not a confirmed case of COVID-19, the school said.
Whenever it was away, like in a different country, or before it came to America, it was like, oh, this is like beyond us. But now it's here, and I feel like everyone is going to be more aware and spreading like just awareness and taking more caution.
Students taking the news in stride.
I'm not super worried or anything, if only because like the death rate for people that are under 60 is quite low, so I just don't want to be responsible for like getting anybody else sick, I guess.
College campuses where students and staff live, work, and study in close quarters can be conducive to contagion. One reason Columbia graduate student Connor Allerton supports the precautionary steps being taken.
As a large community with maybe certain people who are more at risk than others, I think it's important to just take precautions. I think they have the capacity to do online classes and alternatives like that. But I think, if I were in their shoes, I would probably do the same, just be safe.
Another concern, public schools. Fulton County, Georgia is closing all schools temporarily after an employee tested positive for the virus.
They sent an email to all the 6th grade teachers saying that somebody in the district got the coronavirus.
Elk Grove Unified School District in Sacramento County, California also canceled classes and activities for the week due to virus concerns.
This is a time to listen to your body.
New York Mayor Bill de Blasio saying there would be a high bar for closing the city's public schools, but there could be specific targeted closures. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo putting it this way.
For all schools, we're going to set a policy that if a student tests positive in a school, that school is closed for an initial 24-hour period.
Meanwhile, public schools in Scarsdale and hard-hit Westchester County, north of New York City, will be closed until March 18th after a faculty member at the middle school tested positive for the virus.
Well, that was CNN's Athena Jones reporting there from New York. Google's parent company, Alphabet, is recommending all of its North American employees work from home through April the 10th. Alphabet employs about 120,000 full-time workers, and while many companies are asking employees in certain cities to work from home, Alphabet among the first to ask workers across the continent to do it. Now, Google is also cancelling its biggest event of the year, the annual developer conference that was scheduled for mid-May. And Uber says it's considering suspending the accounts of riders and drivers who've contracted the coronavirus or have been exposed to it. The company said drivers who are diagnosed with the virus or asked to self-isolate will receive financial assistance for up to 14 days. People using Uber Eats can also request the food be left at the door. The company is providing disinfectants to drivers to keep their cars clean. Well, we want to make sure you know what's fact and what is fiction about this coronavirus. Do subscribe and listen to our podcast. CNN's chief medical correspondent, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, will make sense of the headlines for you. He speaks with experts and he'll give you all the information you need to stay safe and healthy. As the number of coronavirus cases in the U.S. goes up rapidly, U.S. President Trump is planning measures to prop up the economy as markets take a hit over fears of a pandemic. Plus, Wall Street's rally didn't extend to U.S. futures, while investors remain nervous. That is just ahead. The coronavirus pandemic has reached another disturbing milestone. 1,000 cases in the United States. At least 31 people have died, and these numbers keep going up. CNN White House correspondent Boris Sanchez has details now on what the Trump administration is doing to battle the virus.
The White House is very much focused on the impact of the coronavirus, specifically when it comes to the economy. The president on Wednesday set to meet with banking executives at the White House to talk about ways to stimulate the economy, which could head into a potential slump as a result of the virus. The president also heading to Capitol Hill on Tuesday, trying to make the case for some of his big ideas on an economic stimulus package, namely a potential payroll tax cut, something that a number of Republican senators have told CNN that they're not exactly enthusiastic about. The White House, though, focused on the economic message. It appears that the president is not taking the immediate impacts of coronavirus very seriously, ignoring some of the advice provided by his own advisors, by his own top health officials at the podium, in the briefing room, at the White House during these daily coronavirus briefings. They have specifically said that people over 60 should avoid shaking hands. They should avoid large gatherings. The president, however, in the last few days, attending a number of fundraisers filled with hundreds of people, continuously on camera shaking hands with a lot of people. Vice President Mike Pence was asked about this on Tuesday. He said they will continue shaking hands. Listen.
As the president has said, in our line of work, you shake hands when someone wants to shake your hand. And I expect the president will continue to do that. I'll continue to do it.
And even as the top Democratic contenders in the 2020 race cancel campaign events to try to stop the spread of coronavirus, the Trump campaign on Tuesday announcing a new event on March 19th in Milwaukee, Catholics for Trump. We're told by sources in the campaign that we should expect more campaign events announced in the near future. Boris Sanchez, CNN, Washington, D.C.
Well, U.S. stock futures tumbled after Tuesday's rally on Wall Street, suggesting investor skepticism about an economic stimulus package. Asian stock markets down. Japan's Nikkei dropping more than 2.25%. John Defteris has more on the markets for us from London. And much talk of the need for coordinated global action at this point to help calm investor nerves. UK's Bank of England just in the past couple of hours slashing rates by a half percentage point to just 0.25%. The bank, John, pointing out that this is a coronavirus message. Let's be very clear. This follows a Fed rate cut last week, which did nothing to stem the tide of negativity. Are these global authorities now doing enough with these emergency measures? And the question is, what's left in the toolbox at this point?
It's a great question, Becky, because we saw the U.S. Federal Reserve cut interest rates. They're expected to do so again. The Bank of England quite aggressively cutting a half a percentage point, as you're suggesting. And before the coronavirus, they're expecting growth of just 0.4% in the first quarter. That's pretty anemic growth. It comes as the Brexit plan has to go forward. What's going to be the trade relations with the European Union? And then you have the black swan of the coronavirus. To your point here, you can cut interest rates, but the markets are looking for actual stimulus plans, and that applies to the U.S. president as well. Becky, he set the bar quite high, suggesting I have major plans in the works for the airline sector, the hotel sector, the cruise line sector, even perhaps the oil and gas sector, because of the Saudi fight with Russia right now, putting pressure on the shale producers around the world, but no details from the president right now. And we have this as the UK budget day as well. So it sent a very strong signal. The Bank of England cutting interest rates before the budget's release. But will the budget please investors at the same time? This is not the coordination, by the way, Becky, we saw back in 2009 and 10 with the G20 coming together all at once. We see central banks starting to move right now. The problem is 10 years into economic cycle, they don't have a big pot of money they can put on the table and say, let's stimulate. That's the challenge in the U.S. and also here in the U.K. too.
John Defteris in the House in London. Thank you. Well, a nation in lockdown as Italy scrambles to control the coronavirus. Coming up, a look at how it's affecting the lives of tens of millions of people. And before China lifts travel bans, they want to know where people are going. New measures to prevent another outbreak after this. Welcome back to our viewers in the United States and around the world. You are more than welcome. You are watching CNN Newsroom. I'm Becky Anderson. The number of coronavirus cases in the United States has now reached 1,000. 31 people have died. Many states have declared states of emergency, with Washington, California, and New York the hardest hit. As Nick Watt now reports, extraordinary measures are being taken now to contain the outbreak.
A hotspot exploding in New York.
New Rochelle at this point is probably the largest cluster in the United States.
There's now a containment zone. Schools, facilities closed inside that ring. The National Guard deployed to help deliver food and clean.
This is literally a matter of life and death.
In New Jersey, 4 more presumptive positives and a death. A man whose only known travel was to New York. Coronavirus now in nearly 40 states, with another hotspot up in Washington state. Now 19 deaths connected to this nursing home. The elderly are most at risk, but younger people can still get sick and certainly carry and spread this virus.
As a nation, we can't be doing the kinds of things we were doing a few months ago. That it doesn't matter if you're in a state that has no cases or one case. You have to start taking seriously what you can do now, that if and when the infections will come, and they will come.
More colleges across the country are cancelling face-to-face classes. Harvard ordering students out of houses and first-year dorms by Sunday in an effort to de-densify our community. Testing, of course, also key at a meeting with major health insurers. The vice president said they have
agreed to waive all co-pays on coronavirus testing and extend coverage for coronavirus treatment in all of their benefit plans.
But the CDC director says underfunding has slowed the testing process in public labs.
There's not enough equipment, there's not enough people, there's not enough internal capacity, there's no surge capacity.
Meanwhile, hundreds of passengers remain trapped on the Grand Princess here in Oakland, waiting to be tested, then dispatched for treatment or quarantine. Frustration building on board.
We have been unsuccessful in getting anyone with knowledge or authority to provide accurate information to share with you in a timely manner. And for that, I apologise.
Nick Watt reporting for you. Well, Italy desperately trying to regain control of its coronavirus outbreak. It's reporting more than 10,000 cases and the numbers continue to climb. The entire country is now on lockdown. CNN's Ben Wiedemann has more for you now from Bologna.
Even though all sporting events have been canceled, even though weddings, baptisms and funerals have been banned to avoid any social gatherings, what we're seeing is that still people are moving around, still people are trying to maintain the semblance of a normal life. But that normal life is also being impacted by the fact that business has basically almost come to a screeching halt. All bars and restaurants are supposed to be closed between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m., although apparently some restaurants are still delivering food, so they're functioning, but they simply aren't open to the public. Now, we had the opportunity here in Bologna to speak with several shopkeepers. Some of them said they'd rather see, for instance, a 20-day shutdown of all businesses in the entire country, with the exception of things like supermarkets, just to get the situation under control and stabilize the economy and perhaps bring tourists back, bring business back, because the situation economically and from a health standpoint is becoming critical. I'm Ben Wiedemann, CNN, reporting from Bologna in northern Italy.
Well, China will begin lifting travel restrictions soon, but before that happens, Hubei province will issue QR codes to track the health of people and where they go. CNN's David Culver is live this hour in Shanghai. How is this going to work? How are Chinese authorities expecting to be able to track people going forward, David?
Let me walk you through it, Becky, because they'll be tracking me and my team as well. So we see these things
hanging up in places like shopping malls. You see them in hotels. You see them in certain restaurants. It's a QR code. What happens is you have to scan it with Alipay or WeChat. And when you do that, you get a code that comes up. Essentially, mine says green, so I'm good to go. They have yellow and red. When you get those, it suggests perhaps you maybe have to be quarantined, or that you maybe were in an area that had exposure with somebody who potentially had the virus. And so that's what they're using as they're now starting this phased lifting of the lockdowns. They haven't gone within Hubei province to allow kind of the gates to open, so to speak, and people to start moving about freely. In fact, yesterday they had suggested that they were going to allow one area outside of Wuhan to start to go into this mode of leaving their homes and having some flexibility. Today they actually just revoked that. However, we're hearing that they are moving forward with allowing certain businesses to open immediately. Businesses that have to do with daily necessities, public utilities, epidemic control, those are allowed to open as of right now. Within about a week or so, they say they're going to allow other businesses to apply to open back up, but they're going to be very restrictive as to which type of businesses they allow open, Becky. They're really conscientious about places that allow mass gatherings. So they're saying movie theaters, for example, karaoke bars, hair salons. They don't want those opening quite yet. So they're going to stagger this going forward. But the concern is still there that as they start to move forward with lifting these lockdowns and easing these restrictions, will the numbers start to go back up? And to counter that, that's where you've got the QR tracking, because they want to know where people are going. And that's also where you have a certain amount of capacity within hospitals that's been retained, even though patients are leaving the hospitals in large numbers. They're keeping those spaces open just in case they have this spike.
Sure. The intent is clearly to try and get back to business as usual. I just wonder what you think can be learnt around the world from this last 7 weeks worth of experience in China.
Right. It's been a bizarre 7 weeks at that. I mean, I think about where we were 7 weeks ago today, and that's when we were in Wuhan for 29 hours before the lockdown kicked in. And just to see how things have changed, it's really kind of surreal to reflect back on it. But as far as what the rest of the world can take from this, it's difficult to say, Becky, because I don't think that other countries, particularly in the West, can necessarily replicate what's been done here, for better or worse. I mean, what we're seeing is the extreme lockdown levels of telling folks they cannot leave their residential compounds, they can't leave their homes, their apartments in some cases. Yeah, that may stop the spread, and that may ultimately be pretty effective, even if you listen to how the World Health Organization has characterized this. But you're also then encountering issues like mental health problems. I mean, people are telling us and venting to us, as we've connected with them through WeChat video or by phone, that it's a desperate situation in many cases. So it's not a perfect solution with how China has handled it. However, it is seeming to be effective from, if you look at the larger standpoint, and perhaps even a military operation perspective, which is how they have likened this in going forward in containment. And still the question remains, what's going to happen over the next few weeks? Because they're not going complacent, and the WHO has stressed that. Don't think that you've got this beat. That's the one situation that could put you in a lot of trouble going forward. So they're not breathing easy quite yet.
David Culver is in Shanghai in China. Thank you, David. Well, Seattle, typically one of the most lively cities in the United States, but the coronavirus outbreak taking a heavy toll. How it is impacting everyone from business owners to students. That is up next. The state of Washington is the epicenter of the coronavirus outbreak in the United States, with close to 300 cases and 24 deaths. Well, now it's becoming alarmingly apparent the precautions aimed at preventing the spread of COVID-19 are having a serious impact on daily life. CNN's Omar Jimenez reports.
At the start of a new week,
there's that.
Some businesses in Seattle are settling into a new and sobering reality.
On a typical weekend day, there could be thousands of people for sure.
And now?
We're seeing maybe a couple hundred.
This bakery, Proshki, says their business is down 50 to 70% since the outbreak began. leaving some,
hey folks, how y'all doing today?
fearing what comes next.
Oh my God, at night, I was like, is it going to get worse? And it's like, close down the market. Well, I'm shut down.
Citywide, hotel occupancy last week dropped to as low as 30%. Normally, hotels would be at 70%, according to Visit Seattle. And many restaurants reported a 40% drop in business over that same week, according to the Washington Hospitality Association. Education taking a hit as well. More than 80,000 students in the Seattle area are now learning from home, from the university level all the way down to elementary school. All of this as there have been more than 175 positive coronavirus cases statewide and more than 20 deaths. That's why even handling presidential primary ballots is being treated with caution.
Here at King County's election center, the county, by the way, that has seen more deaths due to the coronavirus than anywhere in the country, you'll notice something small but significant. Everyone is wearing gloves. It wasn't a requirement in years past, but this year is different.
And first responders are now responding to all calls for respiratory issues, fever, or cough in full personal protective equipment suits, as dozens have had to be quarantined, many symptomatic, and at least one testing positive for COVID-19.
So obviously these precautions, pretty important.
Yeah, very important. I mean, I have a family, I have kids at home, and definitely want to come home safe for them.
Each day in the Seattle area brings new cases of the coronavirus, and with it, uncertainty for nearly every aspect of life, and what has gone from just a few cases to an outbreak in just a matter of weeks. Omar Jimenez, CNN, Seattle.
Well, wherever you are in the world, thank you for watching CNN Newsroom. I'm Becky Anderson. New day follows after this very short break. Don't go away.